You are now live on YouTube.
When you're used to Hinsdale, Montana.
Kind of like that thing last night, just picturing the senses of the placement.
We got everybody?
Oh, I think, yeah,
I think we're just missing, Rich and Drew, and Rod has Rich's proxy, and Dale has Drew's proxy, just so everybody knows. Okay?
Oh,
Are we loud enough, Dale? Yeah. Say something, Dale.
I thought you.
You are loud enough. I hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, good to hear from you, Dale. And you're over in Idaho, is that right?
I am. I'm in Salmon, Idaho till the first part of next week.
All right. We got a heck of a thunderstorm and lightning here last night, so I don't know if there's anything fire-wise around Great Falls, but it was good and wet. All right, well, welcome everybody. Thanks everybody for getting to the center of Montana. It's pretty close. Jump right in, and I do have a question though for Lee. Okay, Lee.
You have to take notes.
Okay, as long as you can hear me, this is the first of the day. So where do milkshakes come from?
I don't know. Shoot.
Come on. Anybody know?
Dairy Queen, I thought.
You should know. No, nervous cows.
Oh.
Sorry. Okay, wait, there's one better one.
But don't tell.
You like it? Why are frogs so happy? Is there any?
Thinking.
Okay,
I have a 3-year-old. I should know this, but I don't.
Yeah.
I'd say it's because they're gonna get to croak.
no, it's even better. They eat whatever bugs them.
Oh.
Okay, we're done with that.
Thanks, folks. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, not that we don't have something to do. But, first item on the agenda is minutes, and we don't have any here, sort of. Do we have some?
No,
Not essentially.
I'm sorry, members. We, with admin staffing and some workload and then various timelines this summer, we don't have them for you today. I apologize. We'll get them to you. Oh, they are?
Yeah, there's a
I'm
second
sorry.
tab. It's just the timestamps from the last meeting
I apologize.
on the YouTube video. So we have that piece of it, just like the commission and
Last I knew, I apologize. Last I realized, I thought we were still waiting on them, but they are here. And so,
do the second tab in that binary section.
thanks, Jason. So this conforms with the style of minutes that the commission is using, the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and so the director has asked us to match that, and so this minutes log is what you see by state law. The official minutes are the audio minutes, and there's back and forth on how much level of detail people would like to see in the minutes log, and this is where we're at right now under the other agency protocol, so.
Anybody have any comments then? Hearing none. Let's get on to home reports. And maybe we start with Donna.
All right. Wow, a lot can happen in 3 or 4 months. Yeah. I've talked to a couple of landowners and it's still the same kind of thing, frustration with trespassing, and then they work hard to try to comply and be nice, and then the local judges don't do it. So there seems to be a lack between those who are dealing with the trespass issue, the enforcement of it, and then what happens in legislation. So seems to be some gaps within there, according to quite a few people we talked to. Some of the block management, revising the program, I heard a lot of that. And then throwing good money after bad by just increasing funding without revising the program first. Some felt that was not the best solution. But really, yeah, you hate to start just throwing out negatives, on the hunter side of it, and some of the landowners, very appreciative, very, believe in the program. Some of the ranchers felt that, the program really helped them. The program was such a benefit to, especially the multi-generation type ranchers. Those are the ones I think that really, they're working hard to keep the ranches in their family for next generations. And this is a tool to help them. So I think it's a very important tool, and it's a tool the state needs.
Thanks, Donna. Lee?
Well, it's when you don't have any fish, you don't have any elk, you don't have any grass, not much happens up north. I did go to the elk, the Fish and Game had an elk. The elk plan, we were revising it from 05 or something. The consensus is that people that were there mostly were hunters. And they think we needed more elk. And the ranchers that I've talked to are lucky enough to have elk. They think we need less. A friend of mine's got a city planted 10 acres of barley up in their fall somewhere. The elk that go to the breaks as soon as hunt season starts, and we're patterned to a safe haven down there. They come up and he said they cleaned up the barley before we left. It's just, I don't know how you fix it. It's just what it is. Seemed like they moved the dotted line. They used to, the hunting areas were split on Timber Creek, and they moved the line over the ways, get it up on a ridge where they thought you could get a better handle on the numbers. I think there's supposed to be 2,200 elk south of Malta and 450 south of Glasgow. Those two areas. And of course, everybody's questioning whether they're actually there. Well, I think it was every year.
Oh, just kind of more of what Donna said. Landowners up there are still upset, or remaining upset about trespassing and all that stuff. And like you said, how nothing ever gets done with it. That's already started. The last couple of weeks, people have been having trouble. Guys got it. And then there was a meeting, elk meeting up there. I was unable to attend, but I talked to some of the landowners over there, and there wasn't very many there. But we have a serious problem with breaks, the numbers. They don't, I mean, not real happy about it. Just more of the same, I guess. Been pretty quiet. That's all I got.
Great.
Well, my way, there isn't much. There's not much private land or that, and the ones that are in block management, all think it's good. But you're talking about, a minuscule amount of
the Hunter Planner software, it was hard to find the actual block management sheets. Once you could see it on the Hunter Planner software, it was hard to find the actual sheet that described the time you could call and all of that, the details of that particular piece of block management. So I don't know if it's better now or not. I went to the elk management plan meeting in Butte, and they're upset with the redistricting. I think probably after we try it out a year, if the public comment continues to be they don't like the redistricting, maybe we need to return to the old districting, because some regions didn't redistrict at all. So that should be a consideration.
I don't really have a whole lot. Everything in region 6 is very calm.
Well, I think there's been a lot of conversation about the elk management plan continuing to unfold and be discussed. And so I don't feel like that has simmered at all. I think people are still very much engaged on that point. Something I've noticed, and this might be just anecdotal, is there are people who historically have been engaged with the program are choosing to disengage now. And the main reason that they're telling me is that they're losing trust in the process, and they're losing trust in the department. I'm sorry.
Which program? They're disengaging.
Oh, that's a great question. It's just in general. The individuals I spoke to about this, usually I bounce ideas off them. I talk about various things going on within our CAC, and they've kind of just started to say, I'm kind of done. And I think what they're doing is they're reading headlines. They're not reading context on issues. And so I bring it up really just because I think there's a lot that's being put out there that, again, people are reading the quick words that they see on the top of the page, and they're forgetting that there's a lot more to that. And I don't know if that's their reading problem or if that's our communication problem and getting them more information or better delivery. It's something though that made me kind of stop and think a little bit, because again, these are people that I try to bounce ideas off of and get response to on things. And they're kind of just saying, I don't know if I really want to participate anymore. So that was concerning to me. Again, that might just be anecdotal, but it's a thought that really kind of shook me.
Ernie.
Yeah, just a couple of landowners had the tax credit idea was good to them. They liked that thought, and then just getting ready for hunting season, antelope, more particular out of Brooklyn County. There seems to be a ton of them right now, but I think just the frustration that there's gonna be a lot of drone hunting and hopefully we can have more eyes will be out there on it, so.
A lot of the stuff that Don talked about and Rod, has been coming up quite a bit with people I've talked to. I went to that elk symposium and there's a lot of that talk about block management, issues. Don't know why we'd want to add to the cap on that when we, we've got, it takes so much, 100 days to, get that cap now, and it just doesn't seem like we've got any management. We need to revamp or come up with something different there. Trespassing, is a big issue. I hear that a lot still. I think it's gonna get even worse this year. I think we need to try to look at that, maybe some stiffer or change the penalties. I think we're gonna have some reports from the Fish and Game on that. One of the block management issues, I'm kind of jumping around a bit, but block management issues is a type 2 block management. Some people, I've got a lot of comments about that. Dale was even had talked about that, is that people go to sign up on that type 2 and it's already filled up and they've been trying all to get hold of them. So I think we need a different type of system to possibly have an online sign up, these type 2 block managements.
Thanks, Paul. How about you, Dale?
Just a few things. A lot of talk about the elk management plan, about the elk advisory council recommendations. Hearing a lot of comments, both for and against the pick your weapon, and some people don't understand that that's just a recommendation made by the elk advisory council. Some people think that's going to be put in place, and again, hear people on both sides of it. I kind of got to echo what Everett said. I've talked to a lot of people that they just didn't bother to go to the elk management meetings, the objectives. The sense they have is this is just going through the required process. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has made their mind up in terms of how they are going to manage elk, and I think there's a pretty high level of frustration amongst some of the hunters out there that it's kind of like, what's the point? I think another comment I heard is like, why are we just talking about elk number objectives, and where's the rest of the plan? How does this fit in? And just as a standalone, I think they felt like it needed to be rolled into a much greater discussion of elk management in general. Last thing I guess I would say is there's certainly a core of people out here that are when I say out here in eastern Montana, their concerns are with mule deer. I mean, we know elk is in the forefront in Montana, but I hear from way more people about their concerns with mule deer, and when's a new mule deer plan going to be forthcoming? And I've heard that from a handful of people that I've reached out to. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale. Yeah, some of the same, I guess, for me in the capital, on our side of the world, I think we hear more positive about block. I think there's some large aggregates in our area, and I think they work really well because they are aggregated. And so they move elk and they move people around. So, and some of them are really little, but gain you access to Forest Service in the West. So generally, I hear positive things on block. When I look at having watched quite a bit of the Citizens Elk Council and then most of the symposium, clearly the pressure on block management as a whole and the structure of block management as a whole has to be reviewed to secure it. That's what I hear. It needs to be relooked at and determined how best to go forward to maintain it, secure it, improve it for the future. Paul sent some information out in that regard that it should be our first priority. Certainly it's the largest access program, even though it's an impact program. And I think there's been discussion about that amongst a lot of people about, how we term that and some of the old thoughts on it. So I know that's one of our big agenda items today. I've had comments about the Elk Citizens Council's recommendations to the department. People interpreting them as they're coming. They're already the law. And I think that's just interesting, how we have to look at what's true and what's not and re-inform people. These are discussions. And when you mentioned, Everett, that people want to disengage, the Elk Symposium, to me, the last summary was about, if you care and want to be part of fixing it, you have to be engaged. And that's why we're here and why this is public. So I hear a lot of that. And I think I'll leave it with that because it's mostly similar type issues. And I think we better just jump into where we need to go today. So any other last thoughts or comments on that discussion? Okay. So we're gonna get into the EHAs or the 454s, kind of our update as to where it stands. There's some information here for us, if you haven't already looked it through, to assess where that's gone to in the second year of the renewed version. Then we're going to look at the hunting access program review. Essentially, this is kind of where we went in May. There was some information sent out about our report, essentially all those things we talked about, and we probably don't remember them all. So we're going to make sure we want to, I guess, prioritize them and know that that's what we're recommending going forward. That report that'll be coming up at the end of the month into the legislature, it goes to the governor and the legislature, and that's our report. So we'll be dealing with that and any other block management ideas we have, and possibly other options. Later on, we will take public comment. We have some information from a couple of public land management agencies as to some of our questions. And then on our previous discussion about improved hunter ed, I think that's another thing I've heard a lot of discussion about in the symposium and other places. The Elk Citizens Council, we've been working on that and talking about it. It's time for us to come up with something that's meaty and move forward, I believe. So we'll be dealing with that later in the day. Okay, so we'll jump off with the 454 agreements.
Jason's gonna take the lead
Yep.
for us on that.
And did the commission already look at these? So they're already approved?
Yeah.
I do have a couple questions.
So
Should I wait?
Jason's gonna give a presentation. Do you want to ask for while he's doing it, after he's
Alright.
doing it? Okay.
Okay, members, Mr. Chair, thank you. Jason Cool, Hunting Access Program Manager with FWP. So in your packets, I think the third tab is what we call kind of the master list. But basically, these are all the agreements that went, or applications that went forward to the commission for their approval at their June meeting. Thank you, Hope. So the June meeting, these were all presented to the commission. Hunting District 690 had more applications than the department set limit of 10%. So the department set a limit of, if there's a quota, let's say of 100 already established by the commission for this program, we would offer an additional 10, so another additional 10%. So in hunting district 690, I think there was like 10 applications for 690-20, which is the rifle permit for the that district. And so we had to randomly pick 5 of the 10 applications. So not all the landowners in that applied here on this table in 690 would have received that permit. But otherwise, yep, everything you have here in this master list or table has all been to the commission. All the we're working on getting most of all the agreements back. Jen, our admin help, is going to call some of the landowners on Monday who haven't returned their agreements yet. But licensing's been calling hunters. We have about 20 public hunters that have already agreed beyond the landowner selected. So we're working through the public hunters and calling them and letting them know of the opportunity. Yeah, that's probably.
In talking with Devin Boone yesterday in our licensing bureau, we had quite a bit of interest in the public hunter sign up, those general sign up opportunities. We had that out between the July 1, July 30, I think, on the website. You could sign up for those unlimited districts, and sounds like roughly it was about 85% residents signing up and 15% non-residents, just as a little piece of information. A couple of the districts had, I think it was one district had 2,300 people sign up for a chance, and another district had more than 1,000. So lots of interest generated. Seems like a good sign. And Devin says generally when he's calling people, they're super excited to learn that they've got the opportunity. So seems like they're all ready to respond and be ready. He's asked them all, even if a landowner did not specify X number of days schedule in advance, he's asked them all to be sure to schedule in advance with the hunt contact for that property. So so far so good.
So Cindy, did you have?
Yeah, I just had a 690 specifically where I had some questions, because some of these might say, let me see if I can find them. It might say that the landowner gets an either sex, but it's not clear as to what the hunter is getting. It doesn't actually say.
So under about the 1, 2, 6th column in, there's required 3 public hunters LPT opportunity. You see that title at the top. So that would define then what the landowner is selecting for their 1 hunter, and then what the department is selecting for the other 2 public hunters. So I don't know if you have a specific one, Cindy, that you want me to address, or.
Gosh, it's been a while since I reviewed. Like right here, say 24. It says that, oh no, that one doesn't apply. If I find one, I'll get
Okay,
it.
we can talk.
I have it on the other one. But anyway, that column you're talking about, there's a couple that I could tell if it was the same as the landowner, or I could tell what they actually licensed.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes they're a little bit different. That number 24 example, the landowner is requesting an archery only permit. So in 690, there's a 690-20, which is a rifle only or general season only, and there's also an archery only. That's different than some districts where you have that bow and arrow license that you could use your general license for both, or even a archery permit, or just an either sex permit. This is really weapon specific in that district. And so in that case, yeah, they were requesting 2 either sex archery only permits. And in exchange, they were going to offer 2 either sex rifle permits plus 2 antlerless the 690-01 and 699-01. I think the one is a youth 12 to 15 and the other one's a general antlerless license opportunity.
Well, here's an example, number 25.
Okay.
Is either sex rifle muzzle loader only for the landowner, but in the column that we were just discussing, it just said landowner selected blah. And it doesn't tell you whether it's either sex or cows.
Okay, so
only.
that, yeah, so that 690-20 is an either sex rifle only permit.
Yep, for both.
The FWP selected is an antlerless only license. That makes sense. So the landowner with their pick is allowing an either sex elk opportunity for that rifle permit. For the public, that the FWP is selecting, it's that 699-01 and 690-01, which I think are, again, are both.
So they're both either sex.
No, the 690-01 and 699-01 are antlerless only.
Yeah,
Let me
that's one that isn't, most of them are specific, but that particular one is not.
Yeah, so 690-01 is an antlerless elk license, valid rifle or general season, and then muzzleloader, and then a late piece, and then the 699-01 is valid general or rifle and muzzleloader, but it's a youth only, so 12 to 15. So they're offering a little bit of mixed opportunity there.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's great that the landowner can designate one of the permittees that gets to hunt. I mean, it's not like they can pick their doctor, or their lawyer. They gotta pick somebody off the list of successful applicants already. And if there's, especially if they're gonna give the local people some priority to get in there and get access, I think that's really a great thing.
Got a question. See this one, there's 223 acres enrolled is all.
Which one is it, Ron?
Dan Johnson and 700.
Yep, yeah, so that one was in the program in 2021, and now is also again in 2022. He is in block management, surrounded by public land, but he has to use this permit on his own deeded land. And he actually, with this one, drew a district-wide archery permit, but wanted to get that rifle permit in exchange of the district-wide to hunt his own land. So he could have hunted the whole district with his archery permit, but this narrows him down to his 200 acres with his rifle permit. So he swapped.
It just didn't seem like a very big chunk of ground, you know. I didn't know if there was any limitations.
And I think that's great too. I think that they should be limited to hunting their private land.
Oh, absolutely.
So just a comment on that, Rod. So in the notes column to the far right there on each page, it is noted small acreage, and
Yeah.
one of the questions on in our tab today with our hunting access program review and that spreadsheet is, should there be a minimum public land acreage? We have,
My next question.
so we have something in rules, 2,500 acres that's in the current.
It's a
rule.
guideline.
It's a guideline. The department has the discretion to go underneath that, and in other, I'm blanking on which ones it would be right now. I've got too much water under my bridge, but we have other ones in here where in the notes comment, it talked about, it was unclear based on the acreage if there was enough opportunity for success. And the director in reviewing those applications this time said, well, let's see how this bears out this season. And we'll know next time based on the hunter survey results, what the success rate was and because we had some differences as the wildlife biologists were reviewing in the regions, they were like, well, I'm not sure that this amount of acreage presents enough opportunity for success. But the landowners were saying, look, I can think of one. We've got folks down on our alfalfa, or elk down on our alfalfa field every day, morning and evening. There's a ton of opportunity. So we're going to see how some of that bears out and use that feedback in those results as the commission, if they apply again in the future, we would note that, because we did have one in here. I don't remember which one it was. I'm sorry. where the biologist was like, I'm not sure about opportunity, but when we looked at last year's results, they had I think it was a 67% success rate on the folks that were on the land. So we felt like that bore it out.
Is there a public land access requirement along with the deeded? I thought the 454, the game all had to be harvested on the ranch's private land, right?
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, the permit and or license that the landowner gets is only valid for their private land where the public can hunt to.
So if they do, if the public gets one, they have to harvest off the deeded also.
No.
They can go, if it opens
District-wide.
access up, it's kind of like block management or Pala,
Right.
they can hunt the whole ranch.
Yep, because they're coming off the successful list, so they've already drawn the district-wide permit or
Okay.
license needed to hunt everywhere. This is just kind of like that extra opportunity that, that if you drew the district-wide permit and then you were eligible to hunt in this property, now you have another place you could go to try and harvest your.
Open the doors one, basically.
Correct.
And I think one of the things in this is that each of these agreements have a specific plan as to the access and how the hunt's gonna go. And that the critical thing is that the department needs to make sure they have that information on each of these agreements going forward to justify that 223 or whatever. So you have that data always to measure the success of that program. And if that's there, then you're gonna know. Paul?
I got to commend the department for getting this all lined out and getting it a lot more organized than last year. Kind of under the gun last year, but you guys have done a good job, it sounds like. I got to commend you on that. That's great. That'll be a lot better.
Thanks, Paul. I think in just following up on that, I'd really like to recognize the access program team, Jason, the access managers in the regions, the wildlife biologists, enforcement, everybody who chipped in. It was a real team effort. Licensing was huge in this. It's, we're all taking bites at the pie and making it better. So thanks for the recognition.
Everett, you had a question?
Yeah, I hope the report for 21 on 454s is due next month. Is that right? Is that when you thought it would come out?
The report was provided to the commission at their June meeting. It's also in the back half of your biennial report. So if you go down to the, 6th tab or so with the PLPW biennial report, I added the 454 report as an appendix to it. Oh, okay. Well, there should be an appendix, but anyway, the commission was presented the 2021 report.
And is that the one that had the hunter satisfaction portions in it as well?
Correct.
And that was sent in an email to you, Everett. I'm sorry, it's not printed out. I apologize.
It got lost from me somewhere. So
Was this one here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it did get added to it's an appendix in the actual draft document, but must have not got added.
Okay.
So who has these with?
I will send it to you, Evan.
This was in an email.
I got this email to me, but it wasn't.
We can print off an extra copy if we need to. For
You know, if you
today.
don't mind,
Yeah.
I think mine was that way too. All I got was the cover sheet.
I feel
I
foolish.
blamed it on
Everybody's
my
got it, but
ET manager.
You just printed the logo.
Yeah,
out.
I just got the picture.
We'll get copies.
But I do think there's some, did anybody have any other particular questions on that data?
Dale has his hand raised, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Dale.
A question for Jason or Hope. Looking at the report that you sent out, the NBAR was given 2 licenses according to the report. And well, I don't think it's any secret that became a real lightning rod around the state last year, the number of permits they received. My question is this: is that number accurate, or do they have other ranches that come in here in another name that they've also been given licenses for, or is NBAR and the Wilkes family given 2 permits this year? Thanks.
Dale, members, Mr. Chair, from my conversations with Mark Taylor, the NBAR is the only Wilkes Ranch or Wilkes, Montana property in this program this year. The Jones Ranch and other ranches that would have been associated last year are not in this year.
Okay, thank you.
So if there's no more questions in that data, I would like to talk about this report just a little bit. It's gonna be hard to read it.
Yeah, it's right.
Just some highlights that I had. And this is mostly to address the department and 21 versus 22 in the application and responses of the hunters and the landowners. So questions about primary reasons for not harvesting an elk generally go back to lack of timely notification to hunters. And they didn't get their hunter list until after Thanksgiving. That's just one comment, you know, so there's that. I would hope that this year, all those things are in place for that better communication. I go back to shoulder seasons in the beginning and everybody was looking at how do I do this? So is that accurate to say that yes, this year that data's out front? As soon as it happens, they know.
Yep, Devin's calling right now.
Okay.
Those public hunters.
And then second, follow up to that is if that hunter doesn't participate, does the landowner have, you know, we're talking about for management purposes for those either sex or cow tags, whichever they be. Do they have access to that backup list readily available for those hunters that don't show?
That I don't know. I can ask licensing and follow up with you.
Yeah, so I think we need to have a way that that's fairly automatic. You know, on page 3, there was a paragraph about landowners would like more options to choose from a pool of public hunters to increase harvest success. And that's that comment. Do you feel like the overall coordination then is on a much better footing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's way and far above what we experienced in 21.
In 21, you guys had like 5 minutes to get your ducks in a row. I mean, it wasn't really fair to the department to put this on you that quickly.
And that's part of the reason why we had the May 15th application deadline, which got pushed back to June 1st this year. But going forward, that's why, so we can get that lead time in front to let the public hunters know, let the landowners know, and have those communications prior to even the season starting, which again, this program is focusing primarily on the general rifle season opportunity.
Right.
But, you know, if you wanted to allow archery or muzzleloader or shoulder, we aren't discounting that. By any means, it's just the requirement was for the general rifle season.
So then the other question I had on that is, you know, with this type of program and then looking further into over objective regions, districts, specific landscapes, and the type of hunt that is, you know, we'll get into this more later, but I mean, you're looking at a harvest to reduce populations. So within this 85% resident apps, 15% non-resident. So is it really beneficial to have non-resident apps in a situation like this where we're trying to get it done timely? Is that good or bad? No, I believe that in the big picture of B tags and over objective hunts, that it's a problem. And I believe it's a problem with trespass and not knowing where you're at and pressure. So I don't know, just a discussion.
I think that the quick, easy solution to that is make, in these over objective permit areas, make the last week cow only. Run the bull season for 4 weeks, last week cow only. If you participate in 454, one of the stipulations is everything, bull season's closed, open for cows last 7 days of the season, and we get some elk taken out before we have brucellosis run through them.
So does that actually solve the problem? I mean, it reduces a number at that specific time, but when you're in a week and they move off as all the discussions have been with that pressure, then
The pressure will displace them to the public, and I think you make it until the numbers are objective, you don't have to have a permit to hunt a cow, and your elk license is good. Which will get the resident hunters to target into these areas. And if the private land is getting hunted where the elk typically seek sanctuary, it'll pressure them off, and the public will have access to them on publicly accessible lands.
assuming they have an opportunity with that tag on public,
Mhm.
which isn't always the case.
Well, in the instance of 454, the stipulation would be before the landlord gets permit, he's got to open it up that last week to cow hunting, make it cow, the whole permit, the whole area, cow only the last week. And if that doesn't work, after 2 years, go to 2 weeks of cow only. And then 3, and eventually 5 weeks of cow only until we get these numbers in control.
Everybody think about it.
I have a question. Dale made a comment about the Wilkes family, which they have ranches scattered all over the whole state of Montana. And last year, did they have more ranches other than the flagship ranch, the N Bar, that they applied for 454 permits? And this year they didn't do it on, was it because of, does anybody know why? How many acres did it take out of the opportunity for the public to hunt by having that reduction in the amount of?
Yeah,
Do you guys have any information on
I'll
that?
have to look back on the 21 applications to see what acreages were available. But yeah, there was a couple other properties. I assume because they probably either drew their permit for those ranches outside of, either just through the general draw, either using landowner preference or their general draw, would be my guess as to why they wouldn't have gone through this program again.
Right. So what is the total acreage up from a year ago on the 4?
Total acreage is,
It's
yeah,
still working. It's just the specifics of it.
right, yeah, total acreage would be increased because we more than tripled the number of applications.
Yeah, so it used to be you just knew the 2 guys that did it for 20 years or 10.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead. Well, what I've heard through the rumor mill is that the Wilkes brothers got tired of being cursed by the Montana public for getting these extra, I don't know if you want to call it extra, but for having, I guess, more than one ranch and getting more than one permit. And I heard that was the reason that they pulled out of a lot of the program.
And they did lease a couple of them too.
And that's part of the reason why they did. And Paul can tell, how many elk got killed off of Wilkes' place last year, Paul?
Well, it was nearly, they let an additional almost 300 people hunt on their ranches last year, more than any other landowner in the state. So, this 454 program opened up a lot of opportunities. I was just looking at this report. Additional elk over and above the 454 program last year, 2021, there were 542 additional opportunities for antlers elk and 124 additional opportunities for either sex elk. And most of those, a lot of those came from the Wilkes Ranch.
And because of public perception and outcry, they disengaged.
Yeah, well, it's a private property, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to
Absolutely.
let people in that are mad at you.
No. And just because they got an extra permit or 2, what? Can that allow that much access? Why is anybody complaining about it? That's what I'd like to know. Yeah,
I think you get the wrong article out there. And that's
Yeah.
what people read the headline.
so I think the department needs to extend the white flag or the olive branch and go to the Wilkes' hat in hand and say, hey, this isn't how, this isn't by and large how Montana feels. These are some extreme fringe groups that feel this way. And see if you can't get them back on board with the program. Because I've never met them, but from all I hear, they're very reasonable people.
Did you have anything else? Cindy?
I was just thinking, especially in the Missouri breaks, complain about the Missouri breaks. Why do we even have either sex permit in the Missouri breaks? Why don't we just have an open cow season? I know it's not
I've
popular.
I've suggested that several times, we'll go make the cow permit, or make it an open cow season on private land only. We don't wanna kill the public's elk, we need to get rid of the elk on the private land. And the private landowners know it too, even the guys that have 1,000 elk on their place are sick of 1,000 elk, they just don't, they wanna be able to pick and choose who comes in and shoots one. So, I think it should be an open cow season on private land only.
And that was proposed by Commissioner Tabor and it got shot down in flames.
Yep.
The public outcry from the sporting groups out there. Put the kibosh to it.
On page 3 of this report from 21, I just want to make sure I know that I'm reading this right. From those EHAs, there were 28 permits. Of that, 22 were filled by the landowners. Is that right? Am I reading that right? So it's like a 71% success rate by landowners, give or take?
Yeah, the
And
landowners had a relatively high success rate with their
yeah, and the
permits.
public was right around 50%. Is there any way to kind of parse why there might be a 20% difference between the two?
Yeah.
You're there the whole season.
The two reasons. One, they're there the whole season. They know where the elk are gonna be. And they probably know how to hunt. By and large, over the last 40 years of watching the public hunt, the public is really good at scaring elk. They're not very good at harvesting elk.
Well, I only asked the question because
It's different. I'm very good at it.
I think the perception of parity there is really important in these, especially if we're gonna sell it to public hunters and to say that there's a 20% difference between the two. And I get the obvious reasons why that happens, but I look at that and I think, okay, we've got some of these for 2022 that only have like a 3-day maximum hunt per hunter. And again, I can't parse all that right now to tell you if it's apples to apples, right? But it's a question I have that I think is valid, that there's a perception there that, landowners are getting everything and public is getting nothing. And when you look at that stat, it's like, okay, is there a way to get a little bit more parity, or is that really gonna be what it is? Because they are there and live there and know where the elk are, right?
Well, the other thing is, should we consider that the normal average is like 10 or 12%, right?
Mhm.
I mean, it's not 50%.
No. And if you look at the 454s and the quality and the number of bull elk killed, the public actually outperformed the landowners.
And the public killed some much bigger bulls than
Yeah.
what the landowners did.
So Everett, is it fair to look at this being the second year? I did that too.
Yeah.
This being the second year, that average could change, since if the number of public hunters that weren't contacted were thrown into the mix. I know the success rate may not be the same thing, but after 2 years of looking at that, you might have a little better average to
Agreed.
look at.
Yeah, more data points would be really helpful. It's just,
Yeah.
again, I just got that to read it, right? So
Right.
it's something that came out real quick.
Donna?
When you look at it really close, if you just look at the number of days they allow hunters, and then like this number 22, the Brown family. I mean, if I'm reading that correctly, it looks like they only own 640 acres, but they must be in a prime spot to have a lot of elk. But they're allowing up to 40 people. Is that correct? Where it says 20 permit either sex and FW selected people. How many people are allowed to hunt on that ranch?
That's 590-20. That's the district.
That's the district.
Yeah.
But back to my original comment, when you go through and you see the 3, most of the ones that are 3 are 640 acres or less, except for the Dana Ranch, which has 3 days to hunt, and they have 56,000 acres. So that was, to me, the 3 days, considering the amount of acres, was not a red flag, except for that Dana Ranch with so many acres and so little time to hunt it.
On that Dana Ranch, they're accompanied by a ranch employee, though. That's one of the requirements for that hunt. So I would
Oh,
assume that ranch employee is gonna help her get on the elk. But that's an assumption on my part. I can guess that's not
They
guaranteed.
probably don't want to pay the ranch employee. ton of
I'll
days
just chime in. Half of the Dana Ranch is DNRC property.
Okay,
And
thank you.
the Dana Ranch is owned by a guy out of, with a huge ranch in Texas, Nebraska, and Washington. And his profession is pay to hunt. He has built roads, so that Dana Ranch hunting is mostly road hunting. But they've got roads through prime areas that you can shoot elk. So that,
Well, we'll take that whole comment.
That sounds like that kind of place.
Thank you.
Just for the record,
Yeah.
could you identify yourself for the
I'm
secretary?
Randy Knowles from Great Falls, and I'm part of the Devil's Kitchen Working
Yep.
Group, which the Dana Ranch used to be a member of.
Okay, well, thank you. So that 3 days was not a red flag to me, going back to my original comment. And my question was on the Dana Ranch. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And since you brought that one up, Donna, since I live just south of that, it's an interesting thing that that ranch is participating in this, and all their neighbors participate in a more widespread opportunity, yet controlled. And so I think it's good that it's there once, but when we get back to the question of for management purposes, the question becomes, is that sufficient? I mean, I won't get into the whole detail of that, but it's interesting it's there. So it could be a crack in the cement,
Right,
but as we might hear a little more later, there's a lot more that needs to be done there for elk management purposes.
I just want us to pass some kind of recommendation that it had to be at least 5 days of hunting or X amount of days of hunting, because I think 3 days for some situations is adequate.
I think the guy can make that decision after getting the data from this year and seeing how the harvest goes. If they don't kill any elk, then it needs to be looked at. If they're 100% success or 80% success, then good enough.
So this should be 100% success. I mean, by all rights, I mean. So I think it'll be
Then we have
interesting.
to define the success as an opportunity.
Exactly.
Because you get people that are capable and
On the other hand, though, you can't have much more control than these opportunities
No,
have.
right,
So.
right, it should
what-
be.
I
it should
guess
be
my
100%
question would be, what do you
opportunity,
want?
then close to 100%.
Because that's as much as you can have.
Do we have that statistic on opportunity,
Yeah.
Jason?
Define up, what do you just?
Elk in front, have gun, can shoot.
Well, that-
In its simplest form.
It's not that, no, not that detailed,
Okay.
not to that
Mark-
level.
Mark Taylor's was though, on
Yeah.
his 7 ranches.
That's
And-
true.
And he did say that there were some people that chose not to shoot a bull or missed, or, you know, there were, I think everybody had opportunity, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Any other discussion on this report review status?
I have one for the 2022 report when it comes out next year. Is it possible to have more of that human interest metric to it? Like what we just discussed with opportunity versus I passed or something like that? Can we ask that question? And then in the front of this, it said with 96 were surveyed. Do we know what % that was of everybody that was able to be surveyed? I mean,
Yeah, I get you the number. I think it's about 120 some people that we called.
okay,
So,
out of total of,
96
540.
responded out of 126 or so.
okay. So
So we had the contact information for the designated public hunters, but not the extra public hunters that landowners allowed. So
right.
that's a distinction.
so you've got about 2/3 then of what you could have gotten then for responses.
Well, probably even
Less.
less than that. It's, So the 96 would represent the 3 public hunters per license opportunity.
The requirement.
Because that's all we had contact information for from 2021 when the hunters were provided that opportunity.
Okay.
In 22, we've got basically a roster book
Yeah.
that we provided to each of the landowners in the program to say, give us all your hunter contact information. So yeah, we can go back and either survey, monkey, or phone
Yeah.
call, or whatever method we use, but
Yeah.
the idea is to try and capture everything from September to February.
Yeah.
On access opportunities provided to the public. As you know, it's hard to sometimes remember in February what happened in November. That's where those dynamics of, did you have elk in front of you? Did you shoot? Did you not shoot?
Yeah.
It's not a quick survey response. It's all months
Sure.
after the opportunity potentially, and that can create some complexity.
I think moving forward, that information will be so valuable in the future of 454 for having, public support and people wanting to continue the program. I mean, I like the program. I think it's a valuable tool. I think we all agree, well, I think some of us agree that there's some refining we can do with it, but if we have, I want to say, more complete information on that human component, I think it can really generate some more public support that I think is needed for its future success. That's why.
Well, I think where mandatory reporting is gonna have to come in. I think that if you participate in this and you kill an elk, you should mandatorily have to report it. And in this day and age, everybody do it with a telephone. Well, almost everybody. I'll exclude myself from that one. But, that data is invaluable. We need to have that. Sell it to the landowners and the public.
Any further comment? So I think the next step on this is it goes forward. We will discuss some particulars about recommendations we were looking at last May in some of the code review that we've got coming a little bit later. So that's still to come, but everybody's good here. Thank you. Okay. Access program review. Nope.
So in front of you, members, the next 2 tabs in your packet, there's the hunting access program review, which has an updated comparison chart of the hunting access programs. You had a different version of this in May. The boxes that remain under the comparison chart are those questions that you didn't answer in May or wanted to come back and chew on some more in August. The other 2 items in that tab is the mock-up of draft rule changes for both block management and then the other block management is its own, and then the other access programs, some proposed draft rule changes. Set those aside for now. We're going to start in a different place. I'll have you go to the next tab in your packet that's labeled PLPW discussion/recommend. And that's where you find a typed up summary of your May recommendations. We recreated the Post-its from the wall that we used in Billings so that you had the original notes to look at and review and go back to as you think today. And what we'd like to do is just revisit those recommendations with you. Do they still stand for you based on thoughts you've had or conversations you've had since May? Do you want to keep those ideas moving forward? That's one consideration for today. And then we've drafted up also the proposed statute language changes to reflect some of those that require legislative proposals. And that's the next 2 pages behind that right up on the May recommendations. So just quickly, starting with 87 to 513, this is the 454 elk hunting access agreement statute. And so a couple of proposed changes here. You'll see as you read that subsection, there's a new subsection 3B added that says to reflect your recommendation here on the wall, where you said you want one like tag in each set of 3 public hunters. So whatever the landowner's requesting, you want to have one of the public hunters get that like tag. The landowner, you said in May, would still pick. And so the language in blue there is that it reflects that at least one of the public hunters must hold the equivalent license, permit, or combination thereof as the license, permit, or combination issued to the landowner or the landowner's designee pursuant to this section. But then in red, I've noted that the director's office, in reviewing your recommendation and information, they would prefer that the equal license or permit go to one of the FWP selected public hunters. That's a point I think Dale was pushing for at the last meeting. That's not where you ended up in your recommendation, but just wanted to let you know the director's office feedback from thoughts that they've been having, where they're at, and that's for you to chew on. And you can say, well, we're still going to keep that recommendation, or yeah, we'll think about adjusting our recommendation. Chair Beal had talked about an idea he had with me about ways that might go in the future, a different version. The other addition that we would propose in this statute is adding the following definitions. This is something that we've been using more in policy, right? Rule, Jason, and we're looking to codify is the idea. Refresh my memory on where those came from.
Yeah, these are just providing a definition for this program. There's already these definitions through block management, but there wasn't exact definitions for this program anywhere in rule or statute. So this is a program.
So this would be some suggested improvement to the statute from us, is to add those definitions of immediate family member as a parent, grandparent, child, or grandchild of the cooperator. Oops. Well, that's probably still the right word. By blood or marriage, a spouse, legally adopted child, sibling of the cooperator or spouse, or a niece or nephew. And then employee being a person who works full-time and year-round for the landowner as part of the active farm or ranch operation enrolled. Just to, and back looking at subsection 1 on the first page there, just some clarification there at the end that's added in, that the designee may be an immediate family member or an authorized full-time employee or landowner who is eligible for licensure under Title 87, Chapter 2. We wanted to just be explicit that they've got to be eligible to get a license. We're not getting around, if somebody's lost their privileges or whatever it is. So the second piece of proposed statutory language to reflect your discussions in May is on the next page, adjusting the PALA statute. So you had previously talked about that. Sorry, I'm just refreshing my memory on the post-it over there. So that third bullet, the department can reject applications. So you'll see in subsection 2 that change from the department shall negotiate the terms to the department may negotiate the terms. And that's a word change just to give us that flexibility that we could reject applications if in the professional judgment of the access staff, the opportunity just isn't ripe in this application. The other piece there, we've highlighted subsection 3, which is a discussion you had last time about what is the appropriate level of review of the PALA applications by the PLPW in the future. I think folks are getting a sense that the process is pretty well oiled right now. It's working well enough. Does it require full PLPW review? And sort of 2 versions of that is, one, you could still review at the regional level with the PLPW member and the regional staff, but not bring it back to the full committee unless there was something wonky or weird and you wanted to hash it out with a bigger group. The other option, which is what the director's office would suggest, is we go ahead and just remove the PLPW review at this point. They're comfortable with that proposal, but wanted us to bring that to you today for consideration and see what you guys think about that. The last change you see in this proposed legislative proposal is removing subsection 6A and B, and that's related to that $5 application fee that we all think is kind of asinine. So to be blunt.
Can you repeat that last part?
Don't quote me on that, but in any case, that is the proposed statutory stuff for you to chew on today, going back to that first tab where the proposed rule changes are, walking through those. This proposed rule change for block management, which starts with the 12.4.203. A lot of what's in here is bringing, the rule hasn't been updated since the 90s when it was first put in place. And so operational procedure has changed since then, and the rule doesn't reflect what we're doing in present day. So a lot of these proposed changes is really just to modernize the block rule the block rules, so they reflect the present day program. We've added the language in there in the definition on the first page, subsection 16, about the unified aggregate cooperative, which is a block management area where you have more than one landowner enrolled. Jason, do you want to highlight any of these in particular? I don't know if everybody had a chance to walk through them and look at them in detail, but my recollection, this focus here is really all on just modernizing the rule to reflect the present day block management program. Before I move over to the other ones, well, let me just move over to the other ones and then we'll take these one by one if you have detailed questions. The other rule change proposal is more specific about substantive changes to the program. That first one, the public land access tax credit, is to take out that strict deadline of March 15th for when those applications are processed by. As we think about getting into one timeline for all access programs, one menu for landowners, sitting down once a year and walking through all the options, taking that out of the ARM helps with that. It was set there because we were mimicking the Department of Revenue and their tax deadline, if I'm recalling that correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jason. Is that the right explanation? Looking at further down in this second rule packet, with 12.2.605, the definition section there, that relates to the PALA program. And in number 7, changing what the definition of under accessible public land is. That's that 2-mile rule, the first bullet on your PALA recommendations, reducing the 2-mile rule down to 1 mile, but also keeping flexibility for the department to consider shorter distances than a mile if site-specific considerations, make it obvious that less than a mile between access points is appropriate. Make sure I hit the 12.2.606. That's reflecting current practice. That change there proposed in 1F. Updating it to reflect the current practice. In 12.2.607 with PALA, in subsection 4, reflecting that applications must be received by a date set by the department, so that there's one calendar year deadline for PALA applications instead of this potentially ongoing revolving door of applications. Because of the way the rule's written right now, if you get an application at least 6 weeks prior to the next PLPW meeting, you could have more applications in a year. And this again is part of moving to one timeline, one menu for staff. 12.9.901 is the EHA, the 454 changes, reflecting some of what we've done to update that under the new process that we've instituted this year. So just that's what those pieces are. There's on the second to last page a new rule proposed. The process for selecting landowners where licenses and or permits are limited. This kind of lines out how we're doing it now with that 10% that the department used this time. If you're in a quota district, formalizing that 10% somehow. But we put this here for discussion. We'd like to have a public discussion about, is that 10% the right number? And do we do that, set that in ARM to somewhat solidify that instead of, just being the guidepost that we used this year. Do we formalize it somehow? The other idea that the director's office has is to go ahead and put it in the statute, propose some legislation on that 10%. Or if there's a different number that it should be, a different standard, but have that conversation publicly in a public process to make sure that that's the right amount, because there's been some discussion about is 10% what it should be. So putting that forward there and some draft language for a rule, but it could also go forward in a statutory proposal to codify whatever the right metric is. Maybe it's still the 10%, or maybe in a public process, you come out with something else. But that's why that's there.
Which adjustment was that? 12.9, what?
It's a new rule, so it's after, I'm sorry that these pages aren't numbered. I didn't catch that. The 12.9.908, right after that, on the second to last page, it says new rule 1, process for selecting landowners where licenses and land or permits are limited. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, so Jason's pointing out the 12.9.902, backing up a page. The current rule says that we have to have 2,500 acres as the minimum for a PALA agreement, or pardon me, 454. And that the proposal is just to strike that and get rid of the minimum requirement, since we've seen some adjustments this year, other
Most of them aren't
proposals.
that big anyway. A lot of them are like,
Mhm,
Donna said, there's section,
mhm,
but it might be the really good stuff.
mhm. And we'll bear that out in the results of the season and use that data for the next consideration if they apply again.
Determined by the biologist, right?
I'm sorry.
Determined by the biologist that it has elk.
Right, and again, we saw some disagreement between what the biologist looked at, a property and said, well, we're not sure that that really has the opportunity that we think, should be the standard. And the landowner saying, look, I'm here every day. The elk are there in the morning and the evening. It has the opportunity. So recognizing, we have experts and we want this to be, scientifically driven and expert based. Our basis for things, but also recognizing that, maybe the landowner doesn't have the same master's or PhD, but they're there every day and in the field and, have some expertise in that as well. So trying to strike that balance. So
I got a question. I was confused the last time we did some palas up there in hunting in region 6. There isn't any way that if my participation, my pala provides access to the neighbor's BLM permit, I don't get rewarded for that, do I? Is that written in the statute that even though I can't be rewarded for allowing access to the neighbor's ranch?
I mean, they're the neighbor's leased.
Well, isn't it in there that you might be in the Pala, but your hunters can't go on to your neighbor's BLM? Isn't that?
We discussed it last.
Yeah, I don't remember what we came up with.
Well, it's already it's already the case that the way the PALA legislation is, you can't get a PALA to let people on
The neighbors.
the neighbor's leased.
But
public land.
if you're, say you have 2 BLM permits, you're a common one, or, most of them are, in our country, there's a lot of it because there's no railroad land. And so you've got 2 ranches that are side by side and the one's access is this way. This guy won't get the acreage fee for the neighbor's ranch added to his pallet, right?
It would be part of the payment piece of it. to
He wouldn't
configure.
get it.
No, they would get just the total public land acreage factors into the how much the payment would be on that payment criteria sheet.
So I could decide, I've got 40 acres in the middle of a county road, because all the county roads went to somebody's home. And so I've got the one, and so then above that, there's 2 large blocks of public land. And I can claim the compensation for the neighbor's permit.
As long as you have the lease on the 40 acres and are allowing public access to the public land.
I
And
don't
it's
know
all
if that should be
contiguous?
that way.
Yeah, I don't either.
Well,
That's-
that's already the law.
Oh, so the legislature enacted that.
It's not law, it's just,
Yeah.
you have to have the lease.
He has
But
the
in
lease
terms
on
of
the
those-
48.
in
No,
ter-
I own the
right,
40. You
Yes,
gotta own the part that they're going
Correct.
through.
but in terms of the
Yes.
overall payment compensation, if it's a certain size, you receive more money because you're opening up a larger contiguous block of public land.
Even though you don't have the lease on this other chunk of public,
You
Yeah,
just
I
have to
don't,
have the lease to
I
get
think
to
that
the
opens up a
public.
can of worms.
big can.
You know, because the people that have the ranches are responsible, whether it's DNRC, you're responsible for the weeds and all that kind of stuff. And it was BLM, the fire. And I don't think I'm not saying that it shouldn't be included in the area that it's opened up, because you can go anywhere they want once they get off the deeded land. But I think it's wrong to compensate one of the neighbors for allowing access to they do the access, but they shouldn't be compensated for it. They should be compensated for what their permit is and not all of the
Not
rest.
neighbors, yeah.
That's just the way I feel. I think it's a can of worms that you could open up that,
Or it could lead to a lot of hard feelings.
oh, yeah. I don't think it's happened. I'm not saying that it's happened, but I don't think it's that we want to go down that road.
I don't think it's been an issue yet.
No, but it will be as these things becomes more of them, you know.
A lot of them right now.
Yeah, once a member of the public gets access to public land, and it's all contiguous.
Yeah, they can go
You can
there.
go wherever. no
Yeah,
matter
but
who has the
I
lease.
guess I don't have a problem, you know, that's the law, you know, and once you get there, you can go as long as you're following the rules, that's the way it should be, but I don't think that the guy that opens the door should get compensated for renting the neighbor's house, neighbor's place.
So to your point, to change that, we would need to go back to that criteria in the PALA agreement and the quantification,
Is it
qualification.
Montana statute or is it
That is
something that
not, that's in
the
the,
Fish and Game Commission can change or
no, that's
we
in the
can do it
side,
here?
that's the sideboards that we created for valuing a PALA. What was the payment derivative? So how did we get there? That's another issue we would have to go back to separately to change that guidance to all the regional people.
Well, I think it's wrong. You know, you shouldn't be able to rent the neighbor's ranch out to somebody.
Which basically you're doing.
Yeah, because I can really see some headaches when you get into some Forest Service ground and the guy's got a 40 and controls the access to 100,000 acres of Forest Service and the back door to the neighbor's property. And I mean, and they don't even have a lease on the Forest Service.
Right.
So, so opposite argument of that, so you, I mean, that person can qualify for that as it stands right now. And the whole point of that legislation is to open up that locked public land. So the issue that they're getting compensation, and that probably is what is driving them potentially to do the agreement to provide that access. So then the adverse would be, it would be worth losing that access to not compensate.
I don't think it'll happen, or I'm not familiar with other parts of the state of Montana, but I know one area where there's 3 different landowners that split a half section of county land. And the county road goes right through it. And one of them opted for the PALA. And he has a large block of public. And so he's compensated for that, but he shouldn't be able to open up. It goes on into some other public, you know, it's on the edge of the wilderness study area. And so logically, if there's an open road, you can go there. But he should not be compensated because there's probably another way in there from somebody else. It's an opportunity for somebody else to participate in a PALA.
Sure.
And that's my concern with it. And I think it'll probably get to where if it gets to, you know, the numbers are fairly significant.
Yeah.
You know, Whitmire Grazing signed up in the 70s for block management and they allowed public hunting through every one of those roads goes right through a piece of deeded land on the top of those ridges to access the game range. And, you know, and they allowed that forever for $10,000 a year or something. And well, now the breaks elk, you know, it's just like a zoo, an anthill. You know, and so the Pala deal worked good there. Hell, they get enough out of that to help pay the grazing fees and buy a pickup for the guy that runs the ranch for them. And it's a compensation, you know,
Yep.
but I think it's wrong that we say that you can open access to the neighbor's permit. If you've got a permit of your own, that your deeded land blocks, it's true, they open it up, but they shouldn't be compensated for it.
Okay. Donna?
It is a very complicated issue, but getting access open is extremely important, especially if it's just a 40-acre, but it's opening thousands of acres to public access on public land. Now, if the person in block management, that's the neighbor, they can put limitations. So if that 40 acres cut a corner of that private land that's in block management, that block management landowner could stipulate that you cannot hunt here unless you've registered with us. They can pass through the property onto the land. But I think what we're discussing here is more of a neighborly issue. If the neighbor doesn't want them to hunt it, the guy doesn't get paid for access through it, who's allowing it. But the neighbor can say, no, you can drive through here because it's a county road, but you cannot have my property unless you're signed up through the program.
In Pella, they're not gaining access to their private property,
Correct.
just the public.
Just the public.
Okay, so we have that down as do we need to revisit that? That was our decision, our task. So if we could.
What I would suggest just for time management today, and in terms of the runway needed to address some of these things versus other things. So the mechanism for this question and this consideration is much easier to adjust in policy than some of the other, like the block payment structure where we need to do legislative and rule proposal consideration. So I would say, let's park this one for now.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
get it clear in my mind.
and come back to it at the October meeting.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
That's, thank you for doing that.
And essentially they're set for this year anyway. They're set for this year right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've already approved them all.
Yep, we did.
So I can hardly.
All of
wait.
us did not catch that before.
What?
So duly noted.
And it starts to impact it once it hits 6 sections. So 3,800 acres is when the additive money starts to accumulate for public land acres opened up. Anything less than 6 sections, it wouldn't affect this situation you guys talked about.
Okay, everybody else clears mud on everything else we're gonna do here.
Yeah, I thank you for going through it so fast. It's a good thing. So, we'll just trust you.
Oh, so
Oh, hold us accountable. Don't just trust,
I
hold us
think-
accountable.
since we just read through all of these, we're gonna have a break here in 5 minutes, so maybe we'll just take the break. But I would like to just go back and begin with each of these and get them done. And then go back to the previous page with our recommendations. Does that make sense? Okay. The one thing I'll leave you with though on this is shall and may, and every word that we play with in here or don't read can cost us a lot of trouble. And so this is a lot of stuff in itself. But all we're looking at is the highlighted changes. You do have to take into account how that completely impacts what it is. That's my only word of caution, to not just blow through this, even though it's so well lined out. It's very important language, and we can make a mistake
The
by
best way is
missing.
just approve it and then let the hunters
Yeah,
show something.
I mean, if you have an idea of a problem in this wording, you need to bring it up. That's
Let's
all.
pass it and then read. it.
Oh,
Yeah. That's a diff,
And in timeline, so as you think about those things, so hopefully what we could do is take these proposed rule changes and get them moved through the processes, the ARM processes, in time to implement for next season's contracts. And so I appreciate that point because that's very true. And we want to tackle as much edit tweaking needs to be done now. But we would still, if we move forward in that way, have the public process where there would be time for more public comment and tweaking. So just just to let you know that it would not be the end all be all coming out of this. There would be more opportunity, but
Yeah, let's just get her done.
the
and then
hope
they'll
is to
fix-
move
they'll
it
fix
forward.
But I'm pretty sure we don't want to read this 3 times.
Mhm.
So, okay, let's take 10 minutes, good?
Yeah,
Can we
question
do
on
it?
that.
Yeah, try to figure out
Oh,
what this-
Karen, did you have a question?
Just do it or change it.
Public comment, if we make recommendations, go to the legislature, then the public comments would come in at those hearings and stuff there. wouldn't they?
Yeah, we're only gonna make recommendations. It'll be the beginning of it. Yep. Yep, good point. All right. can start with 87,2,513.
Chairman, that's fine, 87,2,513. Just for awareness, we're joined now, Lena Havron, who's our Chief Financial Officer. Thanks for joining us. She's here to help us through that block payment structure discussion this morning. We're not quite there yet, Lena, just to let you know. But she stands by to answer any finance questions that we might have. So
Which
we
book does
appreciate
we
that.
need? I'm all confused with that.
We're gonna work off of this one that, the first page says PLPW recommendations, May
This one?
Yep.
2022.
Yeah.
Turn it over. Yep, and we're gonna start on the second page with 87,2,513.
So
Where are we at?
everybody know where we're at?
This page, this one,
Thanks to
Yeah.
we do.
second page.
It's the book page, the back. of the-
Inside of this one with the yellow on top of it.
The front says PLPW recommendations, May of 22,
Little two pages.
and the back side of that is where we're at.
Sorry, we should use colored
Did
paper.
they
back
find it?
way.
We're back to the next one.
Or if you have a pre-printed version. Okay, good? Everybody on it?
Sorry, yeah.
All right, so the blue, oh, the red in the first paragraph, right?
The red in
We're
the
good.
first paragraph sub one is just a tweak that I think hopefully stands easily.
It just says you have to be eligible to get a license to get one of these. We all good on that one?
Yeah.
Easy enough? Okay. Going on down to 3B. One of the changes we recommend, at least one of the public hunters must hold the equivalent license permit or combination thereof as the license permit or combination thereof issued to the landowner or the landowner's designee. So that was our recommendation. And then the second part in the red was from the director's office questioning to seek the equal license permit for one of the FWP selected public hunters. Meaning that the first one is selected by the landowner under our blue suggestion. So they are suggesting us to look at second. Is that correct? No?
I think you could look at it a different way. It could still be one for one, but they would like, the director's office would like to see the one instead of definitely being the landowner selected hunter, being one of the two FWP selected landowners. In that scenario, you wouldn't have to have equal equality for the landowner selected one. So
Discussion.
So that if that the way it was before, if the landowner got a bull tag, then and he could pick the other guy that got the bull tag and this does away with that?
no, the way it is now, there's not a like requirement. So you would be, what you've proposed is adding a like requirement that at least one of the public hunters,
Oh, so they couldn't all get, I don't get a bull and everybody else gets to shoot a cow.
right, which is some of the scenarios we have now.
But
And
they're-
to the point on that, if you read through those on the previous sheet, many of them gave them in the first place. A number of them did it anyways, and we had talked about that from that previous review and put that in place for the one per one. So we're good on that. The second question is whether or not the landowner designates that first or the department through random drawing.
They're quite, so if the landowner gets the bull tag.
Yep.
They're saying, and then they don't get to pick who gets the bull tag on their pick.
The department would randomly pick
Yeah.
that first public hunter.
And then the landowner would pick one.
Right.
And if they
Yeah,
wanted to
something-
offer like opportunity
Yeah.
to their pick, they could as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know who was,
That's 9.5.
okay. I don't know who was next. We have Everett, Paul, Dale, and Donna. Maybe we'll go Dale since he's been so quiet.
No, I like the idea of where the director's going with it. I mean, I think it would lend more credibility to the program. I think it would gain more public acceptance. If people knew that there was a chance for the general public to hunt a like animal out there. And I think Hope just mentioned that the landowner still has that opportunity in his selection to select a like hunter. So that opportunity still exists for the landowner. I'd like to see us adopt the department's recommendation on this.
Everett?
Dale,
Okay. Donna, did you? No?
I agree with Dale.
Okay. Any other, Paul?
I strongly disagree, because I think the landowners, a lot of them will back out of this thing. Because I think what happens is a lot of these landowners are being attacked, and they're not gonna choose someone that's gonna keep attacking them. I think you're gonna lose a lot of participation there.
So to answer that, my understanding of this, they can still pick. They're still gonna pick one. And if they want to choose to give that one the same tag, they can do that.
I would like to see a little bit of a caveat put in there that after listening to Paul's, because I tend to agree with what Dale said. I think the department should get to pick one, but the landowner should have the right to refuse that guy.
It's
Because
in
if-
there.
Oh, okay. Well, then
That it's already in there that
good enough.
if there's any reason that landowner doesn't want that person for a justified reason on that, they're good to go.
So they would have time to vet that,
Yeah.
say yea or nay, thumbs up.
So again, remember, these are random, they had to draw,
Right.
right? So it's from that pool they're selected. And if there's an issue, they do not have to accept that.
Odds are slim of that happening, but I
It
can
could
see where it
happen
could happen.
in a
You have a
small
chronic
community
trespass, you
especially.
could have a chronic trespasser.
Yeah.
Get lucky, pull a permit, and get lucky again and be the first guy pulled by the department to go hunt the place, and the landowner hates it.
Yeah, they ran off with his wife.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Wow, you guys are
You-
writing
you
stories.
think that's a disqualifier, dude?
Ran off with my wife, now I gotta let him come here and shoot the bull elk. out of
Jerry
my
Springer
backyard.
stuff.
You might say thanks, Lee.
Yeah.
You never know. Okay. So are we
I
good?
think that's hopes that they
Yeah.
can.
That's,
Yep.
that takes care of that problem.
So let me get it straight.
Yes, sir.
So if a landowner's got, he's gonna get a bull tag. That other equal person, Fish and Game's gonna pick that person from the list.
The
from
landowner still
people
has
that
the
drew-
option though, Paul.
From the ones that drew the permit.
Yeah,
Yes.
landowner still can pick another guy.
The landowner can still choose another bull tag.
Yeah.
If he wants.
It's only sort of the order of how it happens.
Oh, so he could let another bull.
Yeah.
hunt.
Yeah.
Right.
Just-
If it makes the public feel good to think that they're getting a better chance by the department picking the first one, who cares?
Yep.
That's not gonna knock any landowner out of participation.
What they have to, if he would randomly choose.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
The landowner can choose under his discretion for his pick.
Right.
Okay.
So everything's good.
All right. So let's.
We're all happy.
Thumbs up on.
Thumbs up. Unanimous. Good deal.
Great. I should have stayed.
So then the last part, they're clarifying, what's that?
Oh, just to muddy the water, the only way that it can happen that the public gets it on this deal is if the department picks the landowner's choice, then we're out 100. I mean, if they get that lucky, and out of a pool of 20 or 30 people, in some instances, that could happen. So you might be short one bull by the department getting first pick.
Well, I don't think the department has to have first pick. I think the landowner can still have first pick.
Okay,
So it's the number 2 hunter,
yeah,
the
okay.
first department
Yeah.
pick has to have
I'd
that.
say the
like
department
option.
should pick second in this case, let the
That's
landowner
fine.
pick, in case they
So-
get the same.
Yeah,
guy.
that's fine.
And
I
then
think
the
the only
guy's, okay,
reason it
that's it, I don't want no more.
It would be an issue if the landowner really only wanted one bull tag
Yeah.
issued.
Yeah.
And you're saying the department gets to pick that bull tag. I mean, he has the option to also do another one, but that would be the only issue if he really only wanted one.
Right.
He doesn't
Additional.
get the option to
Yeah.
pick that,
Yeah.
that person, which
Well, this is all legislative, right?
That would be legislative.
So
So go
it'll
through the
shake out.
process.
We'll get more landowners' opinions and that's fine.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, we'll have a better cross section.
so then the last part is clarifying what an immediate family member means. So that's 8A. I.e. parent, grandparent, etc. Anything missing or?
I have a question on that or would like some clarification. When I look at that definition, and maybe it's there, but I'm just not seeing it, and I look through there. What if a landowner wants his mother-in-law or father-in-law or son-in-law or daughter-in-law? I just don't know that that's very clear in there. And to me, that would be a higher priority than letting a niece or nephew hunt. And I don't think it was purposely left out. I just don't know if it's clear enough, and maybe it is. I'm going to defer to Jason and/or Hope for that.
It says by blood or
It says
marriage.
blood or marriage.
It's spelled out.
Dale, it says means a parent, grandparent, child, grandchild of the cooperator by blood or marriage. So the marriage would cover the in-laws.
Okay, all right. It was just something I had jotted down and I just wanted to make sure it was clear. And if you're comfortable with it, I'm fine with it. Thank you.
The idea Jason said in picking that one is it matches up with landowner preference. The definition for landowner preference.
So again, is this accurate?
Doesn't it clarify it when it says a sibling of a cooperator or spouse?
Yes. By blood or marriage, so.
That covers
Yes,
everybody
very
that's a
clear.
close relative. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, if you
it
get
goes
divorced and
way
you still
down
like
the
your
line.
outlaws, you're out of luck.
Dad, nephews and nieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second cousins.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good on A. And then employee, the definition of employee on B means a person who works full-time and year-round for the landowner as part of the active farm or ranch operation enrolled in the program.
So how are you gonna determine year round? I mean, what if they just started and they have to go every year? Or what?
So Brent, since you brought that up, I was thinking about that. My employees are hired on a probation period. And so they're not really a complete full-time employee until they've passed that probation period, which can be anything in Montana. It can be 90 days, it can be a year. And I've had that point brought to me on this question is, so 6 months, I mean, for residency for a license is 6 months. Is that a relatively good number to throw for a minimum?
I think it's probably all right the way it is. It might be an incentive to retain your employees if they think they're gonna get a bull tag next year.
But technically, you could hire somebody full-time, give them that tag, and then as soon as their hunt's over, just technically devil advocate.
Be like their ranch
They're
rodeo
gone.
deals, you know, get to hire the PRCA guys to pay them for a week and they're on your ranch rodeo team. You don't go win the ranch rodeo.
Never,
I don't know, this is too far in the weeds, but if you 1099 somebody, would they then automatically not qualify because they're not technically an employee?
they're a contractor,
Yeah.
contracted
Yeah, so
employee.
they wouldn't fall.
But if that person chose to be paid in that way because of whatever, but they work there year round, does that happen enough? Is that a big deal? I just ask because I don't know.
I don't think this is a big enough issue to worry a whole lot about it. I think the definition is probably good enough.
Well,
There'd be ways to get around it.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter what you come up with, there's an end run to it. So you could let this fly for now, and if some abuse shows up, then
Right.
address it when there's an abuse that's egregious.
It seems though there is some concern there, and because I look at a teacher, and obviously a teacher is not going to be working full-time on a farm or ranch, but a lot of teachers have a 9-month contract, but that's considered their full-time job. And I could certainly see some people that are employed in a farming operation that their work is 9 or 10 months a year, 2 months a year, they're not working. Are they considered a full-time employee? I mean, in my eyes, they are, even though there may be 2 months where they're out doing something else or vacationing or not working, but I don't know, it just seems to me that there's some potential for questions to be raised on it and somebody saying, well, wait a minute, Dale Trivia's not a full-time employee because I know he's only out here for 10 months a year. So I don't know if it needs to be tightened up. That's really a question again for the department to answer, but I can see some pushback or a place where it's going to be questioned in the future. Thanks.
Well, if the landowner thinks enough of the employee to enroll him to get a tag, to me, that's good enough.
Paul?
I think a lot of the scrutiny is gonna come at the legislative, this stuff will all be, I think we just recommend it and it'll shake out with the legislature. Don't you think, Hope?
Yeah, there's a public process and we've seen that in committees. They hash those things over pretty well if something's coming up that seems like it needs addressed.
Remember, this
so.
is a recommendation, this is.
I recommend we leave it as is.
Leave it as is.
Yeah, the definition came from the block management statute, so. But your guys' point, and to your point, Dale, is exactly something I asked our legal unit about 2 weeks ago, trying to determine whether or not a custom harvester that works or somebody that works for a farmer operation currently a block, but 9 months a year, is that considered year round, even though, because that's the season of the operation versus just calendar year round. And I haven't gotten a response yet, but that's a same question.
We could get into labor law.
Because we're not checking W-2s, we're not checking 1099s, we're not
I was gonna
at that level.
You
It's
can.
all
I was
Leave
on,
it
say
as is and
who's-
let the landowner make the decision.
Who's vetting that?
it's on the landowner when they apply with their application to say that this is a person that's a full-time employee, where we just don't have really a good way to check
Has
into
there
that.
been any complaint, just leave it as is.
Everybody good with it, just like it is? All right. Okay. On to next page, 871295.
What's that one look like?
It's got a yellow highlight in the middle of it.
This one here?
Page.
That one.
Okay.
And just a little feedback, the director is listening and he just said it's a little hard to hear some folks when you talk, so if you'll be sure to project a little bit more when you're chatting, so.
Where do we need to project to? There it is.
Oh, that was a video game control.
Project to the microphone, Ed. Project to the microphone.
Who's that guy?
Thanks for the hint.
We didn't know you were here. We were gonna discuss you later.
We're watching.
Get a call.
Me, Representative Logie and myself are watching.
Okay, so actually it's two. Right, sentence 2.
Yeah, subsection 2, the change of the shall to the may, giving the department flexibility to reject applications.
I like it.
Any discussion? It's the big word. Okay, we're good? All right. And then the last would be just striking of that bottom 6, subsection 6A and B. Correct? And that's getting rid of the $5 application fee, essentially. I don't think we have any questions or issues there. All right, easy.
And do you want to revisit 3, the PALA review process by PLPW?
So if we revisit that, what we had recommended or had come is that after reviewing the PALA agreements for 2 years, the question came to be, since it was legislated that this council review all PALA agreements, And we looked at that and combined it with block management, which is a much larger program, and we do not review all those agreements. We've installed the sideboards, other than the one we now wonder about. So we came to that point where do we need to review in the same process or even review PAL agreements in the future?
I think the way we, the PLPW members who were in the regions were in on the discussion and had some input, and then it was done regionally with it. We didn't have a set of guidelines to begin with.
Right.
Now we do. And so if the regional people do it and then we second guess everything they do at this meeting, I think it could be noted that the members of this committee, if they had a question, they could ask about one of them, which kind of what happened this year. And I think it worked good this year. I don't know what anybody else thought, but we were sat in on the one for Region 6, which is the only one you know anything about.
Yeah.
Everett?
So we're not recommending a legislative change, just an in-house change in how we might do it correctly.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Would it be legislated, is it dictated by the legislature?
Well, the subsection 3 now requires the committee to be involved somehow. And I think you could argue whether and how. It says you shall review the agreements and make recommendations to the department. I think I would suggest if you want to dial it back, that there might be a tweak to reflect that dialing back, so it doesn't look like we have to bring everything and you have
Well, it
to.
takes a half a day in one of these meetings to go back through and do everything that's already been done by the educated professionals that run the department with the help from the members. I think it's, unless there's some red flag, I think we could be kind of a shortened deal rather than go through each one of them individually and quibble over the amount of compensation and all that. That's my thought.
I think you could alternatively, change subsection 3 so it read something more like, in reviewing applications, the department, will make the opportunity available to PLPW members to participate in review, but not make it as formal. a requirement. Right. And, we could continue operating much like we did this year, where if you want to sit in on your region's discussion, you could. And then, if a weird red flag pops, the department could bring it to the committee and say, hey, we've got this really weird sticky wicket thing. What's your recommendation on how to handle this? But you'd have to have a level of trust that we would do that, to alter that.
Dale has a hand up.
I guess kind of going back to our discussion before, it just seems to me that, and someone alluded to it earlier, that some of these, the decision just needs to be made by the department that they're not worth carrying forward. And I think we've already voted on that. But some of those that came through, they spent a bunch of time making copies, to provide to us. And we kind of, just rolled our eyes like, why are we doing this? It just seems to me a better process is to leave it to the regions to say, yeah, this is something that they need to carry forward or not. But then also, if they want to reach out to us, that's fine to get our input on them. But I still think at one of our PLPW meetings, there needs to be a presentation on PALA and say, okay, here are the projects that we received for 2023. We've rejected these for this reason, and not have to print out a 20-page application for everybody to look at, but just provide some input back to this council for what was rejected, what was accepted, but at a level that's less. We don't need a book that's 200 pages because it's timely and it's costly to print those out for everybody. I just think there's an easier process for the department to adopt and move through.
It could look like a master list, much like we did for the elk hunting access agreements, just a basic summary, something or overview of what we received and.
I think something like that would work very well, Hope.
Could we change shall to may?
May review proposed public access land agreements and make recommendations.
Good.
Yeah.
Everett?
I'm really comfortable just leaving it how it is and working under the guidelines that we did this last year, delegating to the regions. We still fulfilled the legislative requirement here, but we had the flexibility to do it how we as the PLPW see fit. I think streamlining it like we can't, like Dale was suggesting, is great, but I don't think that we need to change it. And I'm not super comfortable giving government less oversight as a general rule. So I'm kind of okay just keeping it how it is, and it's worked well, I think, this last year. Yeah, but we could just streamline it like Dale was saying.
Any other
Just get a
comments
Quick report.
to that?
The only thing that I see is, if the regions are already contacting the members that are there, we are, reviewing them. Because that's the members reviewing them.
Yeah.
So we're already doing that without taking it to the whole committee.
Yeah,
What we wanted to eliminate was the hours we spent all looking over them all over again. I think that's what we want to try to avoid.
so to that point, Paul, it seems to me that how the process has gone, we've learned that we don't need to do the full length process that we did in the past. Some of those are complete reviews anyway on renewals. I just question whether we even need to mess with this, because if we're doing the review that comes in the region, which is what we're most familiar with, I think we're getting the best look at those agreements, how they impact the neighborhood.
Yeah, and then if there's an issue, the person in that region brings it forward to the whole council.
Yeah. And then maybe, as Hope suggested, that's all we get at the full council meeting. You know, we're not really making any decisions. The supervisors are. We're just saying, yeah, that looks good. To me, it's still within this code to just, we're changing our process after reviewing how we did it for the last 2 years. I mean, it morphed this year anyway. To me, the issue here with this particular section seems out of place for us, other than the legislature required it. When you look at this program, it's a budget of $500,000 annually. $1 million.
Oh, annually is 500,000.
Yeah.
So the biennium is.
Yeah, so 500,000 annually, and block management is 9 million, 7 million,
Closer to 10.
10 million, and we don't review all of those. To me, that's the only thing that seems.
Well,
hard to
when they
reconcile.
passed the legislation, there was no parameters or
Right.
sideboards, and so I think we're past that now, and if this covers it and allows us some flexibility, whoever makes up this council has the ability to make it work, I'd say, leave it alone.
What do y'all think? We need to
I agree.
do something legislatively, just let it rest, and we do what we did this year?
Yep.
Essentially. I did hear from some of the, remember we talked to those supervisors, and some of them liked the initial input in the beginnings. So when we looked at the first offers as they came, I think a number of them commented they appreciated that look. I don't know if that helps staff a ton, if the greatest time consumption is on the final presentation in that 400-page book. I mean, to me, it seems like that's a huge collection of information.
Do we slow up the process because they're waiting for our review?
I think if you're involved in the regional review, it's happening on that timeline. It might be an availability question, but any thoughts on that, Jason?
Not really. I mean, we're looking at it. It may take some tweaking into the future as we look to one menu, one timeline anyway. How all that plays out, but yeah. As long as the regional reviews, which
help us be consistent with other programs, but help us be consistent across projects. So we do review that prior, even that regional review as an access staff to make sure everybody's scoring the same, looking at it the same way. And then it comes to that regional review team actually, where you guys become involved at that level. And that was a learning process too, right? From that first year, we didn't have you, and then we went to that first meeting and everybody see the projects for the first time, and that's where it became a bigger meeting.
Yeah.
So that's how we plugged you in. I think the second year, maybe, I think we've done twice now with the regional PLPW member, and that seemed to have gone really well because everybody's that's familiar with the properties coming to the meeting already knowing what they're looking at.
Okay, because we were adjusting dates on some of the other proposed legislation. I just didn't want this to hold something up
Yeah.
if they had to wait for our review.
So is it accurate?
I can't answer that right now. I mean, changing it to May would give us the flexibility, the word from shall to may.
And I'm very comfortable with changing that word.
At the same time, to Everett's point, I don't want to be crossways on other direction.
Yeah, I mean, I think the May does give us more flexibility if something weird happens. So just so for awareness, come December, the access managers are all gathering and talking in much greater detail about how we get to this one time period, one menu operational standpoint. So they'll tease through all those fine details of how do we make that work? What does that look like? Et cetera. I think, I can go either way, whether it's shall or it's may. May gives us more flexibility just in case something weird happens. But if we go to May, Everett, I would commit to you, we're very committed to keeping you engaged in this process and not,
And I don't feel
Yeah.
otherwise.
yeah.
I just, as a
I respect what you're
principal,
saying, yeah.
I like government to be in check.
So I would propose we change the word from shall to may.
Discussion on that. None? So the only thing we would do is recommend changing shall to may. That paragraph. Correct?
Both shells,
Pardon me?
both shells or just that?
Oh, no, leave the shall, consider to Everett's point.
Okay, okay.
Is that correct?
Another version, just to throw this out there from my former wordsmithing life, would be to change the sub 3 so it reads something more like the department shall provide the opportunity to PLPW members to review application and program information, so that the committee may make recommendations as needed, something like that. Could be a different version of that.
If you did that, would we leave this second sentence, the department shall consider then the recommendations?
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
I like that.
That seem feasible. We shall provide the opportunity. We'll let you know when everything's happening. If you're able to get involved and want to be involved, great. If it doesn't work for you for some reason, then, none of us are stuck under, you have to do it, and we're waiting.
I just don't want to slow down any processes.
Director Warsack, if you're listening, are you comfortable with that? Oh, you might be tied up again.
Okay.
Yeah, we can, if something comes up, we'll let you know, and we'll wordsmith that a little bit and bring you something back this afternoon, even for
So
a second look this afternoon.
clarify for me, if we go to May or however that last statement you presented would be, then will we be doing that as a process or only in the case of a concern?
I think it probably ends up running the same way you guys did it this year. You can say functionally, we'll run it the way we did this year. If for some reason somebody can't participate, we're not hung up on a timeline. you want to think on it and come back to it this afternoon?
My only hesitation to changing it is just that then it makes other thoughts come up.
Happen.
Make it
Why
worse.
are we changing it? You know, I mean, to me, the justification for us to change this is what I said. This is a $500,000 a year program that we review because it's new. The other one's a $10 million program that isn't new, that we don't review. But they're, you know, to me, that doesn't make sense. So I'm kind of stuck in that. That we either just leave it alone. I mean, if it's May, are we gonna do that first look each year? You know, because May can get lost 3-5 years down the road. As soon as you don't do it once for a reason, then it's gone. I don't know.
If we leave it as is, I think we can streamline the process like everybody suggested, where we have a master list and it takes us 20 minutes to look it over. There's no red flags, we move on. I do think it's important though, that we continue to review these types of things. Not only because it's new, but because that's why we're here with the perspectives is to look at the things that the department's doing and make recommendations. And so it seems like it's just part of our job description.
Yeah, without some oversight, there could be somewhere down the line, something could happen where a family member of the department is getting enrolled in a program they don't belong in.
Yeah.
Qualify for, so
And again,
some
for me,
oversight is good.
to be clear, I don't feel like there's anything nefarious going on here at all. I think it's a good principle and if we streamline it within the council, we still meet the requirement from the statute.
So I guess I would just propose then that we leave it as it is. And the department comes back to us, at least in the next meeting, and says that streamlined process will be X and it will be efficient for them time-wise in that process. Just so we know from the workload on the department that it makes sense how we're going forward with it. We're still reviewing it. Seemed too simple though. So
Sometimes simple. is better.
any other, you want to stay with May, Donna?
No, I'm comfortable with that, you know, as long as it works with the other time frames
Yeah.
that we're changing, if the department looks into that, it's fine then. And we are a council around, year round, so we could be having a meeting called.
Okay, so we'll leave it on the pared down, with our process being the pared down process. Okay, all right. So then, on the other page, I think we go to 12.2601.
So this is reviewing this document, the proposed revisions to the block management rules. That,
That's all right.
am I holding up the wrong one? 12.2, oh, pardon me, the other access program, not the block rules, 12.2601. Starts with the public land access tax credit.
Yeah. Everybody found that one? So it says, proposed to move all arm under parks and outdoor recreation section. Everybody on that?
No, not yet.
Not quite.
It's got a lot of blue on it.
And yours.
There you go. I don't know if it comes in late, but I had it.
Fast one.
I don't think the binders.
Okay,
are
so it's in front of the other ones. Yeah.
Just extra shit.
Okay, all right. So the first section is just changing from a certain date of March 15th to on or before a date set by the department for the completion of the application. Any problems with that? None? Okay. And then striking, the department will award contracts no later than May 15th of the year in which the credit is to be claimed. Again, this is on the $750 tax credit. Good. No questions? Jumping down to G, indication as to whether or not outfitting or commercial hunting restricts public opportunities.
It's a restatement of the previous language that said indication as to whether or not on the private land through which access will be provided is managed through outfitting or commercial hunting.
Now it reads, the proposal is indication as to whether or not outfitting or commercial hunting restricts public opportunities on the private land through which access will be provided.
Can you explain what they're trying to do there?
Trying to be more consistent with our other programs, more or less, but ultimately, with this tax credit program, I think we need to maybe revisit it a little bit more. G probably can just be left as it is, honestly. The statute, I'm trying to find the language. I have to look it up, but basically you can't be in this program and outfit your private property, which to me doesn't make any sense because we're not accessing the private anyway. This is a tax credit to get to the public land. So let's hold on G for a bit, if that's all right, Mr. Chair, and we'll come back to it. Because I want to make sure that the language in G is consistent with statute. But that's where the idea came from, was to be more consistent with the other block management statutes, which are unreasonably restrict. So basically you can't unreasonably limit public opportunity, but in this case, it doesn't, the outfitting piece no longer applies for this program. So that's why we need to verify.
So you're recalling that suggestion for the moment.
I would say not change G and move on to the next.
Good.
My recommendation.
Okay.
How many of these things, when does this thing sunset? Doesn't it say that?
It's 2027, I
And
believe.
how many do we do every year?
7.
5.
Oh, yeah.
5, so we're talking about a $3,800 tax deduction to 5 guys in the state of Montana. And we're gonna let it lapse anyway. What do we need to do anything to it for?
Well, I won't answer that.
Come on, get on the record.
Okay, so we're gonna drop that changed suggestion right now. Good? Everybody good with dropping it? Okay, all right,
Leave it as it is.
leave it as it is.
Okay.
All right, jumping down to D. Access routes available to motorized vehicles must be safe and passable during dry conditions for 2-wheel drive vehicles.
And that just restates the PALO rules, actually. So rather than capable of typical road use vehicles, it puts more definition in and makes it consistent with the PALO rules of that exact access route definition.
Is there a better definition?
Alice says 2-wheel drive.
So you drive their Cadillacs.
Why?
Yeah, what difference, what, is it just to get it if it works, or what did you say it worked for, Jason? What was the other one that this is aligned with?
The public access land agreements, the
Oh.
PALOS. So you have that in your group, your here too, in 12.2.607. It's 1E. Access routes must be available to motorized vehicles and safe and passable during dry conditions for 2-wheel drive vehicles.
I think that's a deal breaker.
So is there an enforcement issue that is created by the previous language? Other than consistency with the ballot? No?
We could go consistency in the other direction. Just make it out.
Yeah, this was language that was from our lands unit back in the day about some right-of-way easement stuff. We're trying to be consistent and ensure that our right-of-way easements that the agency is purchasing also is consistent language with these programs. That's where PALA stuff came from. So this is, again, providing more definition to it. But it's not, yeah, you're right. It could be if somebody has, so if somebody doesn't have.
Well, actually, does that mean I shouldn't take my four-wheel drive or should I use my motorcycle?
E-bike. You know, at the
Careful.
APR, you're doing on the PN, you can use an e-bike.
And the poachers do it too.
So should we leave it? Or should we change it?
I have a
The
question
other
for you.
language is below it. Dale has.
Ed, well, when you say access roads available to motorized vehicle must be safe and passable during dry conditions for two-wheel drive vehicles. Are we precluding opportunities by putting that on there? I mean, how many people are out there hunting and two-wheel drive vehicles? I mean, I understand what they're trying to say, but I could also see where all of a sudden somebody's not qualified or doesn't qualify for the program because of this. And how many people really go hunting with a two-wheel drive vehicle? And what does that mean? Does that mean all two-wheel drive vehicles? Does it mean a pickup truck that's in two-wheel drive? I mean, it just seems to me that's it can hang you a little bit.
Just a side note with this tax credit program is that it's for all recreations, 6 months in a day. So you have to be, there's no, you can pick if you only want hunting or only fishing or only hike. You have to be allowed for all recreations that happen on public land. Not that it changes the discussion, but just for context.
So what if we just said access routes available to motorized vehicles must be safe and passable during dry conditions?
Yeah.
I disagree.
Okay,
I disagree hugely. And it's probably the only thing that's ever come up that I feel this strongly about. You cannot put the word safe because you cannot guarantee anybody's safety. Are you opening this landowner up for a lawsuit because we have the word safe?
Valid point.
Yeah.
Very valid point.
Oh, we take out safe, just put passable.
Or we just let it alone and revert back to the original language and.
I think,
vote for that.
I think you delete it. I think.
I think
Within
leave it
a
alone. I
society
agree.
that we
Yeah,
live in,
leave it
I
like
can
it
see
is.
somebody
Why do we want to put that in
smiling
there?
suit over.
so, yeah,
Let's strike D.
so we have two options here. We strike D completely, or to leave it as access routes available to vehicles must be capable of accompanying typical road use.
How long has it been this way? When did we start this?
Probably since its inception.
Yeah, let's just leave it alone.
Yeah,
I'd
that's
say
right.
it's gonna die of
Just
a natural death.
let's leave it as it is.
Yeah.
To Lee's earlier point, there's 5 agreements.
180.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave it as it is. All right. Flipping the page. So we're jumping down to 12.2605 at the bottom.
Number 7. Oh, yeah.
Number 6. We're striking the word inaccessible. So public land that is leased by the landowner means inaccessible public land or underaccessible public land for which the landowner has an agreement with a government agency authorizing the landowner to use the whole or part of the public land for grazing or farming. And why do we need to strike that?
Well, inaccessible public, it's because it's sort of a definitional loop. Because you're already referring to inaccessible public land, which is defined in 1, and under accessible, which is defined in 7, and so.
Again, if I have agreements, it doesn't really matter.
What do you want to do? Take it out?
Yeah, you wouldn't need it in there anyway. It just says part of the public land.
It's redundant.
Don't need to.
Okay. So we're agreed to remove inaccessible, highlighted in red. Okay. 7, under accessible public land. So all we're doing on that first one is currently, the agreement has to designate a access point 2 miles apart. And we had recommended in May that we go to 1 mile. Are we still happy with that?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Anybody have a second thought afterward? No, so we'll go with it. So we're good on the 1 mile. Okay. Or another lesser distance determined by the department, improving public access to public lands based on site-specific considerations. So that makes it less than 1 mile. Yes.
This would be an exception, right? There's always exceptions.
Well, if we have an exception, why do we have to change to 1 mile?
It's in the code. 2 miles is in the legislation,
Yeah, but if we have the
No.
exception down
isn't
below.
it?
No, it's
It's in the rule. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's in the rule you're looking at.
Yeah.
I think it's a starting point, Cindy. If without anything. It's a starting point.
What do you want to do? Questions?
I think it's fine.
I'd say leave it the 1 mile and then also leave that caveat because it does provide a starting point. I'd hate to have it just thrown open to anybody that wants to be considered, and I guess that's poor choice of words, but I just put some little bit of sideboards on it and there's definitely going to be some instances where, boy, it's less than a mile, but it's still crucial and maybe we need to look at it or the region needs to look at it. But I like the idea of going from 2 to 1 mile and then throwing that other caveat out there. But still, most people look at it's going to say, hey, for the most part, it's 1 mile or greater.
So again, this is one of the considerations in the PALA sideboard. So that the regional people need a definition for or not, as I see it. So is it 1 mile or anything?
I'd go with 1 mile. It gives you a starting point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then if it's the 1 miles up a cliff, they can probably shorten it.
Is it up the cliff or from this point to this point?
It's a short trip if it's down.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason,
Yes, sir.
do these limitations have eliminated anybody that we might?
The
So we
two,
might be able to improve the program.
the two did.
Yeah,
That's why we brought
Yeah,
this up.
we've had 1.8 mile, 1.9 mile
Yeah, so
applications that wouldn't
I don't think
qualify.
we
under
want
the
to
current rule.
discourage people to open access. We want to make it easier for them to do that.
You heard Kendra McCloskey, the access manager in Region 2 at our last meeting say, I mean, they don't have any pallet proposals in Region 2, and Kendra said that 2 mile really keeps
We're good.
keeps them out.
This might improve the whole program and get more people involved.
So what I'm hearing is we go with 1 mile and leave it at that. Is that correct?
1 mile and special consideration.
That
I
takes
do,
care of it.
I like the special.
Yeah, we're in a different part.
So then we're talking about 1 mile. So you really don't have a limit.
Right.
We're going from 2 miles to whatever.
And we could just eliminate the mile part of it and just put,
Special consideration.
special consideration. Simplify it even more.
So I'm clear, 1 mile was completely our creation in the sideboards.
The 2 miles was
Or the 2
our
miles.
recommendation. One, because of elk security cover studies, motorized vehicle routes, trying to eliminate too many access points.
Right.
And then the other one was, we didn't think we needed multiple access points on a section by a section, if it's a 1 mile, but after going through this, I think 3 times now, we've learned that the 2 mile restriction is a handicap.
Yep.
Especially when it comes to walk-in versus motorized access. If somebody wanted to allow, a 1.8 mile motorized route, but it didn't qualify, but the motorized route would improve access, then that would have been a good project. We just had to turn those down because of the 2 mile restriction.
Why didn't they use the exception?
We didn't
Because
have an
there wasn't
exception.
one
Okay.
at that point in time.
So,
And it's a little different under the circumstance that you're also now proposing that the department has authority to reject applications. Because if you take away the initial threshold,
Yeah.
when it was the department shall negotiate, everything was on the table. So, combining, the department may reject things that aren't enough of an opportunity, or, don't get enough of that inaccessible public land piece. You combine those two pieces, it's a little different story.
okay. So somebody give me the,
Leave it at a mile. If it's a cliff, they can just.
Special consideration at that point.
Leave it like it's written up here.
so we go with 1 mile or another lesser distance
Mhm.
as proposed. Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. You still have your oversight, Everett. Okay, F, 100 Palace. Request for improvements. If applicable, to be conducted on private land, to facilitate public access to the public land. Improvements are limited to and valued at 1,000 per agreement year, dependent upon available program funds.
It's the way we've been operating. It's, I want to explain the discussion with design and construction and how that $1,000 threshold was.
Yeah, there's a couple things here. One, from the standpoint of we don't want to put too much money into a project on an improvement and then have a 1-year agreement out of it. I mean, that just, from a wise use of resources and funds, that's one of the concerns. Another piece of this was we were trying to figure out with our design and construction cost lists, okay, this is gonna need a culvert, this is gonna need X amount of gravel, this is gonna need, and our access staff and design and construction don't have capacity to look at every one of these improvement requests and say, yep, that one's gonna take 10 grand, and that one's gonna take 5 grand, and that one's gonna take 3 grand. I don't know how many cubic yards of rock this is gonna take. So this just puts that at a threshold there where we can explain to a landowner, okay, if you wanna have this cost value put to the improvement, you're gonna have to be in the program for at least this long. The rest of it can be on you, but this is what the agency is gonna provide in terms of an improvement, because it gives us that sideboard on the negotiable term of an improvement to facilitate public access.
Discussion?
So the last couple of years now, we've operated under that.
Yeah.
This is what it is. If you want an improvement, this is what the value is at this yearly rate.
If you want 10,000 improvement, you gotta sign up for 10 years.
Exactly.
And that's what we're doing.
That's the way we've been doing.
What's that?
Isn't that the way we've been?
Yep.
Yeah. So this just
Reflects
clarifies.
what the program has evolved to.
Okay, we good? All right, everybody good?
So instead of that revolving application opportunity, this
Yep.
would set 110 a year.
Everybody understand that one? So going to that, going to the one menu concept by a date set by. the
One
department.
date,
Yep,
kind of like your tax date's the 15th of April. Just do one for the department so everybody knows rather than,
and the landowner, Yep.
makes sense to me.
assuming they're all gonna be on one day. Okay,
Maybe one date statewide.
there you go.
Yeah.
Everybody good there?
Yep.
All right,
So, Mr. Chairman, that gets us through the PALA rules. The next section gets into the elk hunting access agreement rules, and I wonder if we might set this aside since Lena is here and we have her right now. If we could skip forward in our bullets on our agenda to the block payment discussion and come back to the rules, because we could spend quite a bit more time doing this, and I don't want to lose our window with Lena as we have that block payment discussion and her expertise in the financial stuff.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, when do we discuss the flip chart stuff?
This one?
Yeah.
A little later.
Okay. Thank
We
you.
were talking maybe October.
Oh, okay. Not, I might forget about it and then, but you
We'll
have to
keep
send me
we'll
an
keep
email.
track of it. We have an opportunity to come back to other discussion points this afternoon,
Okay.
after our other discussions. But so if we can, then we can, and if we need to push it to October, we have that more calendar runway to get back to that piece of the
Thanks.
discussion.
Okay, so is there a page for that?
There is not a page. It
Okay.
is a bullet point on your agenda. So the director's office has been talking with the governor's office about support for increasing overall funding for access programs and opportunity across the board. And part of that is looking at redoing the block management payment. The initial idea that came out of that was increasing the cap of maximum annual payment to $50,000. It's currently $25,000. $25,000 went into effect after the 21 legislature made a change. And so the question becomes, with that support for increasing the block management payment, wanting to make block, wanting to keep it attractive to landowners in light of other things going on and other opportunities going on. The question becomes, is that a simple consideration of increasing the per 100-day payment by an X dollar amount? It's currently 13, thank you. You know, do you increase it by $5 to get to more of a CPI adjusted rate compared to where it started several years ago at 13? Or do you consider a different block structure entirely on payments? And that is on the table, and we would like to use this as the starting point for that conversation. If we look at changing how block payments are structured, we'd like you to be in on the ground floor here and helping us think about this. One idea that's been thrown out is make a base payment for all cooperators, and then you do some sort of 100-day multiplier on top of that. There are other considerations. We really are looking for your ideas. And if you redid block payment structure, and keeping in mind the program is built on making those payments for impacts by hunters, not paying for the access itself. You know, how would we do that if we started over? What ideas based, you know, and several of you said in your roundtable this morning, as you've reported out from your areas, folks aren't happy with the way the block payment's working right now, and just upping the 100-day isn't the answer necessarily. You know, I think Donnie, you were the one who said there's a concern about throwing good money after bad by just upping the dollar amounts. And so a restructure, this is an opportunity to do that, and we'd like to have that discussion.
Are we gonna try to do that today? Restructure?
We want to start. We
Oh.
want to start.
We don't have to have it finished.
We don't have to have it finished, but we want to start. I mean, what's in statute about the payment structure is the cap. And so we have more runway in between getting to the cap and now, you know, what that looks like in between in policy. But we'd like to start that conversation now so we can accurately explain in kind of the direction that we're headed.
But if memory serves, before we raised it the last time, there was like 60 or something that were under, hit the cap. What is it now?
About 20, 18.
So by raising, and what was it before we raised it, Jason?
15,000. So in 2017, perhaps 2019 session, it went from 12,000 to 15,000. And then in the 21 session, through Representative Logie, we went through a $25,000 per landowner maximum payment. So it did go up quite a bit from 2 sessions prior. But we still have about 18 or so landowners who are over that cap, and it
25.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And I mean, it ranges from 70,000 down to probably 30-some thousand impacts that are receiving. the
So they're getting
25.
more than the 25 now?
No,
No.
they can't.
They're just allowing more hunting than they're getting compensated.
Correct. You're either at a reduced hunter day rate,
Right.
instead of the 13, it's 4, let's say, to get to 25. Or you're just offering a bunch of free access.
Can I ask?
How
you a
much
question?
funding is there for the program?
It's a good question for Lena.
Well, so Lena, the question is how much funding, I have a ballpark that the director's office gave me, but, and that was $10 million, and we're roughly funding at about 7 and change right now, is that right?
So it depends on what you're talking about, if you're specific to the contract payments, or if you are talking about the whole program in and of itself.
We'll lay them out both.
Lay them out both. Stand by, please. I was just looking at expenses, and currently we're showing about 22 participants that hit that max, Jason, per our calculations. Just I don't know if we have different calculations, but
No, that's just off the top of my head, so you may be more accurate.
So the block management program budget, sorry, I have 14,000 documents open. And not the right one.
So if y'all look at page 13 of the draft report, it's behind the tab labeled PLPW biennial report. There's a table there that Lena provided. So
By this, it looks like there's $1,000,005.
Yeah, $1.5 million. It goes, which isn't a lot of money. Different one.
So the current block management budget is $7,549,000.
Where's that? Is that on this handout that we've got?
it doesn't, we can't quite match it up the way that table's broken out, but $7.5 million is the current block management budget.
That for contracts?
Hope, are you looking at the table that has, those are all expenses by the fiscal years?
Right.
Yeah.
So budget versus actual expenses will be different too.
Correct.
Budget is how much?
Hmm. And actually, I haven't asked for the restore of the $1.8 million yet. So your budget for fiscal year 23 will actually be $9,400,000.
So I think the way to do this and not get bogged down in these numbers and these considerations is focus on how should the payment be structured? And if we could have some building blocks to think about how you think the payment would be better structured, then we can take time between now and the October meeting to run numbers with Lena on different alternatives of what that looks like. So we could, look at projected budget and what would be required, and does it fit within that ballpark that the director's office and the governor's office has been talking about?
There, why couldn't we just leave it, take the cap off? If we're doing it on a pay per play deal, and everybody gets paid the same per 100 day. And it's up to the participants that are going to access the block management agreements, whether it's a quality deal or they think it's worth it or not. If we just took the limit off and just left the payment the same, Did it take care of it?
Well, except if we were to run out of budget would be, I think.
Well, how much can we afford to pay? Does anybody know that number?
Lena?
Well, so I would hesitate against that because as Jason can probably contest to, there's a couple of these agreements that would take all of the money because they provide so many more hunter days. Some of those large agreements, Jason, I think are they in Region 1? I believe those cooperators would probably drain this entire budget.
How much is it? 9 million, is that what you said?
9.4 for 23.
And that's not just the landowner part though, that's includes the operational part also. Right?
Correct.
So how many uncompensated days are the landowners in those 18 agreements supplying now over and above that?
I have a document that will tell me that as long as I can find it. Hold on one second. Keep talking. I'll find it and I'll let you know. How's that?
Well, so lead to Lena's point, there is some corporate timber stuff in Region 1.
Oh,
That's,
okay.
that's, I don't know, $800,000 if you considered all their 100 days.
Well, I mean, if you just gotta put the cap low enough so that you don't pay them anything.
Well, correct. Yeah, there's a couple that are really high. Just, I mean, those are really difficult to get an actual true 100-day number on as well, because they're so large that they're 10% of the private land program. So we use an estimate more or less for that, some of that corporate timber stuff.
But on those
Correct me
regional,
if wrong, they're primarily providing an armed hike through the woods.
Yeah,
I would disagree.
That's
There's a
what correct
number
me
of
if wrong, 'cause I don't go over to West Vermont.
There's a number of them where there's really good whitetail opportunity. And it just depends where they're at. But are they budgeted separately through that access project or no?
they're enrolled in block. Yeah. So what we're talking about is, Plum Creek, Warehouser, now SPP, Flathead Ridge Ranch, MKH, some of those larger corporate timber ships that are now breaking up into smaller pieces. But I'd have to look and see the exact, I'm pretty sure it's MKH, but it's 600,000 private land acres because of their enormous size.
We don't wanna go there. then.
No. Dale, you had your end up for a while.
Well, and I understand the discussion on the cap. But we're talking 18 or 22 cooperators out there. Isn't a bigger question really the multitude of other people that are getting $13 a day and wanting to keep them engaged in the program by paying them a daily fee that may be more reflective of the current market? I mean, again, I understand what you're saying, but I look at Region 7 and think, well, there's probably a lot of people out there that look at the $13 a day and just say, that's really hardly anything. And even if let's just say, just pulling a number out of the air, let's say we bump it to $20, they probably still aren't going to hit the current $25,000 limit, but it may be a fair compensation, something that they would look at and say, wow, now this is worth my while being in or staying in block management. And again, they're not going to come close to the $25,000 cap.
Paul?
I've got a couple of questions. First of all, what is the total revenue coming into the block management program? I mean, we've got license sales, right? So much of that goes to fund the program. Do we know what that number is?
On this report. It's about, yeah, 9 million.
So that's the maximum amount, right?
That would be the license side.
Yep.
So there's a there's a earmark on certain licenses that
Right.
collect, and that's where the license side is.
License.
Yeah, and then if you think about, it's up, I don't know how much PR, Pittman Robertson funds we're gonna put behind the program into the future, but that's the place where you
Can we
See the
put PR
growth.
money towards this?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
that's the intention from the governor's
Oh, I see.
office.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. So I see where they're going with that.
Yeah.
So the next question is set aside these big timber corporations, okay? Because they're not your typical block management cooperator. Set them aside. And you've got, how many of people of the typical smaller places are getting the maximum amount? How many of the 18 or 22 are the corporate timber companies?
just a couple.
Just two of them are?
Yeah.
So,
I have to look at my
so
spreadsheet.
so you're saying there's roughly 20 of the normal, smaller operators. So you're telling me, and they're getting the 25,000, right? So they're running close to 1,800 days through their places?
Mhm.
I don't see how that's even feasible. You take the biggest ranch in Montana, you have 1,800 days. That's a tremendous amount of 100 days. How could you have any game left on the place at all? You see where I'm getting with that? I think it's a huge mistake to be paying for boots on the ground or paying for 100 days, because, if I did that on the ranches I lease, I wouldn't have any game left. So I guess I need to understand how of those 20 ranches, how are they getting 1,800 days on their ranch? And how big are these ranches?
So if you go into the tab with the rules and stuff we were just looking at. That,
This
um,
thing here?
in the packet here is the fourth tab. Of the hunting access program review section. Where the rules and stuff we were just looking at is at.
Under access review, program review?
Yep, just the very back of that, there's a rough table. With just the acres, it doesn't have the 100-day breakdown on it, but there's the properties that are the acres enrolled. The type of acres that are enrolled. That would be this thing. So these are the acres for everybody who's at the cap. Or over the cap. This would be everybody who's over the cap currently. And their acreage. Not that explains the 100-day piece of it, Paul, but that's who they are. That's their acres enrolled. A lot of it with the access points and the sign-ins based off signatures is that you don't necessarily have to set foot on the place. Sign in at the box and don't see anything, you go on to the next spot. But at the same time, it's not just big game hunting either. So could be antelope, could be upland bird opportunity, could be waterfowl opportunity. So there's that piece of it too.
And just to be clear, Jason, it's not that there's actually 1,800 people on that property the whole time. It's just open for that.
During the whole seasons that are
So
open.
it could have been
So-
one person,
I mean,
but
yeah,
it's open for 1,800.
100 days,
Yeah, 100
correct.
days.
So you could have, I know I've signed into boxes 7 times, 8 times in 1 year.
Yeah.
One general rifle season, I sign alone, just myself would be 8 to 10 times in one sign-in box. That's 10 hunter days, one person.
And the other thing I'd say about that, if you take the full archery season and the full rifle season, and a little bit extra that we throw in there, that's 20 hunters a day. And on some of those places, that's not that big a number. So where is it? If it's one section, I know one section over by us that is a block management, and it's limited to 6 hunters a day because it's one section and really it's providing access. And yet there's large acreage. You couldn't get 1,800 people to walk all over it because it's so big and mountainous. It's just, you need to be on a horse. So that's one of those that we're talking about. There's plenty of opportunity there. And I think that's where we get into this, looking at the expansion of opportunity. To me, it's more, how do we continue to secure opportunity?
Yep.
This formula was created in 1985 and it was very effective then. Now we're dealing with more pressure. So, 100-day payment is not in line with the market. The caps are one issue, but then we've been talking about quality. It's so varied on each type of property that's offered.
That's where I feel like we need to create a type 3 block management program. Something that will reward landowners for success, for providing quality. You'll pick up ranches that would never, you're gonna pick up ranches that would never enroll in block management as is, because they don't want to let everybody on. But, and to do this equitably, there'd have to be a drawing in place to hunt type 3 block management. Otherwise, you'll have the landowner playing favorites with his cousin and his uncle and his brother. They'll be the only ones getting to come in, and he'll be overcompensated for not providing the public something.
Don't we already offer that? You could lease your ranch to an outfitter and have control, and the outfitter would take care of it. The state wouldn't have to do anything. And you could be compensated that way, rather than setting up another bureaucratic deal. I think this, like Dale said, the fairest way to do it is to raise it incrementally or whatever by 100 days, so that the people that everybody's paid the same. You can leave the cap alone. Evidently, these guys keep signing up for it all the time. They're happy with the number.
Right.
It's not a big number. It hasn't caused a lot of them to drop out of it. And so leave the top alone and compensate the guys so it's fair. There's how many of us is there? 1,200, 1,400 block management cooperators?
Mr. Chair, Dale has his hand. Dale? Your hand up?
It's not, I'm just lazy and didn't wear it.
Okay. So, yeah, I think that's why we need that. On that page 13 and 14 again, or whatever it is, in the report, and that's how complex this is. Where's the funding coming from? What is the funding? What is the need? And if we're gonna look at increasing the budget for it, which is definitely a potential need, it all has to line up. There's a ton of data here to consider. So, I mean, I've been in those same conversations, Eric, with.
It's a difficult thing to figure out.
Yeah. But my concern about the discussion with a new type 3, we can't even quite manage a type 2
Right.
for what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I agree.
And, we've been talking about this Hunter Ed program. That's not Hunter Ed, but the next thing. Everybody's talking about Master Hunter and this and that and the other thing. We have to help create the vision to create that program to do a type 3. But then if we do it for a type 3, in my mind, we're sort of saying, well, the type 1s, thanks for being overpopulated.
Yeah.
And I think we're risking the biggest participators.
Right, you're
Biggest cooperators.
risking them wanting to go to the type 3
So,
and losing all the opportunity
yeah,
they've been providing by limiting people.
it's really
So
a
it's
holistic
That's a conundrum.
review of block as a whole. I think you have to start with, how do we take care of the people that are participating the most already, and do it in a way that relieves some of those crowded pressures or whatever that we've all heard about. We've talked about trespass. We hear it every single meeting, and those things we can address to a degree. And those are the things that have caused some people to not continue to participate. So to me, it's all connected together, and we have to have a holistic approach to how we're gonna improve the best program that this state has going, and probably the best program in the West. And that's.
So this is Lena again, just so you know, if you raise the per day cost to say $20, but didn't increase the cap, you'd have at least 57 cooperators. That would be losing money if you didn't raise the cap.
So instead of 20, we'd go to 50.
We'd be right
It's
back where we
seven.
were
Right.
when we raised the cap.
Last
Correct.
time.
Basically be the same group.
So you're saying you have to do both?
I'm just giving you the numbers for the conversation you guys are having.
Yep. Donna?
Well, excuse me. I'm thinking out of the box a little bit. This program was developed in 1985, and yes, does need to be restructured and revamped. And there may be another type of program that these forester companies would be able to get funding, and they would not drain block management, but they would be paid fair compensation. In 1985, there was not the number of programs there are today. So there may be something to revisit to see what is available for these large corporate companies that would still give them the correct funding that would keep access open. That would open up a lot more money in the existing block management we have today. The second thought on that, I know once you give me the floor, right?
No, good.
Yeah. The second thought on that is I like the idea of having options for additional money for our block management farms and ranches. But to just give us $50,000 cap, I don't think we want to just say, okay, to increase the cap. What is the best value, best bang for our buck to increase opportunities for our cooperators and still give them better compensation? So those were the three aspects I was looking at it for spending of the money and gaining additional funding. But yeah, we would need time to revamp the program. I'll never refuse money.
I had to even weigh in on this because we are block management cooperators, so it looks like I'm feathering my own nest. But when they did the $13, it's been several years ago. And so what's the cost? You know, they apply things to, I'm also a Social Security recipient. So they bump your Social Security up a little bit as the cost of living increases. So what would that look like on to keep it in today's dollars? You know? And then where could we raise the limit to keep within the budgetary constraints that would compensate some of the people? Like looking on this list here, some of these ranches are owned by people that block management. The only one I'm familiar with is the fourth one down. You know, they traded the conservation easement for another ranch and then subsequently sold that ranch to the American Prairie Reserve. And I think they're going to be in block management, whether we pay them more or not. You know, and so I agree with what Donna said. If there's a way to do something for the guy that's got a half section on the edge of town with a bunch of pheasants on it, more fairly compensate those. Those are the people we should be looking at. What can we do for them?
But to your point, Lee, in 1996, when the first payments were, it was a $10 hunter day.
Right now it's 13.
And right now it's 13. CPI would suggest it should be closer to 18,
Right, but maybe
just in the value of money.
instead of going clear to what, you know, you can't, it's hard to pick a number unless you have something to justify it. And then we have the budgetary constraints that go along with it. And how do we compensate the legitimate ranchers that are, you know, depending on where they live is why they got so many people. You know, if they get mad and withdraw, they've already got the opportunity if they wanted to contract with an outfitter and do that, and that gives them total control over their assets, and probably pays them better than wasn't made to do that anyway. So we just want to be fair. So if 18 is the number and it'll fit within the budget, we're not gonna decide today anyway, are we? Maybe the cap needs to be 35 and then we gotta take it to the legislature to change it anyway. So it's the citizenry of the state of Montana gets to look at it and it has to make sense. And so I would think like what you're saying, 15, 16, 17, 18, most people don't do it for the money anyway. In our case, we do it because they're a hell of a lot more scared of the game wardens than they are of me. You know, and they do better when it's under block management. There never has been a lot of game, you know, there's lots of country. You know, but there never has been one of those ones like that one they took away from David Letterman out there on our ranch. You know, there never will be. But people like it. You know, they're still bigger than the coastal blacktails, you know, if they get one. So anyway, I talked long enough.
Good point. Paul?
I still just don't think you can pay them by 100A. You just, that's not the way to manage the wildlife we gotta focus on the wildlife on these places. Cause I'm surrounded by block management, you know, there's just tons of people and there's no game on it.
Well, it's the most equitable way to do it.
Yep.
And a lot of these guys that are enrolled in block management don't care about the wildlife as much as what some of us do. They look at us as an expense. Unlike an absentee owner who looks at the elk as an amenity.
Yeah.
A traditional rancher looks at deer and elk as an expense.
The Wilkes Ranch, we took some yearlings down and rented some pasture from them. They had so many elk that they didn't have any hay to feed the cows. They sold the cows last fall.
Yeah.
So now they're renting yearling grass and that's their choice.
Yeah.
You know, they want the elk.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get along with us. Maybe they're not doing it right. They came from a place where in Texas, hell, everybody that's got a fence owns the game that's on their ranch. You know, and they're trying to make the transition like our neighbor up there, Sterling Carroll, it takes them 20 years to figure out how it works.
Yeah.
You know, and I think we can't, our deal isn't to manage the game. The Fish and Game manages the game.
Mhm.
And we're to provide access. And I think we've done a credible job. The numbers haven't gone down substantially. But I agree that we should be able to compensate, be fair if they were compensated. Speaking of Patrick, you know, because our check will go up too, you know, but I think that in order for it to be fair, it's got to be by the 100-day.
Mhm.
And I think when we were looking at the PALA and reviewing, if we go back to that, reviewing the 100-day creation and block, the PALA, we tried to include those quality opportunity considerations, but it's still really hard to do that. You know, you can try to set those criteria in there. And quite frankly, I think the historic success of block being based on 100-day, there is an equity in it. There's an inequity in it. There's an equity in it. And I think that's one simple way without breaking something that's pretty
It's working.
damn good.
The fact that it's lasted this long is working.
Yeah.
Working good enough.
I think you can do that, and then we still need to be part of addressing the issue of distribution of hunters and that quality experience. I realize it's very subjective, but we can all look at those impacts. And this is quote unquote an impact payment. So if what was the number again on 20? What does that do if you simply raise the 100 cap or the 100-day payment?
57, is that what you said, Lena?
Yeah, it would leave 57 cooperators out there that would exceed the cap
Of 25,000.
of 25,000.
Okay. Any thoughts on that?
I'd raise the cap a little and raise the per day payment by
Yeah.
the CPI.
Maybe if 18's the CPI.
I'm
raise
helping
the
my
cap.
neighbor out.
Well, but we never get to the cap anyway, you know. The only reason those guys in Minnesotans all come out there and get their license in Region 6, and then they pick the big block management, it's got a road through it. Vroom, you know. It isn't about hunting, it's more about getting up, you know, getting out and making some ruts. Fine.
Everett,
If we raise the cap to 50 and we did the $20 per day, what does that do to the budget overall?
Blows it out of the water.
Yeah,
I
but
think
but what's the real number? Do you know?
Linda, can you calculate that?
so 20
I
on a
think
day.
I already have that somewhere. So we would need a request for that, but we have the ability to do that. And backfill and afford it with PR, which we have plenty of.
Oh, I'm sure we do. I was just curious because I'm wondering just what is that expanded to? Is it 15 million? Is it gonna be 12?
I don't know. I'll let her answer, but that'd be my guess.
I'm trying to find.
I'm just trying to
And
remember.
then-
It was 21 we were discussing.
Okay, and then my follow-up to that is gonna be, Jason, do you feel like if we did the 20 per day, 50 cap, are we going to be enticing more landowners to be participants, do you think? Is there gonna be any kind of increase from something like that?
It's really difficult to say that we would see new growth
You know,
because of more money. And it's really hard to say that that's the primary driver for existing cooperators too.
okay,
yeah,
I think that there's potentially other solutions we could also look at. Whether they be IT related, permit and license opportunity related, that would incentivize non-traditional landowners just as much as the dollars.
and maybe rather than blow the cap out by double, raise it to 35,000 and $18 a day. And then look at the other incentives to get the non-traditional landowners involved. We don't want to blow a budget completely out of the water. Like at 50,000 and $20 a day, it could do it.
So
guess-
the increase would be about 5.5 million roughly.
It's not a lot of money when it's somebody else's.
yeah, but how big is the PR piggy bank? FWP,
Oh.
though? Yeah, it's substantial. So, again, I'm not trying to say spend all the money in the world, but I am thinking about, you know, something that's equitable that I think can sustain long-term and maybe increase some more access long-term.
What's? Oh, I'm sorry. Sharon.
How will it affect projects in the PR? I mean, PR money is used for specific things right now. How does the blowing the money on block management, putting it toward block management affect the actual projects the PR is designed to support?
Go for it.
I don't know if everybody's looking at me. So
Yep.
PR is designed to support all of these programs. Our apportionment was $28 million this last year, projected to keep increasing. So there is room to meet all agency priorities and do what you guys wish to do with this program, as long as there's legislative approval in the process.
So we're not breaking the piggy bank. If we did what I said, we would just need legislative approval to do it. And again, I'm not saying we go do that. I'm just saying that the money is there, right?
Yeah, to clarify, we can come with a recommendation and it's gonna get to go where it goes.
Right.
But I think we're showing by doing that we support a change in that. At least to that level, once we've researched what we would suggest.
Well, and to Donna's point, that IT solution is gonna be costly, but important.
So that question is how much PR money can be used on IT support, like reservation systems or whatever it might be.
So it depends on, the use of PR depends on what the IT support is doing. So the new system, there was a calculation done of the modules needed, and modules are identified as being PR eligible or not. So without specifics and not being the one that does the IT work, I believe that probably for a module for hunter access would be 100% eligible, but that is just my uneducated guess when it comes to the PR eligibility piece.
Still have to match it. Right.
Okay,
I think what Eric said might have some, we have some experience with a non-traditional landowner in our country. And he's a private private property guy. But his friends all live in the state his business is in. And so when they come out here to hunt, they can't secure licenses. His friends can't hunt on the ranches that he provides hunting on. And so there might be a way to do like what Eric's saying, he's thinking outside of the box. Instead of taking cash, if there was a value applied to a hunting license that went with the block management participation, it could be his friends could use. I don't know how you do it. And I know there's all kinds of ways to cheat and do all different things, but how do we get these people? There's more and more of them they're hell, the ranches are getting to where nobody in Montana can afford them anymore. We should have been in New York or someplace in import export or something. We're gonna have money enough to buy these ranches, and somehow we need to address that.
And the problem with doing that sort of thing, it raises the price of land when you allow them.
Well, they're doing it anyway.
I know. It's, we're in a bad position where we're at. I mean, unless we're selling. But incentivizing them that way instead of the money, because they don't need the money. The non-traditional landowner doesn't need cash. You know, like Lee and I, broad, we need cash. The non-traditional landowner, $30,000 or $40,000 don't matter, doesn't matter to them. But maybe in the form of getting 10 of their buddies' licenses and allowing 10 public people in to hunt.
Well, if they got, I was thinking more of a deal, instead of doing another 454, okay, if you sign it up in block management and you get a non-resident license. You can designate, you can't sell it, but they don't want to sell it anyway. They can designate it. They can say, okay, I want him to get my license. And it might incentivize a bunch of people to do that, because like Eric said, the money doesn't make any difference.
No.
They just can't get a license, and their friends, their friends can't get a license either. So you've got this immense property in Montana that you're paying taxes on and all that, and none of the guys get to hunt it.
I really hate to just stop this discussion, but we're 10 minutes behind public comment time.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Good job, Will. Unless you're the public waiting to comment.
We'll see. So hold all those thoughts and let's start with in the room public comment. And again, just please identify yourself.
Mr. Chair, if we could just say for folks on Zoom, if you would go ahead and line up by pressing the raise your hand button if you want to make public comments, so that our public comment manager on the Zoom can know that you're there and waiting, that would help us move this along. If you're on the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Otherwise, press the raise hand button at the bottom of your computer screen and we'll get to you shortly. Jen, can you see roughly how many folks might be there to comment so we can gauge time for the chair? Jen, are you there?
So we'll see how many are online.
Hey, Jen, we see you, but we don't hear you. We don't hear you now either. Not yet. I'll hop my laptop into the Zoom so I can see you, okay?
Right, so let's start with in room.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So I'm Randy Knowles from Great Falls, and I wear many hats. I have over 15 life memberships, so you can just guess where those are at. First of all, I'd like to mention that in today's Tribune, one of Montana's strong supporters of public access and public land, John Borgreen, his announcement of his funeral was in the paper today. So think of John and his family. Then I'd like to say that one thing I always look for in committee meetings is what's called the Abilene paradox. I encourage you to look that up on the internet. It's a management science, but it's where a group of people can agree to do something that nobody in the group wants to do. And it really works. So always watch for that. I always watch for that. I'm not seeing it in this committee today, but I do see it with the Fish, Wildlife and Parks Commission. And we talked about disengaging today. And I think the reason you're seeing people disengage is because, number one, just think about how many in here have run for politics. Oh, why not? That's probably the cheapest public engagement you can do. And how many people don't vote? So we elect people to do the heavy lifting for us. And since Fish, Wildlife and Parks has taken the passive position of letting the legislature dictate what they should do, people are becoming disenchanted. We the public, the hunters, don't have the energy, the time, or the means to fight with government to protect public hunting in Montana. And that's why you're seeing people becoming disengaged. It's quite frankly, the current political setup is working us to death. You know, I get twice as many emails now about opportunities of public comment that I got a year ago. And I'm a little bit slow, so it takes me a little longer to do a public comment than maybe most people, but I spend an hour to 2 hours on a public comment. So, so we're always talking about trespassing. Mark Roscoe screwed up public access in Montana when he was governor. Back then, if you didn't want me on your property, you painted your fence orange. I didn't go there. If you didn't care, then you didn't paint your fence, and I went hunting. And now you don't have to paint your fence, and I'm supposed to read your mind, whether you want me to go hunting or not. So if you want to fix that trespassing problem, you need to mark your property. Matter of fact, DNRC needs to mark their property so I know I can hunt there. So a comment was made, largest public access program in Montana, but don't forget about DNRC, BLM, and US Forest Service. If they would change their philosophy on easements, we could create a lot more public access to public land. And I have been after DNRC for 6 years to do that. And you can see how far that's progressed. The other thing is there's too many rules. Even the Fish, Wildlife and Parks people have to look in the book to see what a 699 is. Okay, I'm a hunter. I'm out there hunting. I'm not out there trying to figure out if I'm a 699 or a 690, if I'm a -1 or a 00. That needs to be made simplified, not more complicated. One thing that's been coming up with the elk thing is, what's the definition of objective? And I think the definition of objective is harvest, habitat, and private access to private land. And by definition, the current objective, the current numbers of elk herds meet the objective. They represent hunter access, they represent number of animals killed, and they represent habitat. And so all this fuss and muss about this elk herd's too big or this elk herd's too small, we're forgetting what the definition is.
Sorry, Andy.
That's okay.
That was more than 2 minutes.
Then,
So Randy, are we ready to get on?
Jen, are we able to hear you now?
Perhaps, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you for your patience. I had a little microphone issue.
We do have 3 people with their hand raised.
Okay.
So
Randy,
those
if
with the
you could wrap
particip,
up so
those
we can let
particip,
them-
those
Sorry.
participants with their hands raised, I'll call on you individually and you'll be able to unmute when I notify you. And they are requesting that you limit your comments to 2 minutes.
2 minutes. You guys get all day and you want to limit public comment to 2 minutes. And that is my primary complaint with all government agencies. You want public comment or don't you? So no one has
So
talked
Randy-
about using the Extension Service wildlife specialist to help manage the elk problem.
So
We're
Randy,
paying good money for that person.
we're gonna let some folks get on that are online. And we do have more time for public comment towards the end again.
Okay. So I was just going to warn you, don't let me sit here for 4 hours and then ask me for public comment. It gives me way too much time to think.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right, Jen. Yes.
Okay. Kevin, I have opened up your comment. You can unmute.
Can you hear me?
And if you would please
Awesome.
state your name in full, spell it if it's not a common spelling, and then identify if you represent anyone other than yourself, please.
Yep. My name is Kevin Farron, Farron, and I'm the Montana chapter coordinator with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I have a lot to comment on. You guys have covered a lot in the last 3.5 hours, so I will try to be brief, but I appreciate a little bit of leeway if needed. First, I just want to come clean and admit that Montana BHA was one of the aforementioned hunting groups who cried foul when the 454 agreements were approved in the middle of the hunting season last year. So guilty as charged there. If you recall, a big part of our outcry was centered around the changes from the 2021 session being carried out for the first time. The fact that these agreements were being completed behind closed doors without biologist input and crafted by the attorney of these landowners. As something that's as something that's literally defined as an elk management tool. It was not lost on us that the biologists weren't involved in these discussions, nor were any negotiations made between FWP and the landowners. But thanks to the receptiveness of FWP and this PLPW council, improvements have since been made, including the participation cap, pushing the timeline up, and more. And to that end, we appreciate the additional improvements being discussed today, including button up the language for the landowner designees, considering a like tag requirement for one of the 3 public hunters, and other improvements. One additional suggestion we have is making this 10% cap part of the existing biologist recommended quota rather than in addition to it. This will serve to both align with existing quotas and could help alleviate pressure on public lands, making the experience better and probably increasing the harvest numbers on both sides of the fence. Secondly, I want to point out that the way the PAL agreements are currently structured, landowners who wish to open public access to landlocked public lands owned by the public cannot enroll in this program unless they also hold the lease to that landlocked public, or no one else does. There seem to be differing opinions on this council as to whether that's a good idea or not. In our opinion, unequivocally, this is wrong. Just because a landowner owns a grazing lease on public lands does not mean they own these public lands. These are not part of their ranch, as was incorrectly stated earlier. Sending the message that a leaseholder has some power of access on public lands is wrong. We should not reinforce this incorrect way of thinking by excluding the situation from the PAL agreements. 3.1
Just so
million
you know,
acres.
Kevin, you're at 2 minutes.
I'm almost done. 3.1 million acres of public lands are currently inaccessible in Montana. This is a great program to disperse public lands pressure and to help with some elk concentration problems as well. I understand the concern that this would sour some relationships between landowners, but I'd argue that it's not the government's job to legislate relationships between landowners. That's up to the neighbors. So we encourage you guys to revisit that provision and recognize that leaseholders do not own the public lands or control access. And finally, we support increasing the compensation to landowners enrolled in block. Doubling this cap is a great first step, but we encourage the council, FWP, and the legislature to take a more holistic view at the compensation component and figure out a calculation that takes into account not just acres enrolled and hunter days provided,
but also importantly, hunter success and harvest, hunter satisfaction, and a metric that weighs local biologist input into the value of this block opportunity based on habitat opportunity and the value of the agreement as an elk management tool where needed. Keep in mind that thanks to Representative Marilyn Marler's legislation, there should be even more money enrolled or available for block now. And we really want to see this money put to good use. So thank you for the opportunity to comment and the flexibility to go a little bit longer than my 2 minutes.
Thanks, Kevin.
Mr. Dara, you have been allowed to speak. If you would like to go ahead and unmute.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Jeff Dara. That's D-A-R-R-A-H. I represent as the Executive Director, Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. And I don't know if I can be as smooth as my counterpart there, but I'll do the best I can. We appreciate Director Warsick's effort with his 3-prong approach to the self-management plan, and having the PLPW being part of that, or one of the prongs of the 3-prong approach. We appreciate that. We support block management. As far as an increase, I would accept that as a sportsman. It's very valuable to me to be able to make reservations to come hunt mule deer in eastern Montana. That might be a problem with Mr. Tribby and what he said earlier, but it is an issue because we don't have much for mule deer over here unless we have a permit. So a lot of us Western guys travel east, and we understand that someday that you'll probably be permits there too. But we do support the use of 454s, and as long as the PLPW follows the parameters and the guidelines are set forth, we think it's a great tool to open access to elk on private lands. Hunter behavior and trespass. These issues are something that's very difficult. I was a game warden for nearly 30 years. Our organization feels that there are adequate trespass laws in place. And as a game warden, I can tell you it's not that they aren't. It's inconsistency throughout the state with judges in 56 different counties and different prosecution theories by different prosecutors. So what I'm saying is there's inconsistency or inconsistency on how trespass is prosecuted throughout the state. I almost think it has to be something that is added to the statutory penalty that the department could put into place, like potentially they couldn't apply for permits for a couple years.
That's 2 minutes.
Okay, I had one other thing, real quick if I could. We do also support type 3 block management areas, but we don't think it should be a requirement that you take Master Hunter program or something like that to hunt those places. Well, no, I guess what I'm saying is that should be a reward if you take that, not a requirement. So to hunt a type 3, that might be the reward for taking that extra training. And there are a lot of non-traditional landowners that would cooperate in that program. So anyway, we support that. Thank you. Appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you, Jeff.
And finally, Mr. Arnaud, you are now able to make your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I am Rob Arnaud, Gallatin Gateway, Montana, and I represent myself. For full disclosure, I've been a private land outfitter and biologist for my entire time period, have recently retired and sold the business. I appreciate all of you sitting around talking about how you can improve block management, the fee schedules and all the nuances that are difficult to deal with. I'm going to offer this suggestion as a man that's leased hundreds of thousands of acres around the West at different times. Transfer, instead of going by just pure amount of land, reward landowners for the amount of habitat they have via their amount of grazing allotments, AUMs,
convert elk to AUMs, deer to AUMs, pay them accordingly and pay them to have the animals there. And if you wonder how you're going to pay for it, take a look at it. Let other hunters pay for it, and then have some portion of people on the state hunt free with some concessions to those landowners. And then we're not looking for the extra dollars. Just a thought.
All right, thank you, Rob.
We do have one more. I'm gonna go ahead and allow Representative Logie to make his comment. You can unmute now.
Hi, everybody. Sorry I'm not there in person, but I made a shortcut and stopped here in Helena. I wanted to say, I think the 454, it's finally starting to work the right way. And one of the other additions this last session was the landowner preference for cow permits went down to 160 acres. And I think that needs to be talked about a little bit. There might be some ranches out there that would like to see that, that haven't heard about it, especially in the West. As far as Everett's comment on parity of hunters success, I think mandatory reporting from everyone would be a great tool. I know why the parity isn't there. When people come to hunt elk on mine, I can tell right where the elk are going when they're chasing them around. So that's what part of the rancher knows where they are. Getting back to the PALA, the intent of the legislation, I think, was to have somebody have a little oversight over the department spending. And that's why that review process was asked for the PALA. And I think having that review process regionally still covers that intent. But back to Lee's comment about the leased land, if you're putting a PALA into some leased land that another neighbor leases, he could have his cows in there. It could even be a cropland lease. And I think that has to be considered. I think Lee made a good point that it's put some pressure. I know it's public land, but the other idea is you have a lease on it. And that lease, sometimes there could be a conflict because of that. And I wanted to also say that the block management, I think raising the cap wouldn't hurt. I think one of the things we have to discuss and everybody talks about is quality. And somehow we have to get that in the discussion. And I know some of the places over east, it's tough on the quality because they are a little overused. And the last thing I want to say is this will be my last term. So if you need to use me, you better come up with some good ideas. And anyway, I'll be sitting in this afternoon too. So thanks.
While we have you there, anybody have any questions for those online? Demley?
Yeah, I'm here even during discussion this afternoon. I'll plan on sitting in. So if there's anything you want to ask me, and I'm appreciative of everybody that showed up there. I know it's good work that will be done.
Okay. All right, is that everybody, Jen?
That is in fact, I will hand it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're just past lunch a bit. Any last comments before we take a lunch? Anything you want us to not forget? Okay, so if we could take a half an hour lunch, and then we'll be back on time at 12:45. That works for everybody. That would be great. All right. Dale, nothing?
Not at this point. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Yes. Hey, for those in Great Falls, can you hear me? Test, test.
Yep, I can hear you, Chris.
Oh, great. Thanks, Jennifer.
Yep, they just broke for lunch, so they're gonna reconvene at 12:45.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
think we lost Donna.
If they all return without riders. And return without riders.
Oh, Ron and Terry are here, so just Donna? Yeah, leave here. Okay.
Oh, well.
Yeah, that would.
Thanks for lunch, Jason.
I swear I looked at your payment last time. I know you didn't got paid. I don't think Eric did.
I haven't got paid for it either.
Okay.
Direct deposit. Okay, I'll have to look.
Maybe they'll just send you a letter that says, hope thanks is enough. Statute of limitations running out on it. Get a bitch sooner.
All right. I guess we're gonna start in another spot. Since we haven't finished what we started, we're gonna start something new. Oh, no, I won't do that one.
Oh, dear.
I got one more, maybe.
Joke hour. It's a comedy portion.
Go to a dad joke website.
Oh, no, I get these calendars for some of the folks in my office. They're pretty good. Or not. Okay, which country's capital has the fastest growing population? Which country's capital has the fastest growing population?
Is this a trick question or?
Of course.
Okay.
No guesses? Which country's capital has the fastest growing population?
Tripoli.
Not
That
bad.
was a good one.
Ireland. Every day it's doubling.
Oh, there we go.
All right. I got one I really like, but the guys at my store hate me every time. I'll end with it so I don't get in trouble in the middle with any veterans. Okay, so we're gonna jump topics a bit here. We have a couple folks from public land, representing public land agencies. And I'm not sure who we want to start with, but we have Chris Savage listed first with the U.S. Forest Service. So if you're ready to jump on with us, we are ready for you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I also have with me today Tammy Sable. She works for the Forest Service as well. She is our Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation liaison. And she works for us here in Missoula, but she is the RMEF national liaison. So she works across the whole United States. So she is very familiar with these issues, just not in Montana, but Western and Eastern wide as well. So, and the presentation I'm going to present today is the work of her skilled abilities. So I really do appreciate it. So I will share my screen and please let me know if you see this. And I was told that you have a copy of this as well.
We do.
Okay. All right, does the title slide go up?
It did. Would you mind putting it in
Okay.
slideshow mode so that we can see it just a little bit better on the screen? It'll be better for folks on Zoom too.
Oh, I thought I did.
We're seeing the mode in the PowerPoint file as if you were editing the file.
So do you know how to swap it?
If you can find the PowerPoint toolbar there, yeah, under slideshow, there you go.
Okay.
That's nice.
All right. Okay, well, first off, thank you for letting us join your the advisory committee today. Hopefully we can provide some good information for you, and then obviously definitely answer any questions that your committee may have of us. And if we don't have the answers today, we'll definitely find a way to get them to you and to your lead. And so I just want to give a little bit of background of the national forest in the state of Montana. And so across the entire state, we have about 23 million acres of forested land. And that also includes like state DNRC land, private timberlands, and so forth. But of the 23 million, about 17 million of that is considered national forest lands. And of that 17 million, as you're probably familiar, we have 7 national forests in the state of Montana. And one thing I want to point out in this map as well is that you can really kind of see the difference in the land of the national forest on the western side of the state compared to the east side of the Continental Divide. On the western side, we have a lot more contiguous national forest lands as they butt up against the state of Idaho, and kind of in the south against Wyoming. But as you definitely go east of the divide and through like the central part of the state, you'll notice we have a lot of what we call island forests. And these island forests are just, forests that are in those smaller mountain ranges that are not as contiguous as we see in the West. And so, the mountain ranges such as the Belts, the Crazies, the Snowies, the Castles, the Highwoods. I'm sure all these ranges are very familiar with you, but it's these areas where the issues that you guys are dealing with is probably more prevalent in these compared to where we have larger areas of the forests. I wanted to kind of think that this slide really kind of demonstrates that really well. And this is a remote sensing image that found that is up in the Jefferson and Big Hole area near Dillon. And to the left there are the Pioneer Mountains, and to the right are the beginnings of the tobacco roots. But yeah, as you can see in the valley bottoms where you still have a lot of green vegetation, where we see a lot of wildlife migration, and those wildlife corridors tend to be in those valley bottoms when they're trying to go from one mountain range to another, just because of the vegetation and the irrigation that occurs in those. And so we understand it as well as that, this is a big challenge, both for us and for private landowners, the state, and all parties at play of how we balance the management of wildlife species and habitat when we have these kind of conditions. So in setting that stage, about back in 2018, the Department of Agriculture, USDA, started looking at that, how we manage our national forests need to be broader and greater than just thinking that we're the only players that need to be part of this. And so what came out of this was this new doctrine called Towards Shared Stewardship Across Landscapes. And basically it directs the Forest Service to be more open, be more looking at all lands. I think if you've heard the term all hands, all lands, it really resonates with this effort. And so it really gives us direction that we need to be working with states, tribes, local governments, partners, and all sorts of stakeholders around how do we manage the national forests at a landscape level, and how do we work across boundaries with our partners. And so since then, we've created 29 memorandums of understanding with 29 different states. And then here in Montana, our regional forester, Leanne Martin, and then State Forester Sonia Gurman signed a leader's intent with the DNRC of how the Forest Service and DNRC will work together in implementing shared stewardship. And so with that, what we've really seen is a lot of programs that are starting to come out both at the national and regional level that really focus on this cross-boundary shared stewardship approach. And so one of the key ones that we worked with here in the state of Montana was with the DNRC, and then we worked collaboratively with them, shared our same layers, shared our same data to help them develop to renew their forest action plan. And while they were doing that, we did the same thing with our efforts to see where our priority landscapes would be and overlapping those with what the state was looking at. And so that if the state had an area that was high priority for them, and we have an area that's high priority for us in that same general area, we would both make sure that we were doing work simultaneously together in those areas. Out of this, also another thing that we've been doing closely with the DNRC is, I believe it was the 2016 Farm Bill. It made permanent what's called the Good Neighbor Authority, and that effort allows the Forest Service it gives us the authority. We've already had the authority, but that we do the planning and analysis of projects, but it gives the state's authority that then they can implement those projects for us. And then, we've done a lot of good work with the DNRC on those. To date, we've done 56 projects that have accomplished about 20,000 acres of treatment with an output of about 66 million board feet. We've also do a lot of stream restoration, wildlife habitat improvement, road enhancement through this Good Neighbor Authority. The other thing that's really a benefit with this is that if it's a timber sale and there's benefits out of that timber sale, we only sell the state the minimum value of what that timber costs, and then the state can turn around and sell it through a competitive process, and then they get the proceeds and the profits off of that. And so then that money can be turned towards additional projects like wildlife habitat improvement or hiring additional people to help further this program. Another common program that we've been very successful in this state around is what we call the Joint Chiefs effort. And that's an effort between the Forest Service and the NRCS, but also that we also involve the state DNRC as well. And so our regional forester, the state conservationist, and the state forester all have to agree on what projects we want to compete for in Joint Chiefs that go to our Washington office. The chief of the Forest Service and the NRCS that make the decisions of what projects get funded. We've been very successful in this region where just about, I think every forest has had at least one Joint Chiefs effort, if not more. And currently we still have 4 active projects, and we've got one that we've submitted for this year. Some projects you may have heard include the Chessman Reservoir, Red Flume project outside of Helena, Bozeman Municipal Watershed is another one. There's an active one up in Libby right now. And so a lot of good work comes out of these projects. Another one that we've had in the region was the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Act. The big one that we had in here was what was called Crown of the Continent. And we were able to get money for 10 years to implement the work up in there. We've done a lot of good work in that area. And that, again, that's also cross-boundary, working with private landowners. That effort had a lot of work with Plum Creek and Stimson and the private timberlands in that area. And so a lot of, again, cross-boundary restoration work was the key focus on those. And then also we wanted to mention, with these cross-boundary programs is that we, in discussions that I had with my staff, one of the things we thought about was, this is where some block management opportunities could really come to play. I use block management a lot, and it seems like what I see is there is a lot of BMA lands that are up against, state trust lands, BLM lands, but we haven't seen too many up against forested or national forest lands. And I think this cross-boundary approach, I think we could probably, maybe a recommendation back to your committee is to look at, to see if there could be greater opportunities for that. And then finally, I would be remiss without mentioning all the partnerships that we've had that really help us focus on improving habitat. And you can see them in their logos there. And we have done a tremendous amount of work with our partners in this region, to the point where we probably are implementing about $500,000 a year with all our different partners in the work that they help sponsor for us. I thought I'd highlight a couple projects that maybe this committee would like to hear about. One on the west side of the state, one on the east side of the state. So the first one is over here, just outside of the 9 Mile Ranger District on the Lolo National Forest. We were given partnership dollars through Wild Turkey Federation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Mule Deer Foundation, Wild Sheep Foundation, and Fish, Wildlife and Parks to do some pretty large scale burning. For us to accomplish 6,000 acres in a single burn is a huge lift. And so this project was one that really focused on improving both summer and winter range for wildlife, especially elk, but also not just looking at habitat, but looking also at other benefits that were needed and addressed on the landscape. And so definitely looked at improving habitat and forage based on not just weed infestations, and then continuing to look at burning opportunities in the area. Another one on the east side of the state, way over in the kind of more towards the southeast side of the state, is on the Ashland Ranger District, which is on the Custer-Gallatin National Forest. This area butts up actually right up against the South Dakota border. But this was one that was really focused on elk and on trying to maintain elk on the national forest. And where we worked closely with a lot of the same partners I mentioned on the last one, but also there was a lot of private landowner engagement and support for this project. This wasn't at all a timber driven project or a fields driven project. It was solely looking at how do we improve forage for elk in that area. And if you've been in that Ashland country, you know how open and spread out and that grassland savanna environment that is really conducive for elk when we can get those successful burns. And so I thought I'd also touch a little bit on some of the regulatory frameworks that we have that we use in addressing wildlife habitat. And so the first one is definitely some of our laws and rules around how we do our forest plans and our project level planning. Probably most of you are familiar with the recent completion of both the Helena, Lewis and Clark and the Custer-Gallatin's forest plan revisions. Those forest plan revisions for both of those forests were probably almost 5 years from start to finish. But when we do those forest plan revisions, we are really looking closely at multi-species management, re-looking at, what new information do we have on species connectivity, migration corridors, working with our other agencies that are doing similar work, and developing management guidelines and standards around what do we need to do to maintain, enhance, or protect these areas. We also focus on, especially at the project level, looking at what's needed for both winter range, summer range, those transitory ranges as well. And then anything that we really need to address in our wetland and riparian areas, since we know that wildlife really use those, especially as part of those migration corridors. Another tool that we have at our disposal in how we manage for wildlife is actually through our access and travel management efforts. I'm not sure if the last person from the Forest Service talked on this or not, but I'll just briefly mention that, obviously the way we make our designations for travel and access management, we look at a whole host of factors, but it's not uncommon that, wildlife can be a driving factor on how we designate, what routes can be motorized, what trails can be motorized, how we look at off-road use, as well as, how much over snow travel we allow in an area. And so, we balance the needs and for wildlife with the needs of the public for access and our stakeholders. But again, we really do, it's not uncommon that, some of the changes or restrictions that are made for travel management can be driven by wildlife needs. And then finally, where we're going in our future, you probably in the news have heard a lot of these congressional bills that have been passed over the last few years. And it really is driving of where we're going to be working and what our focus is going to be as an agency. So I believe it was 2 years ago, the Great American Outdoors Act was passed that gave us significant funding in two main areas. The first one was really to help us reduce our backlog of our deferred maintenance, both for roads, trails, and our general infrastructure. That has made, we have seen such a huge, I would say a huge influx of money, but we've seen a lot of successful projects done within this region to really improve our recreational infrastructure, where we really have seen, obviously we've seen an uptick in use on the national forest, but have that infrastructure updated, a nice experience, has made it that much more beneficial. The other key thing with the GAOA bill is that it permanently funded the Land and Water Conservation Fund, where we are strategically focused in looking at what land should we acquire as we look into the future. That process is a very localized projects. We typically work, with the district rangers and forest supervisors, work really closely with county commissioners, mayors, the local public of what lands we should be considering for that. The other one that we're just starting to see a lot of information on and starting to see some money come our way was the bipartisan infrastructure law. A lot of money there that has been focused on our 10-year wildlife fires and developing a strategy of trying to get a handle on how do we deal with this wildfire crisis, especially across the United States and across the West. The big large scale fires that we saw last year here in Montana, and obviously in California and Oregon, there's now a strategy of how we're going to address that over the next 10 years. We have one area within the region up on the Kootenai National Forest, or, the wildland urban interface around Libby, Troy, and Eureka were identified as a priority landscape for treatments. And then finally, just information that we're starting to see was the one that was recently passed on the Inflation Reduction Act. We're starting to hear a lot of what we should be seeing out of that. A lot of that, and I do want to say that a lot of the money that was tied, especially to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, are mostly dollars that don't come to the Forest Service, but are kind of a pass through of the money, where the dollars either go to the states through our state and private forestry group or through counties or other things, so that the money is, so that again, that we're seeing that all lands, cross boundary work being done, and not just thinking all this money needs to be done, all this work to be done on the national forest, but again, it's done across the entire landscape. And so with that, I will answer any questions, or at least if you want to take questions now or after all the presentations, I'm good. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have some questions? One I would ask is, how do you assess the forest generally in regards to specifically wildlife habitat across Western Montana right now? What would your assessment be of the condition for maximizing habitat? I know that's broad.
Yeah. You know, I think I would say in general, I mean, I think we still are seeing a lot of overstocked forests. You know, with the century of fire suppression, I think, you know, there's enough science and information out there still right now that our forests are still overstocked. You know, they're outside their range, their natural range of variability. We should be seeing more open stands. We should be seeing more open meadows. We shouldn't be seeing as much bug kill. And so, yeah, I think, you know, that's why we're really looking at this 10-year wildfire to say, how do we put more fire on the landscape? How do we treat more acres? Because we know that we need to open up the forest. We need to get a lot of that browse condition back. We need to get a more mesic condition where you've got multiple stories of different densities of trees and stands than those that are more at their late sterile stage of, you know, the later stages.
Okay, yeah, you know, I think in Western Montana, the thing I see that really impacts our council in regards to access and relationships is that fact. You know, it creates such a rub, you know, that as you noted in the valleys in your other slide, not only do they migrate across, they stay. And I don't know if there's anything that we can do to assist in making projects like that happen more rapidly within the state, but it's certainly an objective that would make a lot of difference in Western Montana, with relations in particular, not as much as access, but managing those lands so there's a parity between how well private lands are managed and how challenged public lands are.
I also, is there gonna be any selective logging considered on Forest Service lands to kind of clear some of this overburden of timber and manage the land responsibly?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we have we have a very active timber management program in this region. We try to sell at least 400 million board feet a year, depending on market conditions and so forth, kind of dictates what that relates to as how many acres get treated. But it's not uncommon in this region that, you know, we're probably treating around 200,000 acres on an annual basis. But we understand that's probably, again, I think there's still a lot of science out there that says is that we're not cutting as much as what's growing. And we're trying to get caught up on that, as well as burning, you know, trying to be more proactive in our prescribed fire programs, taking advantage of those windows when we can burn, trying to open up those stands again. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, especially here in Western Montana, the 4 Western Montana forests, they all have pretty active timber programs.
Chris, I'm wondering, across the 17 million acres in Montana of national forest, can you guesstimate for me how much of them are going to look red like this slide that you presented to us? Meaning not good habitat or poor?
I don't know that answer. I think it just depends on probably the species that you're talking about.
Well, if I said elk, would that help you with an answer or no?
I mean, it's something that we could see if we have that kind of information on. I think again, it would probably be to, maybe Tammy can chime in a little bit here too with, is it, I think, as an agency and when we look at partners, we're focused, we're not just focusing on single species, but we are looking at multiple species, but also in that area, what's the limiting factors for wildlife? Have we lost more of our summer range? Have we lost more of our winter range? Have we lost more of both? And so I know all that gets factored in how we look at a project, but maybe.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes down to, the habitat that the species like. And for elk, they really need that nice, flush, nutritious browse. They like openings in the forest. They also like those forest edges that provides cover next to meadows where they can provide, that provide food for elk. I know Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation right now is working with the states to get an updated status of elk actually across the country in all the states. What's the condition of elk? Where's the good habitat? What are current elk habitat numbers as well? So that's something, if the committee's interested in, that we could follow up with them to see that latest information as well. I will share too, the Forest Service and the Elk Foundation have had a long partnership since 1987. A lot of our priority areas and our missions overlap. And one of those is going large, treating these large landscapes and shared stewardship and providing access to public lands for public hunting, for recreation. And the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation has a grant program in all states with elk. 28 currently have elk, Montana being a big one. Where they give out funding to federal agencies, state agencies, tribal, private, to improve elk habitat. And one of the areas of major focus right now is that interface. How do we encourage elk to utilize that national forest, get onto those national forest lands where people can enjoy seeing them, taking pictures, they can hunt them, and projects that have that component and multiple partners are very much looked favorably upon in this grant process. Chris mentioned the one earlier in Ashland, and that's actually been a project that's been going on since 2006, had multiple funding throughout the years. And this one was basically specifically to work along that Forest Service private interface. And it also involved a conservation ed component with the private folks, as well as the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, some schools, the 4-H, where those folks helped with signs and monitoring after the project's done with the prescribed burning. Did we get the results? What is the forage look like? Are the elk moving? So we share a lot of overlapping missions. And if there is a desire for some of those elk numbers and percentages, we can sure follow up on that question.
Yep, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Chris, so you have a robust interface with the FWP biologists throughout these areas then?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, there is a lot of coordination with, definitely between the forest and the districts with their regional counterparts with FWP. They do a lot of partnering and a lot of work together. We here in the regional office, probably not close at the local level. We work more with the folks in Helena, but similar to the DNRC and where those DNRC lands are, they have a very similar relationship more at the local level.
And maybe last, as far as obstacles, excuse me, your major obstacle that is on the ground right now to being most effective in habitat improvement, what would that be?
I would say our biggest obstacle right now is litigation. You know, we are, this region's highly litigious with our litigants. And so it just seems like almost any project, especially like what Tammy said, trying to complete those larger landscape efforts. They seem to garner the spotlight on us having to go through the courts to get them approved. We seem to do better when we have more partnerships associated with those projects than just doing them ourselves. And so that's why we've really built a good relationship with the DNRC, and they have really good relationships with, another one I would say is Mako and the what is the subcommittee, the Forest County Subcommittee. You know, we work closely with them in helping us implement these projects, but unfortunately litigate just seems, you know, in the end, we typically prevail, but it's the time that it takes. You know, if it took us 2 years to complete a project and we go through litigation, it usually adds another two years on top of that. I think the only other one I would say too that's been a little tough, especially here in western Montana, not as so much in the central and the east, is our burn windows and smoke. You know, balancing how much smoke we put in the air, how much smoke gets put in the community and in the valley bottoms, you know, probably, you know, limits our ability of how much we can burn, especially in the spring on an annual basis. And so, you know, and it's not just us that are burning, but, you know, with, you know, BLM and other agencies, and the burn permits that are allowed for general public to complete, you know, all that gets factored in of when you know, what level, you know, at what level, and, you know, when the state DEQ allows us to burn. And so some seasons that can be, we can be really constricted of how much we can take on in a year.
Okay. All right, well, we appreciate your time and information for us.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you for inviting us, and we'll follow up with some of the questions you asked. And if there's anything else, yeah, please feel free to reach out. And definitely best of luck in your endeavors there and finding some common ground and some solutions.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next is Adam.
You want me up here?
Sure.
All right, well, yeah, good afternoon. Again, I'm Adam Farm, the Public Lands Access Coordinator for BLM here in Montana and the Dakotas. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to share some information with you today regarding the habitat improvement, landowner relations work that we're doing across the state. I apologize, I don't have a lot of figures in these slides like I hope to get, but if there is a need or a want to see some acreage figures, I could come up with them eventually. I just didn't have time to get to the right group of people to get those answered. But I'm not going to read through all these slides verbatim since you've got them in front of you, but I'll just highlight some of the efforts. And much like Chris was talking about in his presentation, you know, a lot of our work relies on efforts with partners, not only at the state level like FWP, but then also your county or non-governmental organizations as well, like Rocky Mountain Elk, Turkey Federation, Mule Deer, things like that. Some of the big things that we're really doing is, you know, partnering on the big game migration routes. I know we're supporting a study with FWP on pronghorn. There's been discussions on elk and mule deer, but I don't think those have necessarily come to full fruition yet. But I could be wrong on that. Fence conversion, we've been doing a lot of that work for a lot of years, especially in the eastern part of the state. Miles City field office has converted
I don't know how many, Dale might know better from his time there. How dozens of miles, maybe even closer to 100-mile fence in that office alone. But that effort has moved to the High Line and to our central district as well. And a lot of that is going into not only big game work, but also sage grouse. What else we want to highlight? You know, a big one is we're looking at invasive annual grasses for sage grouse, as well as, you know, weed treatments in general across the state. Some of the issues with that is, you know, BLM manages about 7.8 million acres in Montana, and we're treating about 20,000 acres of that land for noxious weeds a year, you know, so we definitely know we're not keeping up with that, but that's an issue that we're trying to get a better handle on. Again, we work a lot with permittees, we provide chemical, they provide the labor, agreements with counties, research on the invasive annual grasses, which is a big one, things like that. Like Forest Service, we've got good neighbor authority, but BLM's only been in the game for about 4 years on that. So we've completed 3 or 4 projects, about 2,700 acres so far. We've got 6 more projects in the pipeline. Most of them have been in the west so far, Missoula and Dillon, Butte areas, but we've got a couple that are in the works in the central part of the state as well. Another big one that covers both the sage grouse and big game are those low-tech riparian restoration and beaver dam analog work. We've been partnering with private landowners, NRCS, I think the state as well, in areas to complete work. I've got a couple links in there that you can get more information on, but really that's an idea to create better riparian habitat, not only for the birds, but for the big game species by slowing down the water, influencing the wetland, and increasing the effectiveness of those riparian areas. Help migration, that'll provide more forage, all those things in support of improving the habitat. So then kind of shifting over to the landowner relations efforts, you know, there's obviously a lot of other groups across the state that many of you are probably aware of, familiar with, even participate in. So I've listed a few of those there. BLM regularly attends those meetings and provides input when asked to, and really trying to help understand what the issues are on the ground that the public has, so we can better address those management concerns. You know, and then a big part of what we do here in Montana for BLM is livestock grazing, right? We've got the biggest grazing program in the Bureau when it comes to the number of permits that are issued. So we've got, you know, over 5,000 permits across the state. So that's a lot of permittees that we work with. That's a big part of the issue, and trying to provide them flexibility, but also supporting the land health to sustain it for, you know, the multiple uses that we have in our mandate. So we're forward with some pilot efforts. It's called this outcome-based grazing, and that basically is going to give permittees flexibility to change how they manage mid-season if they have to, reducing numbers, changing seasons, things like that without getting prior approval, to help address, you know, drought. It obviously is the biggest one that we typically have, but also firing, and at times, the last couple of years, grasshoppers has been a big issue too. So give them some management flexibility. We've got 9,500 acres of that 26,000 that's listed on that slide 4. That's BLM, but then obviously it's got private and state lands in there as well. About 15,000 of those acres are private lands. So
it's just a lot permittees right now, but we're hoping to grow that as we move forward into the future years. Another one similar to the grazing, the outcome-based grazing, is flexible grazing permits. Trying to work within our grazing regulations to again allow in our NEPA process to look at larger scale landscapes to address the grazing and provide for keeping that land health and meeting those standards that we have in order to provide for the appropriate habitat as well as the forage conditions that permittees need for their operations. So as you can see, we've got several projects in the works in Butte and Dillon, as well as the Billings Field office. And those provide additional monies to complete range improvement projects and habitat work to support those operations and those flexibilities. But I guess that's a really quick rundown. Again, I apologize for not having more acreage figures in there about the treating and how we've been able to do that. But one more couple things I want to touch on, similar again to the Forest Service too, we've got a lot of funding in that bill legislation, bipartisan infrastructure legislation for habitat improvement, fuels reductions, conifer removals. Those types of efforts, we're going to see that coming online. We've seen lots of more positions in our fuels programs to do that work. So we're making those efforts, but it takes us a while. Yeah.
There was with the recent decision by the BLM on the finding of no significant impact on the proposal by American Prairie, you foresee a shift that'll be available to the other 5,200 and however many permittees in Montana to explore opportunities to have a similar thing happen with landscape size and season-long grazing and all that kind of thing? I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot.
No, I mean, it's possible that, it's up to the permittees to make grazing applications when their permits come due, and even on a yearly basis, they can make application to change their permits, and we can evaluate those, and that could be part of that flexibility. We're trying to recognize the operators that have a record of meeting land health standards, staying within the terms of their permits, the ones that have that conservation mindset and have proven that, they are good operators too. So that would be something that factors into it. But
it'd be hard in this case because most of these allotments were just recently acquired by American Prairie. They don't have a 40 or 50 year or 60-year track record to show that they, and so I guess it's kind of all up in the air now, is what you're telling me, that there's an opportunity. The BLM has been kind of inflexible about changing seasons of use and adjusting AUMs and all that kind of stuff. So this could be the beginning of a new era in the way that they look at that.
They're trying to move that direction, yeah, in certain instances. Yeah.
Thank you.
So you're familiar with our PALA?
Yep.
Agreements? Probably a really dumb question, but with all this money now being allocated, does the BLM ever have money to help fund access in public access agreements?
That's a good question. Yeah, and you're talking LWCF funds, Ed, with that being permanent. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look into that as far as if the LWCF funds that BLM receives could be used for PALA. I don't know, because some LWCF funds already go to the states and counties and local governments for certain things, but I don't know if the state allocation goes for access or not. I'd have to look into that a little bit closely.
The challenge that I would see with LWCF funds is it encumbers the land on which it's used. It encumbers that land to always have to be available for public access. access and public use. And if, I would think trying to do that with a private landowner is problematic.
Like a conservation easement problematic?
Well, I don't know if LWCF has been used for conservation easements or not. I'd have to look into that, but I mean, typically it's infrastructure or acquisition for a piece of, to be used in public opportunity. So, you know, playgrounds, swimming pools, tennis courts, any sort of infrastructure on our sites, that private land piece in that regard would be, we could ask and get back to you on that.
Yeah, and I think the biggest issue with the BLM side, federal funds, is that, you know, typically it's gotta be perpetual permanent easement,
Right.
where the PAL is, you know,
Right.
term agreements, so that would probably be the biggest challenge. We can use it for conservation easements,
How about
that it could
outside,
include access.
how about outside of Pella with other Montana access programs or easement?
Yeah.
That are permanent.
Yes, I would think there would be potential to do that, because we partner right now with organizations to do that same thing.
Mhm.
You know, it doesn't have to, all the money doesn't have to come from BLM. It doesn't even necessarily have to stay with BLM, I don't believe. But yeah, we oftentimes work with the other agencies for that.
Is that Habitat? Where all that is?
LWCF?
No,
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
permanent conservation easements and such. We can-
Yes, but we have other funding sources too.
Mhm. Yeah. Any other questions?
I have a question if I may.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Adam? Adam, as you're aware, this group is really focused on private lands and public wildlife, but we're also very focused on trying to improve or increase access into public lands. You're well aware, as am I, of there are many parcels of public land throughout Montana where there's a 2-track trail that may go through a 1/4 mile of private land, and then it's on to public land and may go for miles. But because by virtue of the fact that a small part of that crosses private land at a count, or it goes through private land where it leaves a county road, it's largely controlled, the vehicle part of it is largely controlled by the private landowner. Is BLM actively engaged in trying to rectify some of these things where there is a network of roads, but there isn't a road coming from a public road that takes you into the BLM? Again, you and I both know there's many instances of this in Montana, and we could greatly increase the access into parcels of public land if that were pursued. And where's BLM at with that? Thank you.
Yeah, good question, Dale. Appreciate it. I don't think we really have a concerted effort at this time to address that. You know, that's one of our downfalls is, and Ed, you asked this of the Forest Service, you know, what is one of our barriers? And I think for BLM, and the access wise, our barrier is our capacity. You know, we just have not enough people at the field level to really bear it out and do some of this work. That's kind of discretionary versus what we have to do with rights of ways and other realty actions that we're tasked with completing. So one of the things we do have in front of our headquarters, and we're starting to get funding for it, it's just a matter of when can we get the people on board with the permanent LWCF funding. We're going to look at hiring, I want to say, three new positions in our lands program, and have essentially a person in each district. We have 3 districts in the state to support the access program directly. So that would be something that they could start looking into more, as to how to find those parcels, and yeah, do we have a road that already has access that we aren't aware of, or can we start in earnest really looking at and negotiating some of these easements across these
quarter mile sections or less, because I was just looking at one this morning, Dale. And yeah, it's like, how can we get this done? Because you'd think there'd be some willing landowners off these public roads that might help.
Well, and we don't, I mean, there's many instances where a 2-track trail could be created that bypasses the private land. And I've never been an advocate for adding roads and trails across public land, but we're not talking necessarily about a bladed road. It could easily be a 2-track trail where a lot of access could be enhanced by doing that. And I find it frustrating, especially with so much emphasis the last few years on increasing access, that it doesn't happen. And I very much hear you and understand what you're saying when you talk about a capacity issue.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying too, and that would, another component of that would be our travel planning. But again, we really don't have it's kind of an unfunded mandate at this point in time, where they've told us they want us to complete travel management planning. We have several field offices that are doing that now, but it's taking us, 3 or 4 years to get a plan completed, so. But that's where we really should be looking at those exact things, Dale, and that's something that I can bring up, that you're making that suggestion as this group, and see where we're at, and question the offices, or prod them to pursue that and look at that a little more closely, at least.
You put your plan so far is to use access through Bureau of Land Management, not try to force access through private land to reach these unaccessible parcels of public land.
Right, we're trying.
You're
to
not gonna
purchase
use a
access.
prescriptive easement. You're gonna use an alternate route or an agreement, a mutual agreement with the landowner.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate it. We can go back to the code. Did we finish those? The arms? I don't think we quite did.
We didn't get into the elk hunting access agreements arm. I think it's a matter, Mr. Chair, of how you want to organize your time and the next couple hours you have in front of you on those discussions. So whether you want to wait till 3:30 to revisit. Greg is with us yet. The other piece, and then we also have Ron Howell coming in to talk about the penalty piece.
Yep. Okay. Well, so we can go back to, let's put it out there. We can go back to where we were discussing block. The payment. So we were talking about the cap and or 100-day. We want to get to some decision on that.
I think we should come up with something that we take and tear apart at the legislature.
Well, and I think before then, we can have the department look at a couple options, to see how that pencils out on revenue and impacting the program. We want to do that?
Yeah, I'd like to mention that really I like Eric's idea on that a lot better. Say going up to the $18 and the 35,000 instead of jumping clear up, one big jump.
Okay. Well,
What about including in maybe those additional payments of some hunt coordinators and some online scheduling? For at least for type 2.
I think we need to go there
We're just
with a full overview of block, and is there a way to improve the program? I do think that possibly one part of this is just do we want to come with a recommendation on the payment part? That doesn't mean we're not going to continue to talk further about the whole program, and is there a way to incorporate reservations, creating a better experience, et cetera. You good with that?
You're the boss.
No, I'm not.
No.
Um,
I mean, if,
He's the
I mean,
chair.
we're not.
That's why I'm asking.
So what I'm saying is we're dealing with the payment thing and not,
Well,
and I was thinking about with the payments, you could possibly use some, if you're gonna bump it up, maybe we can use it for hunt coordinators or also the online, in the payment. I don't, maybe not the online, but at least hunt coordinator would be part of the payment deal. Not that I wouldn't recommend we take it from the landowner, but I mean, to include, if we're gonna get some extra money from PR, then I would say maybe we could use that money for hunt coordinators to organize and keep a better eye on this stuff.
So then the piece is the FTE.
Huh?
So then the piece is, okay, we have the funding, but we don't have the FTE to hire additional people. So we're maxed out on what we can hire. And so that would be a legislative request as well, for additional FTE if you wanted to make that recommendation for that specific purpose.
and just summing that up from our basic conversations, I think we're all with the understanding that we need to provide that more effectively where it's needed within block management programs. And, I talked to Jason a little bit about it in advance, and essentially they try to meet that need on a regional basis, limited to that capacity of the FTE reality. Whether it's the dollars or the staffing. And on the IT side of it, it ain't there right now. Donna brought that up in some emails, so I think those are other components that we should bring in the next 60 days or whatever it is, before the end of the year. For certain, and as a whole package, but I do think they're sort of individual pieces. I don't know if that makes sense to everybody.
So really you're wanting to focus on just restructuring the payments at this moment. And then
Answer that question. Just answer that question and then go on to the rest.
would that also include other incentives or just the money part?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, as long as this program has existed, we've got to be very careful and very deliberate in where we go with it. I think the suggestions are important that we flesh them all out, even just the simple reality of a change in the 100-day payment and why and how much, and a change potentially in the cap and why and how much. Those are two big questions. And the rest is also really important. I'm good to go with wherever you want, obviously. But I think we need to start tearing some pieces off of it.
Mr. Chairman, what does a hunt coordinator do?
So we've got a couple different versions really, Lee, where it's a person typically that's there to take reservations, to manage hunters, to help assist with loading game, direct hunters, patrol properties, that kind of stuff. That's kind of very much the same thing as a technician does now.
So this would apply to type 1 or type 2? What's the percentage? Most of the ones that I'm aware of are type 1. You go up there and you sign or don't sign the thing, driving, and then if game warden catches you and you didn't sign it, then you're out of there. But so would it be just for type 2 or?
That's mostly how they're used right now is those type 2 situations, or even late elk shoulder seasons.
So would they be a person then that would be in addition to the landowner, that a type 2, you have to secure permission from the landowner, right?
Or department staff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got some landowners that take their own reservations, some that we take reservations for, some that are through.
So this would just be an
Call center.
expansion of that on the type 2. How big a portion of the whole block management system are type 2? Is it
About
70%?
About half.
50%?
And I think, Lee, the status of it is if a landowner requests, they try to accommodate, but they may not be able to. They may. Is that
Is
accurate?
there bidding requests for that? Is there much demand for it?
Yeah, there's been requests for us to take reservations, for sure. There's properties we just have turned down because we can't.
You don't have the people to do it, is it?
Or systems, yeah.
So those are all questions within relooking at block as a whole. Yep. Dale, you have any comment?
I do, but I'm not really sure how to start, but the questions that are being asked are significant enough that it's going to take a lot of thought to try to put thoughts together, bring the group together and think about them. And I don't know what the urgency is in terms of having something today. But I guess it's not something we've really done on this council, but I am just wondering if the department would support formulating some type of subcommittee that maybe there's a subsection of us, and I know the lawsuit that it was, or something that came up in the news about the commission having a meeting or something with, and they didn't have all the players there or the press or whatever, but I'm thinking something that's much smaller than a quorum, 3 or 4 people that maybe could talk through some of this, ask some questions of the department, and then maybe come up with some kind of proposal at the October meeting and present it to the group and say, okay, based on what we've heard from Fish, Wildlife and Parks, from our own constituency or whatever, these are some recommendations we want to make on block management, and then have the group discuss them and possibly approve them or modify them to refuse them, whatever.
Cindy?
What is the timeline for the legislature? Do we usually have to go through the EQC or something? So what is that timeline?
So this time, Mr. Chair and members, we are not going through the EQC. Any legislation that you want to propose will need to go through an individual legislator request. And legislators, depending on their status of if they're a holdover, if they're a senator, or if they're unopposed, or if they have opposition, they can start putting in bill draft requests at different times. But finalizing language, I would recommend that you know what you want by that December meeting. So right now on the books, we have a target date of in October to have a meeting. Let's see, sorry to get the 18th, thank you. And then we had also targeted December 14th as another opportunity to have a meeting to follow up. So I would say if you really had yourselves coalesced and finalized by that December 14th, that would be a drop dead to look at. So that, ideally you get your bill drafts in before the session starts so that good work can happen on them before the session convenes. Because once the session convenes, everything's faster and more pressed. So I would say that December 14 date would be the last opportunity. You want to really have stuff settled by then.
Yeah, and both of those meetings would end up being in Helena, so we have full staff resource. So
I think that makes more sense than a subcommittee. I've been on some different situations like this where you had a subcommittee, and then the subcommittee reports to the full committee, and you go back through the whole thing all over again, and you really didn't circumvent anything because you didn't have everybody's opinion when you started. Been my experience with subcommittees.
any other comments on that? I guess for my 2 cents, I would propose that we look at some very small subcommittees. And the reason, there's a number of reasons, but if we're gonna chew off the components of block to come with good proposals, I think we need some real good idea, cutting through a bunch of good ideas to shake it down. That doesn't mean we eliminate anything. Everything is absolutely still on the table for the whole group. We cannot make any decision outside of this group anyway for a recommendation. So there's just so much in that. I do think we could come today with let's have the department look at a proposal of 18 and 35 on the 100-day and the cap. And then we could do another one, you know, if you wanted to have them compare that to 20 and 50 or whatever it is. That would be on its own, being prepared for us. And then I think we could separately come with some ideas, literally throwing some ideas out for how do we improve block management for the future. Every committee member, every council member should be doing on that on their own anyway. And then a small group could condense their thoughts and bring it and put them together. So what would we like to do?
Do we need to make a proposal to do the 18 and 35, or is it, how do we do it in this?
I think-
Do you need a motion and a second, or do we just?
Yeah, I think we can, if we want to go forward with just looking at the 100-day and the cap, shooting a couple propositions out there for the department to work through and determine what looks right and what works, then we should do that.
I think we could do that without a motion.
Yeah.
You know, just point us in
I
a
don't think we're
direction.
subject to the rules of motion and the consensus.
We'll do it.
I think we should leave that as suggestions to the department like you're addressing. Because they may come back with a better solution once they start putting numbers to budget and available funding. But as a council, we would suggest the 18 and 35 as first.
Okay, so
18 and
18.
35.
So increasing the 100-day cap to 18, 100-day payment to 18 and the cap to 35 is one request, correct? Everybody's good with that? Paul, did you? Yeah. Okay. So there's one. Do we want to look at a second? Or just that one?
The incentives, like you talked about the licenses.
Yeah.
and set
Send it, see where they're at budget wise and go from there.
I'd say let's do 18 and 35 and then 20 and 50. It gives you two things to look at and chew on.
Or 20 and 35?
Just let's revisit this 100-day number next year.
Hope, would it be possible, Hope, to look at 18 and 35 and then also look at a proposal? And maybe this is farther down the road that looks at the CSI or whatever that figure is and have a proposal that says, okay, this is what our new base is going to be, but from here, we're going to adjust it every 3 years or whatever, based on some type of metrics.
Yeah, we could do that.
Denley on there to comment about the CSI adjustment? If I recall, you've had input on that in the past, but I don't know if he's still on there.
Can we ask the department, Mr. Chair, about other incentives like Eric has suggested? But, you know, we're giving them the suggestion at 18 and 35 and what other suggestions they have back to us, what's feasible, and then what other incentives there may be that we can to implement. Or, yeah, like licensing, additional licensing, permits.
I think there's already a license for a landowner license with management if you're a resident. Now, it doesn't work like that with the elk, so there's a permit area.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't work in a permit area if you need a permit, but yeah, you can get a big game combo as a non-resident landowner and designate that to a family member or employee, just like the resident gets the sportsman without fair, you can designate that. But yeah, in a permit area, that would not work. It's just a general elk license.
How much of the state of Montana is not permit?
Not permitted?
No, not permit. How much of it's a general license? I know in our
Most of
area,
it.
elk's general
Yeah,
license.
a lot of central.
But we wanted to incentivize the out-of-state landowners that'd be on this subcommittee thing that you're talking about, some way to incentivize block management with an in-resident or a non-resident tag for the out-of-state landowners. That would be a different deal, not today.
It's a whole nother,
Yeah.
consideration.
I do have Representative Logie to answer your guys' question from just a few moments ago.
Okay. Did you get it, Denley?
I did, and you were kind of asking about of setting that limit so it would keep coming up, and I know the legislature, it could be a tough one going back after there was just an increase to go back in again. So I think on that point, I think you need some statistics and maybe some complaints of people that may withdraw. But related to trying to kick it up with the economy, something linked in, boy, that would save a lot of trouble down the road. I think that'd be a great way if it could be worked in.
How about on the CSI adjustments? Does that usually CPI?
CSI, I think
CS.
is murder
Yeah, it
mystery.
is.
Commissioner of Securities and Insurance.
I do think that could be a good way to bring it in, because then it's if it's tied to the right category there, then it doesn't have to keep coming back to the legislature all the time. And I'm not positive. I can't give the feedback whether that'll work, but I think the way the economy's going right now, that they might buy in on that. It'd be worth a try.
If it works like our licensing system does, if I'm not mistaken, we have roughly a 3% annual increase in license fees.
Non-resident.
Non-resident, correct.
Didn't that cap?
This I fear would have to cap. Someday something would have to happen with the license too, because when it goes up 3%, that doesn't mean it goes up 3% this year to $30, and then it's exponential. I mean, it increases by $4 or $5 this year, and well, the next time it's $10, and then 15, 20. So
Yeah.
it's something I think you guys got to be a little bit careful and cognitive of when making a decision like this.
It could be tied to the last increase instead of the full amount, daily amount, but maybe the last increase, if the last increase was, say $2 and then tied to that.
Well, if you're gonna adjust it economically that way, I would think it would start at the beginning, and you look at the adjustment to date, and it'd be around where you said, Jason, around 18. Yeah,
But again, where 10 came from,
was random, right? Yeah, I mean, if we all just think about $18 is 108, I'll go anywhere for that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even close. Unless you're going to the movie theater and get popcorn. Yep. So, okay, so you're clear on that part?
So we'll bring back analysis looking at 18 and 35, 20 and 50, and probably mix and match them too. Just to give you some harder numbers to look at, bring back language that would, you could look at related to a CPI increase adjustment. See it on paper and think about it some more between now and then.
Everybody still good? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So
Greg is.
is he? So we have all these things scheduled, so I guess we'll come back to more block management discussion and how we want to go forward with that. We were scheduled for ComEd to be here at 1:30 and it's 2:10 almost in regards to where the Hunter landowner stewardship update is. You know, everybody ready to shift their brain to that? This might be why subcommittees a little bit.
That'd be good.
Okay. See, quick. Okay, so. Yeah. I guess Greg, you're on with where we're at with the Hunter landowner stewardship update.
Great, thanks. Good morning or afternoon, everybody. So I wanted to, there's been quite a bit of conversation on this since the last time we talked at the last PLBW meeting. We had a work session, which, quite a few of the members were able to attend, and we had a bunch of staff on that as well. So one of the things that seemed to come out of that work session was the need to get some clarity on how the PLBW is going to recommend using the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Project. Would it be required for a certain type of access? Would it be required for something else? And I apologize, I wasn't able to catch all of the meeting today. So I don't know if that question came up yet, but that was a question that sort of seemed to be an important box to check, or an answer to at least get to before we determined exactly how we were going to revise the program. So Ed, I don't know if that's a place to start with this, or if that conversation's already happened.
We have not had any of that conversation.
Okay.
Where do you need your first decision?
Well, I think so. I feel like where we left it is sort of at this stage. If this program is going to be required on any level, and as you all know, it's not just PLBW that's talking about this, but there was this program is also wrapped up in the recommendations that came from the Elk Citizen Advisories Group. And so if it's going to be required on any level, I think we need to look at making sure that both the curriculum, delivery of the curriculum, and the test are robust enough to sort of meet that expectation. That if there's a requirement, that what people are getting is sort of meets that expectation from it being a requirement. Does that make sense?
Sure. So I guess for our discussion right now in that question, which we're kind of revisiting again. And to Greg's point about more folks being in the conversation now, so the Elk Citizens Council, the symposium, we've all talked about type 3s and more efficient training for hunters to make them more efficient and understand. So the first question is, as we began it, if I can reframe it, in the beginning and currently the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program is completely voluntary. It's perceived as a good program when someone takes it and has meaning. And the reality is very few people have taken it over the life of its history. And so therefore it is not that meaningful if we're trying to change attitudes and expectations. So that goes back to, do we suggest that it becomes required for something? Is it required to buy or to access block management? Is it required to hunt? I I don't know what else you'd require it for if you didn't require it for one of those two. So I think we gotta come with a decision on that. Donna,
Oh, I didn't have my hand up.
I know. You don't wanna go right now?
I'm just- Well, I threw a crazy idea out there, with the licensing, but, and there's so I've thought about it quite a bit, and how in depth and how much work does that give the department if somebody took this class to try to give them more points to take away a negative that they had? Like if they had a violation and they took this class, does it help lessen their fine? Or does it help lessen like a black eye for better lack of terms? Now, how in depth all of a sudden are we making that course for the department to make? So I guess what we want this course to accomplish is very important, so the department can structure where they want this course to be applied. So like you said, maybe they can't hunt block management unless they have this course, or maybe they can't access government or funded programs for access. Doesn't only have to be block management. It kind of all, is it a general course, or how in depth is this course?
Okay. So maybe we'll just go around and say your piece before we chew it all up. Lee?
Is this the proper approach to take, put more requirements on the 98% of the people that are doing it right to participate? By requiring an additional step for them to take when they weren't the problem to start with. Maybe we need a couple more wardens and a get after program on the guys that are abusing the rules, instead of making everybody go to Sunday school just so they can go hunt when there's two guys out of 100 that need to go there. Enough said.
Okay.
I have to agree with Lee, knocks it out of the park. I think we're making the good hunters go through a program that they probably don't need. We need teeth in it. Or what's the bad hunters or the bad sportsmen? We need to improve poor hunter behavior, but I don't know if this is actually gonna achieve it. I think the bad ones are gonna be bad, and there needs to be teeth at the end of it with penalties and things and loss of privileges, however you want to do it.
Thank you. Ray?
I can't do anything but echo what I'm hearing. Because,
Which one?
yeah. So, the thing is, with this, to me, to make it a requirement for something, it'd be better to make it as an incentive. But to do that, we've got to have a different program, a different type of, the block management or something. Use it as an incentive. As far as making it a requirement, I can't see that on anything.
I still like the idea of some, like FWP, public service. They have those little vignettes on fishing, on this or that. And it could be on, being a good steward. Plus, I like the billboards because it reminds everyone to be a good steward and everyone sees it.
Okay. I'm gonna skip Eric.
You just as well, because I had nothing to add. They don't. But we're not gonna craft a program, a class that people will take and change their behavior. You're not gonna change an adult's behavior from bad to good by taking a class. And I agree with Ray. It needs to be an incentivized program, or maybe there's a different type of block management that's got better quality that if they take the program, they can hunt that piece of block management.
I think there's quite a few aspects to revitalizing the HLSP. That I think it could become a program where if it's incentivized by you take it before you can access type 1, 2, or 3 BMA, I like that. Make it required to go on a block management. And what Rod was saying about, the 98%, you're right, but coming from a background where maybe you don't have a clue about ranching, you don't know what it means to leave open a gate, and then all of a sudden cows get into the wrong pasture, you've lost that day and that grass and everything else just because somebody didn't close a gate or close it well. So I think you don't know what you don't know. And I really like the education component here where we can present things like that to hunters who they're not bad, they just don't know. And if we can do that, I think we can begin to move the needle for upset landowners who see bad hunter behavior, because sometimes they just don't know that, where should you drop and take a squat somewhere? Is it at the gate or is it somewhere else? And again, I think there's a lot of things to that where we can start to elevate that standard that we're calling all hunters to. And if we are able to do that, are we going to affect the 2%? Probably never. And that's why we have wardens. But sometimes that 98% just doesn't know. And if we were able to do something like this and then make the incentive / requirement BMA, I think that looks like a win-win for me.
The requirement would have to come at when you get your tag, because how are you gonna stop anybody from going and hunting a block management area? They get caught doing something wrong, they haven't taken the test, they get another ding, or, so I don't know how you, unless you start that at the beginning, so. And I guess you take it once and you have to remember a code, then the next year when you go to do it, I think you're go a lot farther than that, but I think an incentive might be more. I just don't know how the requirement works down the road, I guess.
Wait.
Oh.
I have to fall in. Jeez.
I got,
Sorry, Lee.
Mustaches?
Sorry. Lee.
sorry, Ed. I have to agree with, Lee and Rod and Frank. I think that, you're gonna try to force more regulations on somebody that's already doing it right anyway. And unless you could somehow incentivize it with a better, if you take this class, but I don't think, I don't know, maybe like he said that some of them just don't know. Maybe they don't understand landowners or ranchers. Maybe that's part of it, but I don't know if you're gonna get them, if they'll learn anything or not on that.
Okay. Dale. Last.
You can't disagree. I can't disagree with Paul and some of the others in that, I just don't know how you're gonna change bad behavior. And one of the things that just keeps coming back to me is who is our target audience? And, Everett made a good point. There are some people out there, probably a lot of people out there that don't know what they don't know. And it'd be nice to offer that, but the 2% that don't care, unless there is a real carrot for them to take the class, and even if they take the class, sometimes those attitudes are such that you can send them as many classes as you want to, and it's not going to change their behavior. So I'd like to think it had great value, but I'm just not convinced of that yet. Somebody that's in marketing and knows how people react to that kind of stuff could provide some insight to me. In past meetings, a few years ago, we talked about, having these online videos, and I still like the idea of, if you go online to get a video, you can't X out of it. You have to watch a video before you can move on and check out, or, buy a hunting license online. And there's more and more people that are doing that, and again, you can't just say skip ads or whatever. You have to follow through and watch that. But I have real mixed feelings on it. I mean, in some ways I think it'd be great, but I just really don't know the value of it, in terms of changing hunter behavior. Thanks.
So I get to go last. So I think it's an observation that I find interesting. Rod, Eric, Paul, who experienced the most poor hunter behavior in our group, don't find a value to it. And when you look at hunter education as a whole that we offer in the hunter education program, it's a very base program. It really doesn't deal about if I'm a 35-year-old new hunter, to Everett's point, and I'm now in the tribe of hunting, and I live in Western Montana, I won't pick on one city, and I'm gonna go over to an Eastern Montana region to hunt deer or antelope or whatever it is. I don't even know where to start. And so the game rules or the ground rules that I see with hunters that are in that category daily is they're looking for the information. I'm mixed too on whether it should be required or not. And I'm in total agreement that the 2% don't get fixed by this. But that doesn't mean you still don't educate the new hunters or hunters that aren't aware. That's my opinion on it after the years in here. And what I see, if you look at that whole elk symposium, those people say they're all ready to take a master hunter course, and others do too. And the Elk Citizens Council certainly was on that, trying to address the issue of hunter behavior. And if we think nobody's going to do it, I think we're misguided. I think you have to create a program that people want to do. And I agree. It's even like this whole part started with Pheasants Forever saying, hey, how can we help you promote that? At least with a conservation group, because they got on it and saw a value in it. And then we talked to them, all of us, about how do we get a sportsman's group involved in this? We can come with one recommendation. That's our recommendation. It'll go forward and others will chew on it also. And I do think the challenge, like for Greg, for ComEd, is you got to start somewhere with what you want this program to be. When you couple it with how do we deal with enforcement, penalties, etc., consequences, you have to hope that the two combined can fix most of the problem. Again, there's always a way you can get a road around that corner. So
we give away bonus points. How about giving everybody that takes the course 5 bonus points? That should incentivize it, shouldn't it? Or, whatever the number is. Don't you think? I didn't realize.
we hadn't thought of 5.
Well, but you gotta
How
come up
about
with a
one?
number. Say, I don't know, what do you get a bonus point for now? I didn't
If you're
realize.
unsuccessful, you buy one.
Hmm?
If you're unsuccessful, you get one, or if you buy one.
You're only worth like $5.
Well, that's $25. We're talking about $20 a day block management.
I know, but then we have to worry about point trees and all that. I mean, I'm not shooting your idea.
No, but I don't know. I'm just like, I didn't realize there was any way you could cheat in Montana, could buy extra points to get a better shot at the drawings or something. But why don't we just use something like that as an incentive? Would that I don't know what the number would be. Would it be worth something? Say if you do it, you get a bonus point or 4 or 10 or whatever. I don't know.
So going back, go ahead, Paul.
Well, I was just thinking, and since every time I put in for a license or something, if you do it once, I maybe have a short video, nothing very long, maybe a minute long. It tells you what you should and shouldn't do on block you know, on private property. And then they all have to listen to it. I mean, and then once you've done it, you don't have to do it again, I don't know. But I'm just thinking, how do we,
An annual reminder might not be the worst thing for some of them.
you know, and then they just get a short burst. Don't drive on muddy roads, close gates, leave gates as you find them. I don't know, just, there's half a dozen of them that you could put out in a short blurb. And that way you're reaching everybody. But I don't, you know, I wouldn't want to do it every time I put in for a license.
No, yeah, I don't want to do it every time either, but Everett made a good point. There are a lot of people that don't know anything. And myself, Rod, Lee, we take for granted that people have a brain in their head. We're disappointed continually. I know you think we should figure it out, but a lot of them don't. So some kind of informational video might be the key. to
So-
improving.
We have the HLSP that we're wanting to update, and what we've seen so far is that it is woefully underutilized. And so if there's if we're trying to move that needle on hunter behavior, there has to be something there that moves that needle. And if we're gonna revitalize and review the HLSP, and in the past, it has not been utilized, and we see poor hunter behavior frequently, then it seems to me that it marriages nicely to call it a requirement, call it an incentive to put it in place before you can utilize block management, where you have private landowners who have opened up their place and expect a certain level of behavior to go there. But again, a lot of people don't know that you shouldn't drive on that road when it's 6 inches of mud. They just throw it in four-wheel and go because they think they can. Maybe you should back off on that place and wait for it to dry out. And again, I think that there's a lot that you don't know what you don't know. And if we're able to bring to all hunters across Montana this same level, it's not going to fix everything, but I think that there's an opportunity here for a pilot program or an attempt to do something that will elevate that.
So what if? So if we ever did a type 3, you're gonna require a program.
Well, it wouldn't be, I don't, doesn't have to be,
Or whatever it's called.
be an incentive. to Participate on that.
Well, the incentive would be the hunt. Yeah. So what if you create a program incentivized? And then if it's so good, at a point you could require it.
Mhm.
So I do think the content quality is a challenge. There's a lot to be doing there, but you could just take this forward and incentivize it. We'll give them 10 bonus points like Lee was suggesting.
Yeah.
Everybody in Montana will take that
Get them right to the head of the
the
list.
first
too.
year,
Yes, right.
because anybody who didn't would be behind the game.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do 10, but
Well, you know, why don't, Arizona has a loyalty point down there, and if you put in steadily for 5 years, you get an extra point. Maybe we could give them an extra bonus point for if you know, and no, that's another thing. When I went to Arizona, when I was putting in down there, if I took the Hunter Ed program down there, I got an extra point, and I did it. And so
it's
maybe
a
that,
lifetime point.
yeah,
It's a lifetime
it
point.
just stayed with you, yeah. So maybe that would work, you know, you get,
Once or worth something there.
Well,
Yeah.
give them something that's make
So-
it worthwhile.
So would we
Cheap
even,
time.
I would just.
Yeah. so to answer this question quickly now, would we even want to just suggest a bonus point for the current program, since we're not going to have a new one next year? We will not have a new updated hunter landowner stewardship program. Would we want to give a bonus point right now, as soon as we can, to take the current course?
Is it to all species?
What's
that,
the
Mike?
species of your choice?
So one
One bonus point species of your choice.
Yeah.
And just get into the course that's there that has value. What's that?
Required legislation.
Yeah, I know.
So
But-
that would give you another
Time to build a new course.
right, because the effective date wouldn't be till July 1st, 23.
Well, we wouldn't get it implemented until 2024 anyway.
You could make it
Well, I meant we could get
effective
it.
on day.
Well, if we pass, if we pass, we gotta pass a bill. And very likely, we wouldn't get it in effect by 2023, would we?
You pass the drawing date.
Would we?
Probably.
No,
Yeah.
it'd be unlikely to get it for the drawings
For 23.
for 23. It'd affect drawing for 24.
But maybe make that a lifetime point of your choice.
Would this be for non-residents as well?
Well,
Yeah.
I think, I mean, don't you think
Yeah, I
that
do.
non-residents need that benefit of, to Everett's point, the benefit of the information even more? Like our star witness back here suggested, they don't know what's posted and not, if, and they're relying on Onyx or a map, to their, I don't know how much of a problem is differentiated between resident, non-resident identifying trespass, but
It's about a tie.
yeah,
Don't got it on your phone.
so, yeah, we don't.
Everybody knows when they're trespassing now, because they've got on it.
Well, I
Mine
also
doesn't
think
work
about,
out
It's a thing called respect.
Yeah, well, and that's the current campaign. So what do we think? I guess, at this point, we're not gonna make it required for anything. Somebody else might suggest that, but this group won't. This group is gonna suggest we incentivize it. Do we wanna incentivize it to take the current program that exists, which we all took, right?
so we get our points now.
I'm gonna take that as a no.
Back points.
Everyone here is null and void,
Be like insider trading.
Anybody have any comments?
what do you think?
So the recommendation is for a legislative suggestion for a point for those that take it.
Species of their choice.
Species of 1 point, species of their choice.
One seems kind of parsimonious. If you're gonna really incentivize it, should be 2.
No.
Okay, is it a permanent point? And I'm not trying to be funny, I'm only asking because if you draw it, you get to take the class
No, I
again.
think we saved the permanent point for the new course that's more relevant to today's problem.
Okay.
What do you call it? A permanent point? You have it every.
Lifetime point.
Yeah, like what was being said by Paul, Arizona, you take their 100 ed, it's a point, you draw it, you still have a point next year.
Yeah.
And it's really better for non-resident. But
Yeah, we
if you're a non-resident.
absolutely.
But you just.
Dale has a question. He's flagging.
That course that's out there now, if it's the one that we took before the last PLPW course, is so elementary that the idea that we're gonna give somebody a point for taking that, I think we'd be better off to wait for the new course before we start handing out points, because I just don't think that course does much in terms of educating people about about the things that we're interested in, and I just think it'd be done so much better. I'd hate to start giving up preference points to have them take that class.
Yeah, if I pass it, I can't argue with you, Dale.
Yeah. Well, and Dale's point, it doesn't even say the word block management. That's how. So Greg, could you just add block management in the current course so we know what it is?
So we could just every
It's a glaring-
once in a while, just flash it on the screen, block management.
Well, maybe.
So, Greg, I'm sorry that I don't have this understanding. Could you clarify the timeline in which you would expect a new course under the current traction to be ready? And if we sought legislation in the 23 legislature, knowing that it wouldn't be implementable until the 24 season draw.
Yeah.
You know, does it still jive? You could still make a recommendation to make this ask in the 23 legislature to have it set up for the 24 draw and have a course for people to take by late summer next year so that they'd be ready for the 24 draw.
Yeah, so I think, Ed and I visited about this from the time horizon, and I think kind of as I've thought about it and where I land on it, I think it's easy for us to think about the course as a static kind of, we do it once and then we let it run for a while. That's the way this other course is, the course that's currently available now. That's the way it's been. It's old. And I would say that moving forward, what we need to do is develop a course, evaluate its effectiveness, look at immediately, run it for a year, but look at always trying to improve it, always trying to update it, make it more effective. And so we might be able to, if the group wants to do legislation that's not going to be in effect next year, I think we can still get a new course on the ground by next hunting season. And maybe it's not the perfect course and we have to make adjustments, but I think that's okay. But I think the department can work with partners to look for some incentives that are outside of sort of a licensing or a bonus point or some sort of legislative context. I mean, we could be just simply a raffle. I mean, we could come figure out how to do, if you take the course, you get entered into a drawing for a significant, a prize or what have you. I mean, so I think there's some other options as if the group wants to work towards legislation, there's some other options in the interim we can consider, along with getting a new course on the ground that meets the needs that we're identifying now, and then continue to evaluate it on its reach, its effectiveness, at meeting the messaging requirements, the education requirements, and look at ways to continually monitor and update that course into the future, rather than just get it done and then move on to the next project. Does that answer your question, and to the rest of the group, does that make sense?
I see heads, at least one head nodding. The chairman's head is nodding, so.
No, so we're backing up too. We go forward with production of a new course and we present legislation to award a bonus point upon completion of the new course for the 24 season, since we can't get there in 23, instead of giving them a point for the current new one that's kind of outdated.
Yeah, if they took the course. So I would just say that in the interim, we could work on coming up with an incentive that's more of a reward based incentive, something that's meaningful enough to get people to take it, but doesn't require a piece of legislation.
So how are we? Is everybody clear on it, or we need to restate it?
But it's one bonus point period.
One bonus point for taking the course.
Or like Greg said, if they make him up with something better.
Yeah.
Or something in the interim.
Right.
1 point, 1 species, 1 time.
Is that what it is?
I would think so.
For the current course?
No.
No.
For the new one.
You don't get any.
So we put forward a recommendation that we would award X bonus point, X being a number, that would be awarded for taking the course, implementable in the 24 license season. So not this coming season, but 24 with the new course. It's just a recommendation.
Yeah, I think you gotta answer the question, then if you draw with that point, what happens after that?
So with the point?
Yeah.
Is it a lifetime point? Is that what
It's a
you're asking?
lifetime point.
So I would stay with that species that you chose. If I drew bighorn, wait my 7 years, I go back in it, I still got that point. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
We're getting
it
in.
accumulates to, is it 7 years?
Yeah, well, whatever, yeah. the
Yeah, you
jail
gotta
time is,
wait.
yeah.
Well, now let me, Arizona lets you, whatever you're putting in for that point goes with every species you put in for.
And I think we're saying we're gonna limit it.
Well, I'm just saying that's what they do.
We can suggest whatever we want. But the format is, it's for the 24-year.
Oh, Hank is weighing in.
We're expecting something good.
Director Warsek, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to let Paul know that this is not Arizona.
It's not?
No, so let's figure out something like this and understand there's gonna be some other issues when you award a lifetime permit. There's gonna be some, or a bonus point and how we do that. So just be aware of that as well. So just things to think about.
Okay. So do we want to put that recommendation forward?
Guess not.
Well,
Well, it could
no,
just
he
be a
didn't say
regular
that.
point, couldn't it?
To be clear, he just said it wasn't Arizona. I believe. Dale?
But to Hank's point, it seems to me to be a little bit premature to say, yeah, if they take this course, it's our recommendation that we grant a lifetime point. I like the idea of potentially granting a bonus points, but well, I guess I'd like to defer back to the department, and when we meet again in October or December, that they've thought through that a little bit and know some of the intricacies of bonus points, and come back to us and say, hey, this would be the cost of doing that. Here's some other options, rather than just throwing it out today saying, let's offer a lifetime bonus point. I'm not really comfortable doing that at this point in time.
Okay, any other discussion on Dale's point? So we have the department determine whether a lifetime or a one-time bonus point is the offer.
Which way do you think they'll decide?
I have no idea.
Greg's
This is
idea,
just a
you know,
recommendation.
I know better.
Legislature.
Hank has his hand up again.
Yeah.
Director?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I appreciate Dale's comments. That's what I was looking at. Let us look at that and see what the options look like before you make a decision on this. What a lifetime looks like and some of the issues and hurdles with issuing a lifetime bonus point. And what it would look like so you can make more of an informed decision.
That may be really hard to track for the department. I mean, it might make a nightmare. Greg's idea of giving away a raffle prize, I think is probably the best one.
I think I would like to say, for whatever it's worth, I would prefer making it a requirement before you go on block management instead of doing the point for the incentive and giving them a fix-it ticket if they're not there. Because you gotta have a slip for some BMAs anyway. So having your card, I'd rather go that direction because I think it hits more towards what we're trying to do, which is to increase the relationships between sportsmen and landowners and that overall interaction a little bit more. So if I had a preference, I would vote for something like that over awarding a bonus point for that.
Okay. Paul?
Well, I don't know what the percentage are, but I bet there's a larger percentage of people that don't use block management than there are. So you're gonna miss a whole lot of people. Unless you're only trying to reach the people that are going to block management.
It's like, what was it? At least in the surveys, it's over half. I can't remember. I read it earlier.
I think just to say also out loud, I think from a legal standpoint, we at the department, our perspective is that requiring such a course for all access to block management is not something we have legal authority for, to say what must be required for a private land opportunity. So it seems like it would take legislation. It seems like you could offer it for a certain type of access program that a landowner opts into, knowing that to be part of that, they have to, their hunters are gonna have taken the course, but we couldn't do a blanket requirement for all block management participation.
Technically, right now, if a BMA cooperator wanted to sign a program where he required, he or
Mhm.
she required the
Could.
master hunter program, they could do it.
Yeah, they absolutely could do that,
Yeah.
but we can't force their hand
Right.
in that, you know,
Yeah.
across the board.
Without legislation,
Right, we think we need legislation.
just write it in where it goes. I
So
guess.
we have two
Legislatively, it'd be hard to get through.
proposals sitting here, so, so let's just do yours, Everett, and see where we get. Restate it.
Oh, man. So my proposal is that the HLSP be required before you can hunt on block management. So
Through legislation,
through legislation.
okay?
Just
So,
on block.
or block or a department negotiated access program,
I mean, for the sake of simplicity, I would say block, which covers
okay,
the majority of what we do anyway.
all right.
The one thing I've got there, now, all the walk management in our area and that, it's all you just go and sign the
Yeah.
paper
Yeah.
and that. Okay,
fine.
so how would there be any enforcement?
Well, it's just like if a game warden came and checked your license, do you have a license? Well, you're on block management. Do you have your HLSP? No. Here's your fix-it ticket until you do.
But they never check anybody.
Right.
Well, then that's a separate issue for more FTE for game wardens, which we've all said needs to be done.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the question.
Well, again, how often will they get caught? You do that, you make that requirement, you put a piece, you gotta have a confirmation code when you take the test and you have to write it on your sign-in sheet. And when you go through there and you see that they don't have one down, they just get a ticket in the mail.
What's our other
And
option?
to Donna's point, she sent some information. You could put that on the conservation license when it's printed or on your phone when you put the app on. So you could have that.
There are
Code.
some IT challenges with getting that married up in the ALS system. When our staff did our assessment for the elk management advisory work groups recommendations, that was one of the IT points that was made. Was that marrying that up within the system would take some development work, and I forget the exact details. I could go back and look.
But right now, your hunter landowner stewardship course does go under your lifetime details of your ALX profile. I don't know how the new system is set up.
Mhm.
But yeah, if you were to take the course and go submit it to ALS when you took the course, it's still there. So it's always there, just like a hunter ed, just like the hunter ed,
Yep.
bear test, bison test, all that, so wolf test.
It's there. You took it, it's there. Yep. They just gotta figure out how to print it or put it on.
Well, and I don't know how it's coordinated. with the new
Yeah, I
system.
know.
It would be something we'd have to analyze.
Yeah, so there is an enforcement question on that, but, so that's Everett's proposal, is that it's required to take the course at point X, 2024 license year. Thumbs up,
What was our other option?
that it's incentivized for the same license year,
Oh, bonus points.
whatever it is.
Whatever the carrot is.
So required, yes or no? Thumbs up. What's that?
Option 3 could be
Kind of a free one.
There's just two of us.
one for the
Okay.
one's for the-
I'm all for it. Dale's against it. Okay. So,
At least the rest of us were neutral.
okay, so that one, that's where we are. So then a third option is both.
Requirement add an incentive.
One's for a bonus point, one's for an access opportunity.
Can we just study it?
I think
We're going to.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I think come up with some incentive-based program to get people to take the course.
Yeah, this is one of the subcommittees maybe, Lee.
Yeah. Sounds like a good plan.
You're the
And you want to
chairman,
be
Lee.
on it, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't have any bonus
Be
points.
18 bonus points.
All right. Donna,
I like Everett's idea, but in the way it's proposed, it's like, you know, it kind of is on the current program, and maybe it's not the current program that we want to have it on.
the current block program?
Block program, you know, and so I like Everett's idea, but I couldn't just go thumbs up because it wasn't like we were weighing all the options that were out there.
i.e. a newly created block management program to offer cooperators.
Right, like an advanced hunter block management program, yeah,
Okay,
and that would be the landowner's choice,
If they can require it or not.
if they can require it.
That's easier to put it on the landowner to do it.
I think that's a good idea, but I'm not sure we have the time to hash all that out.
well, in the long run, we do. The immediate next few months, we don't. But, I mean, these are, again, recommendations.
Yeah.
They may or may not survive it.
Every
know,
week.
I think all we're doing is addressing the things we've heard and trying to put something forward that's meaningful for them. You know, I mean, I think we've heard it plenty. So we're just not certain how we want to go forward with it. And we got to give Greg a little guidance here, and some direction to the department. So
Can you do the little videos when you go to buy your tag? Can you?
yes and no. I would say, so like where we're at with possibly thumbs up on an incentivized program potentially for the 24 license year. I think we're kind of there. Doesn't mean we can't have a better program for a new type of block management that we would come up with between now and then or another time. But I also think in regards to the current program being so outdated, we could put a video that Greg can create in, to see if it's 3 minutes, is it 3 hours? Okay, that's all.
I think we better lean towards 3 minutes over 3 hours.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I think you could put a short video in front of the hunt planner when you click on block management. It's not required. If IT can do it, you could, if he can create, or whoever creates a short video about block management on the hunt planner to get to the block management information, boom, and they'll watch a 3-minute video.
So you make the video required there, or can they just skip it?
No, I wouldn't let them skip it.
What if you go into it multiple times?
Then with fantastic modern technology, it knows you already did it. Right. So when you go to do the bear license, you have to have taken the bear course to get a bear tag. How does it know you did that? I don't know. That's not our problem.
That's the IT guy's problem.
It is. I mean, if it's an idea, they can't do it, they can't do it.
They can make my phone know I was looking for a new blender. We just talked about it, and I pick up my phone. And I got blender ads.
Luckily, they didn't have your credit card or you got the blender.
I know.
That's what you get. Hello, Hank. Director.
Yes, sir. Representative Logan's in here with me and actually come up with a pretty good incentive, I think would work really well for people, is a box of shells from Capital Sports.
I have this expense form right here. I can easily put that on here.
I said, you can write that off, can't you?
Uh-huh. Yes, sir. I can get FET free ammo
There
just
you
for
go.
you. Uh-huh.
No,
That's
good
it?
discussion. We're listening.
Okay. So are we going to go forward with an incentivized offer on that question for the 24 license year?
Yes.
Yes.
Somehow.
So analyze the bonus point and bring it back for the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Do some analysis, what it would take technically to implement, what might be challenges or the feasibility of it.
Yeah, and I think hope it'd be good, we can also work on top, thinking about some of these suggestions too, and looking at what it would take from the IT end of things if we were to require a video or put that in front of the hunt planner, or so we can get some answers to some of these options too, I think, for the next meeting. But I want to just sort of reiterate what the direction I'm hearing is it's all thumbs up on pushing forward on redoing the program in advance of the 2023 hunting season. And so we'll keep doing that. We'll keep working on the curriculum for the program, the tests for the program, and knowing that the curriculum is going to be, I really want that to be a video-based curriculum, work on that video piece. And so I feel like this conversation's been helpful, and we'll just keep plugging away at it and update the group as we make progress.
So Greg, do you need more input in terms of specifics for a program that we've addressed, or you have that you have?
I mean, I don't, so let me just be clear. I'm not going to shut down any input. So if folks want to provide me, comments or input along the way, or want to engage, I think that's great. I feel like we've had some pretty good input that we can glean from the dialogue here. I think, continuing to work with the Hunter Ed crew on this, and some of our ComEd staff, and if you're still up for kind of rolling your sleeves up. I mean, there's, and anybody else who wants to, I think we're good. I think we can make some progress. I'd really like to get some progress made, given all the feedback, so that we can show you where we're headed.
Okay, so I would just throw out to each of you who might be interested in participating with Greg, in particular on the questions or points that would be covered in this program, in the new revamp. Everett?
Donna left, I bet she would be.
She might. I'll ask her.
She is now.
Put down Lee recommends and forwards Donna's name.
Dale probably would be too.
I think Lee,
No.
definitely Drew.
So Everett, Tierney, you're a block management person.
Yeah, it should be there should be a couple of landowners that help craft
Okay,
as far as gate shutting and road etiquette.
okay. We'll see about Donna. Cindy?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, so we'll see if Cindy does. So Greg? Oh. Director Warsack.
I think Eric already took care of it. I was gonna say, make sure we have some landowners on there to see what we're gonna tailor this for, what they're looking for as well. And some of the issues, and I think he hit on that. So.
Yeah, and we'll see if Donna will.
Yeah.
That would be Donna Tierney. Right? Thank you. Okay, Greg, so would you make a note to put those folks on your email list?
Yep.
Okay, for those questions, and if you get together again on it, can win?
Yep.
So
That
again,
sounds good.
those will just be a sounding board, not a POPW meeting by any means, but just to put input into that.
That'd be great. That'd be super helpful.
So let me also touch on some other things. So we've talked about the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Project, and I think we flogged that thing to death for right now. The other piece of this is the messaging on hunter ethics. And so that's it to me, there's sort of two projects, but they're certainly intertwined. And so we have been working with some groups, including Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, Montana Wildlife Federation, RMEF, Pheasants, Montana Stock Growers, on a hunter ethics marketing and messaging campaign for this year. And so we're in, kind of production mode on that. What we're looking at is radio and television PSAs. So we're working through some scripts for those PSAs, digital ads, billboards, social media, email marketing, and creatives that all of our partners in this messaging program can use. We'll have a website that has our partners on it. It'll have some resources and messaging components to that as well. The tagline for this year's program, and I think I'd really like to stick with this moving forward, is it's up to us, protect access, respect the hunt. And so the idea is it's up to hunters to protect access and protect that relationship that we have with private landowners, which is so important to the hunting heritage in Montana. So we'll look for that messaging to come show up, with hopefully lots of different partner logos on it and things like that. But I wanted to make sure you guys knew where we were at with that, and know that there's some video components coming with that as well. And it's certainly ties in with our Hunter Landowner Stewardship course, but we're going to keep pushing forward with this messaging piece. At the same time, we're working on a new course. Any questions or thoughts on that?
Somebody?
Good.
Okay.
That's all. That's what I've got, unless there's other questions.
Nope. All right. Thank you very much, Greg. Appreciate your work.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you guys. This was a really great conversation to listen in on. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a quick break. Yeah. I'm gonna go in the bathroom to slow water on my face. Because she forgot to bring the bourbon.
I thought you were bringing the bourbon.
I didn't bring it. Thank you. Eric has it.
That's Rod's pickup.
I'm not gonna say there's not. You guys must all have a room tonight.
Nope.
No,
So, what do we got after the break?
a lot.
What?
We haven't finished
Come
this.
back to this
We haven't
morning's
finished some of these. And then we really have to. Where's the other blue thing?
The block.
No. We have to, so the deadline on how this, our report goes to the legislature and the governor
Yeah, it's got to be done before, at the end of this meeting. Is that what you're saying?
tomorrow.
Got to be done tomorrow.
So in 2021, the legislature did a wholesale revision of reports to the legislature from agencies and advisory committees. And your report typically would have been compiled and put together later in the year, say November-ish into December, and given to the legislature when it convened in January. And the new deadline is now September 1, which snuck up on us. And so bless Jason Cool, he worked on putting this draft together. We are asked to provide the report to the Environmental Quality Council for their September 8-9 meeting, which means we're supposed to get it to them by Friday. So
Good thing we got this capable group.
Right.
Speed the process.
So
Thanks for asking me.
what we'd like to do is reflect what we've reflected so far in the draft recommendations that are in that report comes out of your main meeting. You know, happy to hear if you feel like there's any words or phrases or points that need tweaked to better reflect your discussions and recommendations thus far. We would add in what you've discussed today, and probably a paragraph that says, you know, work's still going, you know, under construction. These conversations will continue this fall, anticipated at October 14, and, you know, whatever the future meeting.
We really
dates are
don't have to
on
finish
these
it up today,
things.
that's what you're telling me.
Yeah, we do.
What's that? What did you say?
He says we really don't have to finish it today, but you can come in October.
Yeah.
I mean, September, whenever we're doing it. Okay.
But what,
We're
we
making
need to give
headway.
them a summary report as much as we can Friday of what you've discussed so far. And we
We're
can put a
making
caveat.
headway anyways.
We have 7 more minutes of your break.
Okay. Fine.
I want to go home.
Scares the crap out of me. So I gotta dip over backwards. Might get bucked right out of the chair.
All right, next question of the day. All right, Eric, this question's for you again. Where do football players go shopping in the off season? This is my favorite.
I have no idea.
Where do football players go shopping in the off season?
Ooh.
This is better. In the tackle shop.
Ah.
All right.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to smack him pretty quick.
Hey. Were you in
No,
the?
not you, the fly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. But I'm never gonna come over there. Okay, so, we got a whole bunch here to try to roll through, not that we already haven't.
What did you?
So Hope is gonna
Oh, yeah. you
run
did.
us through this next. I don't even remember where it's at in the book. Some of the language on the EHAs, the 454s. And this is on.
Well, it
It's
starts page 3.
Page 3.
129901. So the remainder of this document is specific to elk hunting access agreements, and these changes reflect the process that we used this year in the evolution of the elk hunting access agreements, also known as 454s in the past. Jason consulted with the licensing bureau to make sure their input was brought into this. So 129901 just provides some additional definitions. And the one to pay attention to is subsection 3 that clarifies the regular hunting season means the general season established by the commission for the hunting of elk with firearms as set forth in the current elk hunting regulations. So that's the piece to pay attention to there. The rest of it is pretty rote.
So,
That doesn't affect archery or anything.
Right, and the intention of the elk hunting access agreements was to open up that firearm season opportunity, that general season opportunity. We do have some landowners offering archery opportunity, but
anybody see any changes needing to be made there? And you know where we're at?
I know, I haven't found it yet. Never go watch shoulder.
So the change in the wording is regular hunting season means the general season established by the commission for the hunting of elk with firearms as set forth in the current elk hunting regulations. Good? No objections there? And then the rest is just defining the commission, department, and the landowner's property. Okay. You good?
Just a recommendation anyway.
It's language cleanup, yeah.
okay, and then we propose a repealing 129902, which had the minimum acreage. Instead relying on those negotiated discussions between, having a bio look at it and their assessment, and what the landowner thinks, and then looking also at how that bears out over a season and as we assess applications going forward, if there are differences in opinion of what the opportunity is. Okay, the third one is 129905. Some of the terms of how the agreement, what it includes. So saying again, upon the approval of the commission, the department may enter into an agreement. And as you turn the page, it talks about the terms being specified that include, but are not limited to the following: the license and or permit type and quantity issued to the landowner or their designee in exchange for the access. Clarifying in B that the area is open to free public elk hunting. clarifying there in C that you would include the description of the harvest opportunity for antlerless and or either sex elk for public hunters from the following categories of folks. Little I is the landowner selected public hunters if applicable. Double I is the public hunters identified by the department. Triple I is any additional public hunters that might be allowed under the terms of the agreement, because some landowners have been going ahead and offering that up. And then methods for collecting evaluation data would be a little clarified here and include all free public hunter use data. So that would be any additional hunters on top of the 3 that are required, so that we have those improved metrics that we were
Did
discussing
anybody
earlier
do that
today.
this year? Did anybody offer up more than 3?
Yep, yeah,
You did?
yeah.
2/3 of
Quite a
them,
bit.
Did they?
21 of the 37. offered.
Yeah, and that was noted on the master list, whether they were doing that. And some folks were clear from the beginning, yeah, we'll do that. Some were on the fence and still thinking about it at the time the master list was produced. And then some were said, no, we're not gonna do that. So it kind of ran the gamut, but that we would include in our evaluation data, the landowner and public elk harvest data, and then satisfaction data from hunters and landowners. And then that new subsection 2 stipulates that the landowners of the designee have to document the free public hunting, all of it that occurs during the regular hunting season, and submit that information by a date set by the department, so that that allows for the post-season harvest and satisfaction evaluation to occur. They'd have to submit that to be eligible for a future opportunity the next year. Any questions in that one? Everybody good to go? Okay. 12.9.908, the process for the commission's consideration, in sub 1, saying that the applications would be submitted on a form prescribed by the department. Only complete applications are accepted. They have to be postmarked by a specific date set by the department. All the complete applications will be presented to the commission for a decision, and being clear that landowner contact information and other sensitive personally identifiable information would be redacted, which is what we did this year. The commission reserves the right to reject any and all applications or deny the issuance of permits or licenses or both upon under the program. Everybody all right? And then that new rule, this is where, you know, looking at a feeling of wanting to have a public process in that 10% consideration. This kind of lays out how it ran this time, that we set up this availability in a quota district for 10% above the quota for this opportunity for landowners. And we're looking, rather than us, you know, as we did this time, picking a point to operate from, using whatever that point is and running it either through this public process with an ARM designation officially, or taking it to the legislature and running it through a legislative request for the 10%. But using either of those venues to let the public weigh in, is 10% the right thing? Is it something else? And so that's what we're looking to do with this proposal of the new rule. The director's office did say when we ran this through them that they might prefer running it through the statutory process instead. So looking for some thoughts from you all on that. In 2 veins. One is 10% the right marker, and then 2, putting it in ARM versus running it through a legislative proposal. Yeah.
Well, you said this 690, they had some landowners that were eliminated because we had too much. What I don't understand is limited to just 10%. Because 690, if I'm not mistaken, is way over objective. And it's not a management, it's not a management tool really, like they say, it's more of an access tool. So what are we trying to accomplish? Access, or are we trying to manage elk numbers when we're way over objective? I don't know why that came up and why we ended up with limiting that. But I just kind of thought I'd throw that out there. I don't know if why we're doing that. I think we're just, by doing that, we're eliminating opportunities for access for more people.
I agree with that. I think it should be used not only as an access tool, but a management tool as well in these over objective units. Until we get a new EMP and find out what the tolerance of the landowner community is towards having obscene numbers of elk on the landscape. Is the case of some of these are obscene numbers of elk.
This is only for landowners, right? This refers only to landowners, the 10%.
The landowners or their designee, anyone getting it under this program, there is no cap so a landowner, if there were no limitation and a landowner requested 10, then they could get 10 or 20 or whatever it was, as long as they were providing the requisite number of public hunters to complement that. So, consider that as you think about these things.
Hope was the 10% that was used previously, was that based on the director's authority he already has?
It was under the director's authority. He made that call and the threshold that he used was that 10% when he was the licensing bureau chief. And since then they've relied on it. If there's ever been some sort of drawing error or whatever, that's the latitude they've given the department.
So with this 10%, I'm sorry, Andrew.
Oh, no, that's okay. Just 10% of a quota if a quota exists.
So would this 10% be in addition to his? So if something happened, he could do another 10% on top of that?
There's been some question about that. I don't think there's a concrete resolution. We have not said, and correct me if anybody else has heard differently, but like, for instance, that, landowner preference is 10%. Landowner preference is 10% as well. And I think right now, the way this operates, they would stack if they overlapped on a district as opposed to counting to the same 10%. Director Warsack, if you're listening and you want to correct me, let me know.
So that would stack even in a permitted area?
I think that's the way it's operating right now. I'm not sure that we had any overlap. I couldn't answer that question. I'd have to get back to you on that, if we actually had any overlapped districts this time or not. But it's probably a question that could use answering holistically, as if they would be allowed to stack or not. Because presumably the quota was put in place because there was a concern about the resource and conservation of the resource. And so
Those quotas and stuff, I think, are pretty old, because some of these areas do ton of elk, so I don't know where they biologically, they're appear, to me, they're not biologically sound or established biologically. They're, for whatever reason, they've been established for quite a while, and they keep increasing them some, but I mean, I think this program is to get more access for the public hunter. That's what I think this program is for. And by eliminating, how many did we eliminate out of 690?
At least 5.
Huh?
At least 5.
Gain a lot more access for the public resident hunter here.
So my understanding of it is the 10 is on the top of the 10. And you have to set it somewhere. And I think that's all the authority that exists. And I would also say that when you're looking at the permits, and the title of this bill originally was for management purposes. So you can look underneath that and say, if you're going to go anywhere in there beyond 1, you could easily say, okay, if we're going to go beyond that, if we're concerned about a highly over objective area, the question is cow elk, not permits. And so then the question becomes, they already have the ability to allow more cow hunting if it's available in that area. So I don't think they're addressing the same thing. This is at least a rule that keeps it, there's got to be a top somewhere with the permits. This doesn't stop anybody from saying, hey, we've got too many cows. We're going to let 20 more people hunt cows if they have that B tag or permit.
What I'm saying is those 5, since they weren't, they didn't get their tag, they probably won't let anybody.
I think a couple might be in block management, but beyond that, I don't know.
I don't know what the numbers, I'm just saying, it seems like we can get more access for more resident hunters. I think that's what we're trying to do here. Let me ask you this, what was it, 10 landowners that we could get one tag for, is that right? And there were 15 that put in?
There were 5 for the rifle permit. So 690-20 would be the rifle permit. We have 10 applicants for those 5.
Oh,
Or
okay.
10 total licenses. Some of them, I think a couple wanted maybe 2.
Okay,
So there might have been 4 landowners. One of them maybe wanted 2.
none of them got more than one, so.
Correct. So that's
They can
another,
only get one unless there's left over, right?
correct. Yeah, we put that in place as well, that nobody gets a second before a first one is issued to everyone.
And this language reflects that as well.
Yeah,
Everybody gets first.
right. I assume that. But I didn't-
Yes, my suggestion on this is that we go forward with it. And if somebody has another suggestion to the department, you can put that forward.
It's gonna have to be legislative. There'll be a lot of time for conversation.
Gail,
Just thinking through this a little bit. Yeah. I see the 10%. But I also think there needs to be some kind of a tie to the objective for what the bulls are in a hunting district. And historically, Fish, Wildlife and Parks knows what the harvest level is. And they have an objective to have X number of bulls, mature bulls per 100 cows or whatever. Whatever that limit is, there needs to be some wording, I think, that with the additional harvest of bulls, it's still going to stay within their range of what their objectives are for bulls. So for example, let's say they're in an area that they want to have 30 mature bulls per 100 cows. And by letting out these landowner permits, their science tells them it's going to take, it's going to take them down to 25 mature bulls per 100 cows. Maybe they limit it to whatever that level is. It's not going to drop them below that. And of course, that's not an absolute. It's never going to be an absolute, but it might help them in terms of formulating how many 454 bull tags they would issue.
so essentially just to consider the target for the bull to cow ratio in that decision.
I think they need to do that, yes.
I agree, yes, I was gonna say that this should be based around the biology of X number of bulls per cows, whatever that number is, whoever comes up with it. And if we've got 60 mature bulls per 100 cows, we can give 8 other landowners a permit, and then they allow that many more people off of the successful permittee list into hunt. And you're not gonna degrade the quality.
We just throw that back as a suggestion.
Then you slow it down.
Oh, is that fine? So we just put that in a note as a suggestion, since it's not in this language.
I still would cap it at 10%, but it could be less than that if the harvest would result in getting below that objective for the bull cow ratio.
But if we can withstand 20%, I don't have a problem with going to 20%, giving that many more landowners a permit and letting that many more people, the public, access elk.
And I don't think a lot of these areas are even close to that, whatever ratio they want, 30 to 1. I think you're gonna find that these ratios are a lot higher than that, don't you, Jason?
Yeah, it depends on the district. I mean, we had at least one applicant this year who was having bull hunter problems, like not getting enough bull hunters.
Yeah.
Because he had so many bull elk.
I think that'd be easy to get. I have too many bulls.
I mean, you can't get the permit.
That was
There was a problem when I went to that elk meeting, the FWP one, there, it was down there in the area that's closest to us is on Timber Creek or down there, I don't know, 620 something. And they, well, the American Prairie had a quota and the Fish and Game, Fish, Wildlife and Parks had a quote, a suggested number, and then the game range has their own. And so how do you, how do you meet the goal for everybody when they all have a different number?
Well, and FWP is not managing the rigs for trophy quality bulls. That's just, that went out the window when they upped the permits 20 years ago. Pat Gunderson told me, he says, our idea behind this is not to create a trophy bull area, because it used to be. Rigs were, 622 had some of the best quality in the state. And when they upped the permits, when the department upped the permits, it took the quality way back, but it increased opportunity. And like you see, the CMR's idea of enough bulls is way different than what.
We can't go out there on the shoulder season, so it's a safe harbor for the elk.
Yeah,
So we gotta get back to this one.
yeah.
Sorry. Sandy?
I have a question then. So it can vary. We want to make sure that the number can vary based on the objective or based on, I mean, we're not gonna put 10% in there and not be able to vary it up and down as required.
10% is the cap that's
It's
spoken
been
of
abs-
in this.
That's in
absolutely
rule,
been kept.
right?
It's
That's not in law.
Correct.
The proposal here is to put it in rule.
It was in,
Not in rule or statute.
It's not anywhere currently.
It's not anywhere
it
right
was
now.
only in
Program
process.
policy right now.
Yeah.
But you want to put it as a rule or you want a statute?
I think the director's office is prefer to run it through a legislative process, and put it in statute. But the language you have in front of you right now would be a rule proposal.
I think we need some more leeway.
I do too, because I think it should be managed, I mean, because looking at it from a professional standpoint, if I was managing it, it was mine solely to manage, and I had 60 bull elk to 100 cows, and you could afford the extra harvest, why not? I mean, we're dealing with a renewable resource. It's not something that is going to disappear forever on us unless we don't take care of it properly. But when you have it there, when it's available and it's gonna increase public access, I said, why not go over and shoot it to whatever the target number is, 40 bulls and you got 60. You got a lot of bulls that are gonna die of old age, rut. I mean, why not let the public have access to them when we have a tool here to do that, to allow it? Get a few more landowners involved if the herd will allow it.
Is the other side of this, if the herd allows it, that the biologist then just ups the number of permits total? And those go into the draw system, and we draw them, and they're allocated as
It could,
normal?
I don't know that I would up the total number of permits. But if you have, like, say an area that's got 40 bull permits and 40 either sex permits, and you got, well, it's 5 landowners that got tagged, got the 454 program. Well, why not get another 6 or 8 landowners involved in it and get that many more people, the public, to hunt, that many more successful committees in there to hunt?
Yeah, I think the other side though is that you could say the permits go up and then, if we're dealing with any unit or whatever,
Mhm.
not just 690,
Right.
right? Then maybe that unit has appropriate access and then you've got just a normal increase of permits for that year. And it's not just going to an access program, it's going to the entire populace.
Mhm. And
Is that,
the problem is that puts more pressure then on the accessible areas.
okay?
And you're defeating what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to get the elk to disperse out of some of the refuges so the public
Okay.
can have access to them. So
And they
I think
also,
you up the number of landowners you work with according to your bull to cow ratios.
and they did raise a lot of the quotas for bulls this year.
Mhm. Because the public is, as a rule, the public is not gonna get access to them. The landowner doesn't have a permit and participate in 454. those elk are gonna remain on that little island till the season is over. So why not give that landowner a permit? He's gotta let 3 or 4 of the public in and take care of some of the problems.
And hopefully push those elk off of there.
And like right now, 2/3 of them are letting additional.
Yeah.
Look at how much they did with.
Look at how many cow hunters are getting let in because of this. So it could be a real win, I think. As long as we don't degrade the quality, if that's what everybody agrees to, as long as we don't degrade the quality of the bulls.
I just feel like you're gonna get a lot of pushback from the general hunting public, just because it's like, you know, make those permits available to the general hunters. And Eric, I hear what you're saying. I really see though that when this goes out for public comment, or there's just going to be a barrage of negative comments coming back from the public hunter saying, gosh, you just keep increasing the permits for landowners, and there's less of a piece of pie for the rest of us to, you know, to fight over. And accurate or not, it's going to be a real argument that's made by the hunters.
It's just their perception until they see it for what it is, instead of what they think it is. You're right. There will be that. There is the perception. But everybody's perception is not reality. The reality is by giving the landowners a few more permits is going to increase the number of public hunters by 3 to get to participate, the number of permittees. We don't need to up the permits to the public. There's too much of the public already pushing the elk into the private. So increase the private and hopefully push the elk to the public.
But those permits right now could all be cow permits, and there are going to be those people that say, I want an opportunity to shoot hunt bulls in 690, or I want to hunt them in 622 or 700 or wherever it is. And right now, every time, and then this again is perception, but we increase permits and they're going to go to landowners. It just makes it that much harder for me to have the opportunity to go hunt a bull elk. And, you know, whether it's accurate or not, I just believe it's going to be the perception, and there's going to be a bunch of pushback from it.
Well, and I, to that point, Dale, I think the 10% that exists here is already above the 10% cap in the quota. So I think in the perception of the public hunter, we're already going there, you know. And I think that's why they're looking to put a rule in that position, just to continue forward, because it did resolve a lot of the angst just doing this. Oh,
It just seems like the public hunter wants more access, right? We had 13 ranchers last year that had 28 bull tags, right? They let, over and above the 3-to-1, they let 660 other hunters on. Now that was some for bull, there was a lot more bulls, there was 120 some bulls taken. In addition, isn't that what the people want out there? I mean, that was a huge, now we got 37. How many hunters are gonna get on property to hunt bulls and cows next year? Or this year, this fall? I mean, by getting upset and saying that we don't want to increase that number and let more ranchers into this deal, is saying we don't want to let more public hunters on to hunt. We don't want to give access to more hunters.
I don't think that's necessarily true. Until you have a correct objective setting. What's the objective? We all know that that's a challenge right now. It's outdated and it's not necessarily accurate. That's where the quota comes into place. So the bigger question is, how do you set the objective accurately? And we haven't resolved that issue.
No, and the problem with the objective is we can set it at whatever number you want to pick out of the blue sky. If the elk are all on the King's X during the season, what good are, we could have 1 million elk. What good are they if you can't access them? This at least is getting us the access. And the numbers that the EMPD revisited. But having a million elk that you can't access, you might as well not have any.
Didn't we in previous parts of this, didn't we say that the idea was for if the landowner selected a either sex tag, the FWP got to designate a hunter with an either sex tag. So you've opened that, that's different than it was last year, right?
The landowner said it's choose one.
Right.
But these two proposals are not necessarily tied together, are they? I mean, one doesn't happen without the other necessarily. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct.
I think we bring both of them forward and see how they shake out.
Both what?
Well, the 10% and then open it up for if the biologist says that we've got room to increase that over 10%, you know, or go to some other number, then we can, I think we look at two options there myself. I think we're hamstringing us by going just 10%.
But actually, it's really 20%. It's not
It is.
really 10%. It's
Potentially.
actually 20, it's
No,
potentially
like
20%.
No,
And if the numbers
Yeah.
are there,
they
It's
get,
stackable.
no, they get 10% of the existing quota. So if you've got 100 elk permits for that area, you get, the landowners can get up, they can get 10 tags.
They go over 10 though, too.
They can, well, according to this, go ahead.
Yeah, so, as I understand it, so this relates to just those 454s in their issuance, which is already 10 over the total potentially in that unit, but it's restricted to that land, that private land. That's, I think, correct.
Yep.
But it's still 10 and 10,
It's only 10.
and they,
You're
I
only
guess,
gonna get 10 additional tags, right? You're not
percent
gonna get 20.
in the unit, it's possibly that there is 10 and 10. Correct?
No.
I don't think so.
Because
I
with
guess
this, you get
it
the 10%, and then with the director's authority, he could issue another 10% on top of that,
No,
and
no,
they stack.
The director's authority is 10 only. It's only 10, Jason. So let's use your example where you had tell us what the example was for 690. How many tags are in that permitted area?
5 for rifle and 5 for archery
Under elk hunting access
Uh-huh.
under this program.
Under four,
at
50.
10%.
There's 50 in each category by
Okay.
the quota is 50
So there
for
was-
rifle and
there
50
were-
for archery.
Well, there were 10 ranchers that put in for those 5 tags, right?
There was 10 that put in for the rifle portion of it.
Yeah. And they only let them have 5. That's only 10%.
But you also have landowner preference.
That's different.
I know.
That's coming out of the
coming
regular quota.
Right.
And to be
Yeah.
clear, that's based on the director's authority currently, right? That's what you're using to do this. This would bring it into policy, statute, whatever you want to call it, a rule. Then you could do this, and the director could still use his authority to do another 10% on top of that next year.
No.
Is that
So
what
I
we're unclear on?
misspoke. So the 10% for landowner preference is out of the existing quota. So it's not, I'm not comparing apples to apples when I said that. I wasn't thinking correctly.
I think your fear is where you have a drawing issue and we need to reissue licenses and a permit draw. That's where you're stacking.
That would be, if there was a drawing error and in the past, you know, that's been accounted for with the 10% allowance. So if that happened to occur and you issued another 10% for the elk hunting access.
But currently, there's not a rule or a statute
There's nothing
that
right
permits
now
this, and
that
so
would,
currently, you're using the director's authority to issue right now. Right?
To use the 10% as the guidepost.
Yeah,
Because the
yeah.
statute,
yeah, it's
the statute doesn't
correct.
say.
Correct. So where it came
Codify.
from is we had a couple of landowners in 2021 who applied for 8 permits, which was, I don't know, 20% of the quota. And so because of that controversy with one landowner getting that many extra permits, we brought in a cap to say, okay, we're gonna have to do something here to set this as a number and then round down, but then also nobody gets a second one before everybody gets one.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes great sense.
I don't hear a clear recommendation.
Well, I think the department should have the authority to exceed the 10% to the landowners.
Biologically sound.
And that's kind of gonna be up to some of the landowners and the department need to sit down and figure out what they want. We know what the department wants. They want access for everybody and shoot as many bulls as we can. Landowner tolerance is going to have to be taken into consideration where you have landowners that may be happy seeing 300-inch 6-point bulls on their place. Well, if you could shoot 10 of them off that guy's place, why not shoot 10 of them off of his place? You get access for more people, give him a permit and shoot 9 others. Whatever the landowners will go for, as long as we keep them in a permit and keep them happy.
And what I don't understand is why would the public resident hunter be upset with that? We're gonna create lots and lots more opportunity. I can't wrap my head around that. I just can't.
Are we able to push this one? Or do we need to come to a resolution today?
We could push it.
Subcommittee of the.
I think we just need to investigate, spend more time, have a committee or whatever, but just see what our options are. Hope, don't you think? Because we don't know really what our options are.
We can let this ride this piece and, we see if you come back at a future meeting and have a strong feeling about it with some more time to sit and think on it. Or we'll have some, I'm sure, internal discussions based on this conversation and maybe we bring something else back to you in October.
And then I would like to see of the areas that are being permitted real quick here, let's see where biologically the elk numbers are. Can we do that? Can you give me a bull cow ratio for those areas? And see, I don't think, to be honest, most of them, the quotas are not proportionally related to the number of elk that are on the place. If you could do that, and then that would help us make a better decision. We can look at the numbers. Thanks, Will.
So we'll get those for the districts that required
Thank you.
draws this.
That'll help us see the picture better.
But technically, you don't need us to approve this. You could move it without us, right?
Oh, yeah.
We could propose legislation on our own. Yeah.
And again, this is what was done last year to address the questions.
Mhm.
This is what was implemented as a rule or policy to go forward.
And we didn't hear much opposition to that or much concern about it. But we still want to ask the question, is this the right threshold?
Yeah.
So
we need more information and we can.
Okay. Is that those? End of those?
one more. So 12.9.9.11 is the process for selecting the permit holders, license holders, and then the public. So in subsection 1, it says the department shall select hunters from a randomized list of the successful permit or LB license applicants in that district, and then offer the selected hunters the opportunity to contact the landowner to ask for access. So that's connecting those folks with the landowner. And then in sub 2, if an agreement encompasses an area where no either sex permits or LB licenses are allocated through a randomized drawing, the department gives the public notice for interested hunters to sign up, how we did this time, and then selected applicants will be contacted by the department with the landowner contact information for the opportunity. So that's just reflecting how we did it this time.
And then with what we talked about earlier with the department drawing that permit
Does that language have to be put in?
For
On the
one-
match?
The 1-for-1.
Yep.
That I think would go in the statutory
Okay.
proposal and
Okay.
not be repeated here
Okay.
in this language.
Okay, so we're good. On those? No, I won't ask. So, back up on our initiatives, one of the discussions was brought up about penalties and such for trespass, et cetera. So, hopefully Ron's still there. We had Ron on at 3:30. That was just gonna take us 15 minutes. Okay. So I guess to walk through the current understand, for us to get the clear understanding on trespass and hunting without permission as it stands today. You can lead us into that.
Sure, and people often talk about, maybe they just use the word trespass, but hunting without landowner permission and criminal trespass are two different statutes. One's an 87 code, hunting without landowner permission, and criminal trespass is a 45 code. Criminal trespass, it goes on your permanent record, so a criminal record. 87 code does not go on your permanent record. It is a crime. It's a criminal code. 87 code you can be arrested for and jailed for. But the requirements of criminal trespass, of course, there's things that the individual violating has to meet those, right? And the landowner has to meet certain things too. The posting has to be at, usual and custom places, and, the orange paint, the typical things we see around Montana. And I could read that verbatim if you guys want to, but essentially the land has to be posted. For hunting without landowner permission, the land doesn't have to be posted at all. You don't have to have any fences, doesn't have to be posted. It's up to the hunter to know where they are. 90%, 95% of the time, when we write hunting without landowner permission, we write that statute. That's probably the statute we write the most as game wardens in the state, is hunting without landowner permission. But it's not in cut as dry as folks tend to think it is, in that, there are folks that know that's private property and they go over there and hunt on it anyway. But most of the time it's a situation where they haven't crossed any fences, for example, so they think they're where they can be, that type of thing. And so that's typically the statute we write, is hunting without landowner permission versus criminal trespass. Even when the land is posted, we write we write hunting without landowner permission. Because the 45 code does go on a criminal record, it is a little bit harsher of a penalty. And so especially for first time offenders, that type of thing, we write the hunting without landowner permission. Sometimes also we lean on the landowner themselves. A landowner calls us, let's say we respond out there, he's caught a couple guys on his place, and we say, okay, here's the options. Your land's posted. We could go that way. We tell them what could happen, what the bond is, that type of stuff, versus hunting without landowner permission. And in my experience, the landowner typically says, well, let's write that, hunting without landowner permission, take their deer, that type of thing. So we try to even ask the landowner what kind of their wishes are a little bit when if possible. The other thing I want to mention is block management. So when someone is on block management and they're not complying with the rules, or they haven't signed in, that would be the violation for that, is hunting without landowner permission. It's not criminal trespass. So let's say somebody's camping even on block management and the landowner has made rules where there's no camping, they would be cited for hunting without landowner permission. Is that kind of what you're looking for, Chair? Or? Did you want something else? Happy to answer any and all questions.
Everybody clear? on those?
So
Maybe
Ron-
we can do that.
Ron, a quick question. So you have somebody hunting block management, and they don't sign in. Game warden catches them out there. Does the landowner that's involved in block management still have to sign a complaint against them?
No, not at all. When we catch those individuals, they are cited. And we treat that pretty serious. There's no written warning for that because, the landowner's opened up their place. He's made rules. He's trying to allow access all he can. So there's not much leniency there. But a landowner doesn't have to do anything at that point. His rules are clear and established on the maps that, Jason and Stephanie's crew creates. And so they're typically just, signed up for hunting without landowner permission. Any game they harvest would be seized too at that time. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Because they're just taking money away from the landowner. That's what that's about.
And you have the sheet on that code. For first offense, second offense, do we need to go through that?
Reflects the changes from 2021.
And then behind that is the current status when you look at that offense. Hunting without landowner permission.
Yeah, failed to obtain landowner permission for hunting is how it's actually written in statute. And I don't know what you have in front of you there, Chair, but the bond committee that sets the bond on that violation, that's a number of judges that form a bond committee. And for the first offense, that one is $285. For the second offense within 5 years of the first, the bond on that ticket is $785. And they lose their privileges, second offense, mandatory. Now, the bond is just the amount the bond committee sets. So if I were to arrest an individual for either a first or second offense, that's the amount they'd have to pay to bond out of jail, to bail themselves out of jail, essentially. Typically, the fine amount goes with whatever the bond amount is. But that can range. So I don't have the range in front of me. I could sure look it up quick. That can go up or down depending on what the judge wants to do. Also within that, any game that's harvested, that individual could have to pay restitution for that animal.
So is the animal confiscated also?
Yes, they wouldn't get it back. It'd be confiscated and they'd have to pay restitution back to the state.
And that's per the fees that are listed in the regs on those valuations?
That's correct.
Okay. So as that's been implemented, it's only been 1 year, is that right? The latest?
Yeah, so in the last session, all that language was tweaked a little bit. So we've only been at it, 1 year. We'd have one hunting season under our belt essentially. The thing without landowner permission that's tough even, it goes up and down, right? Even game numbers, and it kind of follows that at times and, in patterns, but there's times too where you have even first time hunters that have shot a deer, on the neighbor's property, not knowing exactly where they're at type thing. And so, do you want to just cite every person on the private property, no matter what, no questions? Every situation is just so different. And that's where warden discretion comes in, is that, not everybody, in my mind, definitely needs to be cited necessarily every single time. We take, as game wardens, we take, private property rights very serious in this state, as all Montanans do, landowners and non-landowners. But so we try to enforce that, but there's other ways of gaining compliance with certain individuals, we believe. It just depends on the circumstances.
So I don't know if you saw a couple months ago, maybe at our May meeting, Paul had included a couple of photos of animals that were poached. Obviously, they weren't, I don't believe they were caught, but you know, the heads were cut off and the carcass left. When you have a situation like that, is there discretion or a greater consequence for that type of situation when you catch it?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, very different circumstances there, whether it's on private property or not, very different circumstances. Waste of game comes into play, which carries mandatory loss of privileges, that type of thing. So, generally those things are happening at night too. So the season, there's not even a hunting season that takes place. Even if it is in the middle of November, the season's closed at nighttime, right? So we're talking closed season, waste of game, unlawful possession because they just took the head. That changed in the last session too, is that even if you shoot an animal and just leave it, you never go get any part of it whatsoever. They can now be charged with unlawful possession of that animal. And that carries mandatory loss of privileges as well. And the fines, of course, are far more stiff than a $285 hunt without landowner permission type situation.
Questions?
Is he gonna talk about these numbers?
I don't know if he has that.
He does.
Jason generated that.
No, that's the one Ron gave me, actually.
Oh,
Your bar graph, Ron, with two charts there, the hunting without limit permission or criminal trespass, just the number of citations and written warnings.
Yeah, and that's the kind of variable, this ebb and flow thing that I was talking about. It just, every year is just different. You might have a region where deer numbers are through the roof and you're gonna see more of those hunting without landowner permission type situations. And then, you might have a different area of the state where deer numbers are really low for whatever reason it is, and you're just not gonna see as many. So it just up and down type thing, even with the change of statutes or, the change from the last session, those just go up and down, so the criminal trespass though, I can't remember if I talked about that yet or not, but we do kind of reserve that for the worst of the worst, those individuals that either we've encountered before, they have past hunting violations before, or, it was flat intentional. They knew where they were, they went and did it anyway. They didn't care about the orange paint being on the fence. And so in those situations, they get the criminal trespass statute, and they also get their game seized at that time as well. The number of those folks are not as high, reoccurring violators, that type. They're not as high as, the hunting without landowner permission. Like I said, that's our most common violation. And a lot of those are first time violator type things.
Representative Logie.
Yeah, I just wanted Ron to maybe point out too that with the unlawful hunting comes even retrieval of animals and shed horn hunting as well, I think was the way it was written into the bill.
Yeah, I would say, when we write that criminal trespass, you see some on your bar graph for 2022 even. So we had, our spring bear season happen already. And a lot of that will be shed horn hunting individuals in the spring of 2022, and probably on FWP's wildlife management areas would be my guess, where the majority of that would be from, or a private property landowner that has caught somebody. But we catch a number of folks on our WMAs, looking for those big elk sheds before it opens up, and that violation is criminal trespass because those WMAs are posted as closed. Ron?
Yeah.
The first for 2022 are low because they're nothing as, it's not hunting season yet, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
This is just for a very few time. The hunting hasn't started, so the numbers are fairly low there, right?
Yeah, those will obviously increase this fall. Like I said, that's just spring bear, spring turkey, for the 2022 so far.
what hunting has taken place this year.
When did the law go into effect? 2021?
Well, the law's already always been there. It's just the language got tweaked a little bit in the last session for both statutes, actually, but those laws have been on the books forever. What got changed was that, you know, that for the unlawful possession, what got changed was the fact that you don't have to physically go put your hands on the animal. You know, if you left it there, that was a big change for us in the unlawful possession, because we saw that quite a bit in the pictures the chair was mentioning a minute ago. That always was hard for us to deal with because we couldn't charge anybody with unlawful possession before because they never possessed the animal. And we thought those penalties should be stiffer for those folks that were, you know, shooting those animals and leaving them.
I guess I was trying to figure out, so was the law into effect in 2021?
He's talking about the fine.
The
consequence
additional
changes.
penalties. Additional penalties.
The second offense penalty happened last session.
But did it go into effect in 2021 or 2022?
Spring of 22.
Okay. So we have no way of knowing if those stricter penalties help to deter any trespassing.
Was that 22, Hope?
It was on passage and approval in 21.
Okay, I apologize.
So it was effective in the fall of 21.
So we'd have 1 year is all of data for that. And I guess I just throw out, I don't know, you know, 1 year is not enough to really tell much, obviously, what it's gonna do.
So do you have any other ideas from your experience that are good consequences, good deterrents outside of what's already available?
You know, I have thoughts, Chair, and I think Dale Tribby mentioned that a little bit too, is there's a thought that's went around that we've discussed in enforcement of this, you know, hunting without landowner permission with game and hunting without landowner permission without game. We thought about that in terms of fishing too. There's one fishing statute, fishing without a license, right? And the penalty's the same whether you take fish or you don't take fish. So we've thought about that even with fishing and the same could be true for hunting. Should there be a statute should the statute be stiffer when you've harvested game while hunting without landowner permission versus you haven't harvested anything yet, you know, but you're still hunting? That's just a thought, maybe something you guys want to discuss. Those were thoughts we've kicked around in enforcement over the years. So something maybe you guys would want to consider. I don't know if that would help deter anymore or not, you know, but yeah. Again, I guess that would be just time would tell whether that would do anything or not. You know, to some people, that first citation and being labeled a poacher, if you will, boy, that's a horrible, you know, to be labeled that by the community, by friends, by people that learn that you've been cited, you know. To other people, that doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot, you know, and they'll continue to do it.
So to that point, like in 2021, you have 301 citations and then 31 for criminal trespass. How is that publicly noticed?
So once a citation is written into a court, then that becomes public. Anybody can get that information. And in a lot of places, as you guys see, whether it's in the Missoulian, for example, under the justice court, you know, thing they put out there, that those individuals will be in the paper lots of times.
but there's not really any, like, I don't think I've ever seen criminal trespass or hunting without permission listed in that independent record ever.
Is that right?
I don't recall ever seeing it. And to me, that's a deterrent, like you said, if you got pegged for whatever the violation is. And what,
We see it in the Courier.
do you?
Yeah.
I just wonder if it's random or if there's a way to standardize that,
Maybe it should be printed right here in the hunting access tab. Get your name in there.
or the hunting regs.
Yeah.
It is random, Chair. I think it is random. Like when I was in Glasgow in the Courier, it was always in there. If you violated during the hunt season, your name was making the paper. I can't speak for every newspaper. They pick up what they want to and what they don't want to. I think it's up to the paper, not the court, of course. It's up to the paper. Yeah.
Yeah.
The bad thing in Glasgow is it was kind of like a merit badge.
Badge of
honor. Yeah.
Well, when we last did the PALA agreements, there was an agreement that had some part of the agreement jeopardized by e-bikes. And I really think, I don't know what those two fellas got, assuming they were guys. But amongst their hunting buddies, there could have been nothing better than for the rest of them to know that they lost access opportunity on those e-bikes because of that action. I mean, maybe we could get BHA and all the other sportsmen's groups to watch those and post them. I just think that public scarlet letter is pretty painful.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think, like it's kind of like a DUI, that people aren't real proud of that. They're not, most people aren't real proud of being in the paper for hunting violations either.
Those two guys did get caught that cut those heads off.
Oh.
But there was no publicity. They didn't have anything out there at all. I got one other question, Ron. Are you seeing a lot of the judges and the county attorneys not prosecuting these cases?
No, we're not, but like anything, when courts are shorthanded or county attorney's offices are shorthanded, and then you have, a murder case, for example, and you have a deer poaching case, there's gonna, in my experience, there's gonna be precedence on one and not the other, but flat dismissals of cases just because they don't have the time, we don't really see that. No, typically the bond, even on hunting without landowner permission, actually, a lot of those folks don't even see the judge. They go in and they have the opportunity to pay at the front counter, and they don't even have to go before a judge. Which sometimes that can be good and sometimes it can be bad for the person, obviously if they went before some judges, will be pretty harsh on individuals that have hunted without landowner permission. Other judges might not be, but they still typically at least stick to the bond amount.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions? Comment? Anything we want to do with it?
I got a question, Ron. What are they gonna do with quarter crossing? Will that be prosecuted at all, or citations are out?
No, that's a great question. We don't issue citations for corner crossing. Corner crossing, of course, is that area that it seems like nobody wants to touch, right? If a landowner calls and has corner crossing, we write up a report and turn it over to the county attorney. Now, if the county attorney wants to prosecute, the county attorney will choose to do that. We haven't had a county attorney that wants to touch that yet in Montana.
Thank you.
Dale.
For the benefit of the council, you and I and others, worked on this with the penalty part pretty hard, and thanks to Representative Logie, we drafted or came up with a bill that was presented to the 2021 legislature, which got passed. And the people on this council, as well as the Elk Advisory Council, have both talked about the need to increase penalties. I guess I have to kind of agree with that Jeff Dara that talked earlier today. I think the penalties are out there. We need to see how they work, and we need to have the county attorneys and judges enforce them. Increasing the fines, I just don't know at this point in time how well that would be received by the legislature. And frankly, I just don't know if it's needed. I think we need to run with this for at least until probably the 2025 legislature, and just see how this plays out and see if there is a deterrent, and just how prevalent is hunting without landowner permission.
Thanks, Dale. Anybody else? Ron, we really appreciate your time in discussing this with us and your input. It's really helpful to know what's happening in reality, and we appreciate your efforts.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope it helped in your guys' decision-making process.
Yeah, we're going for bumper stickers, I can tell you that. I'm a violator.
I know what your truck looks like, Chair Beal, so.
Hey, I'm not. I'll give them away. Okay. Any further comments there? Okay. We're gonna be right up for public comment. We there? Yeah. And then we've got to get through a couple more things before we wrap up. So do you have an idea online what that's looking like? Just
I think Jen's gonna pop on here. Jen, do you?
Attendees.
How many folks are online?
If any attendees could please raise their hand if they wish to comment, and we will let you address the committee.
okay, before we do that, I see Representative Logie. Are you doing that on public comment?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, would you like to start with Representative Logie and then go to the online?
How are you looking at online? Just trying to get a sense of time.
At this time, there's one person with their hand raised online, and then Representative Logie on Director Warsack's computer.
Okay. Now let's start with Representative Logie.
Thank you. Getting on the penalties, as Dale said, I think we need to just carry it out just because it just went through. And I think part of the thing we're trying to get at is the judges plus the education process, so people realize it's there. And I think even some of the board members didn't realize we'd made some changes last session. So I think part of that is just getting the word out. Back on the BLM discussion on prescriptive use access, that's one of those real questionable things. And I think what I've always been told is hunters and just somebody traveling over the landscape cannot get prescriptive use onto federal ground just because they drove there because they wanted to. So, but that's one thing I think we have to watch, that prescriptive use on the BLM, and maybe let them make their own access points so they aren't in conflict with private property. I think getting back to Eric's point about the use of science and allowing some numbers, extra numbers, if science says we have enough bulls or that we need to kill more animals, then we can do it, because really what it's doing, I know the perception, and Dale commented on this, the perception is we're catering a little bit, but I think the other thing is the sportsmen have to realize it's opening up that land, and that's an education process that I think FWP has been trying, but they need to send out a better word and just say how many opportunities were offered this last season by
modifying that 454. And I think that's the point that we have to get across. Even if lets one more hunter on a piece that they wouldn't be on, that's an opportunity, a new opportunity that didn't happen. And I was thinking about requiring a hunter's ed program or something like that to be able to hunt on block management or even to get your license and the incentive. But I was thinking maybe we need to look a little different way and look at the school systems and see if we could incorporate something, talk to the superintendent of schools, get something in the curriculums that talks about private property rights, talks about ethics of entering private property to bird hunt, or to bird watch or fishing or anything like that. Put it in the grade schools. Just a simple program to make them aware of as students. 5th, 6th, 7th grade can pay some attention, and maybe that's another avenue we can go for that education process, so people understand the good and the bad that happens out there. And then the last thing would be, Ed, for my incentive, I'd like 180 grain 300 H&H bullets. Thank you.
Oh, that's easy.
Because nobody else wants them.
Oh, no, that's not true at all. To your point, Representative Logie, on the education aspect, we discussed this some time back, trying to get Montana is such a heritage outdoor state, and we really do not have any curriculum in a grade school. And I think now with recreation being so up in the front, it would be a good effort on our part to try to develop that opportunity at that ground level. And I've said to various people over time, when I finally learned how to buckle my seatbelt in my vehicle, it was my youngest daughter pestering me over and over and over that got me to finally lock the belt buckle.
Right.
So I do think it can help a lot.
Yeah, and I know, I remember we did talk about this before, and the reason I brought it up again is I think now we're getting so many people from somewhere else moving to the state. And I think a lot of the children, the parents don't understand, but the children would maybe go home and explain some of that stuff when they're coming in from out of state, and to teach a little bit of here's real Montana and what affects the Montana ranchers, what affects the landowners out in the countryside.
All right. Thank you very much. And Jen, we had one more online.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Mr. Farron. Mr. Farron, you are now able to speak. You just need to unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Chair Beal, members of the council, thank you for your time today. It's been a long day. This is Kevin Farron again with Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. For the record, I'd like to comment on a few agenda items, so I hope to have just a wee bit more time than 2 minutes. Hunter behavior and landowner relations is an important component to all of this, and we recommend attacking hunter behavior on both ends of the spectrum. So on the one side, on the education side, we agree 100%. Let's look at reinvigorating the existing landowner-focused hunter ed and consider making this a requirement with a 10-question quiz a la the bear hunting safety course. It could be a requirement for all hunting licenses in Montana, but most certainly should be a requirement for hunters looking to get permission to utilize the private lands public access programs administered by FWP. So block, 454s, hunt roster, upland game bird enhancement, all of those. And while many of us here think this sort of education is pretty unnecessary, let's not forget that there are many city slickers and non-resident hunters who stand to gain a lot from this sort of course, and we shouldn't overlook that. Regarding the requirements versus an added bonus point for this, we're not opposed to this either, but we'd prefer that this be a requirement, like the bear hunting safety, like Trapper's Ed, especially for non-residents and for the hunters looking to hunt those private lands enrolled in public. And then when you look at the incentive, keep in mind that many hunting opportunities in Montana do not require bonus points, so it won't be an incentive for a large number of hunters who hunt general or unlimited permit districts. And finally, if we're worried about reaching those 2% of what we call bad apples, I can promise you that incentivizing this rather than requiring it will not reach those folks. Because we certainly do agree that a few bad apples could spoil the opportunities and the relationships for all hunters. And quite honestly, that's probably what's happening today. So let's address this from the other side, the enforcement, penalty, and fee side as well. Specifically in these private land programs mentioned, let's double or triple the existing penalties for vandalism, poaching, littering. And, you know, to Mr. Howell's point, let's advertise in big bold letters on each BMA sign-in box that not following the rules of the BMA could result in a failure to obtain landowner permission to hunt citation. I've hunted personally a lot of BMAs. I never recall seeing this. And yes, we'd love to see more of these violations listed in the paper. We actually encourage FAP to include these names in press releases as well. As far as trespassing fines, we're not opposed to increasing those, but we want to point out that both the scope of what constitutes trespassing along with the punishment for trespassing, both were just increased or expanded the last legislative session. We ask that moving forward, the trespass fines simply be equivalent to the fines for and punishments for illegally blocking a public road or trail. The thinking there is let's defend the public landowner rights in the same way that we defend the private landowner rights. Representative Logie, if you're still listening, we'd love to work with you on all three of these legislative ideas. And then finally, guys, regarding the cap on the 454s, I just want to reiterate our request that this percent quota is part of the existing quota rather than in addition to it. The 10% does seem reasonable. We would be fine with something even more like 15%. But if and only if that would be coupled with a lowering of the existing landowner permits, which are capped at 15%, not 10% like was mentioned. We ask that the 454s plus those existing landowner permits never exceed 25% of the bill elk hunting opportunities. We would think 20% actually seems a little bit better, especially considering that a resident landowner is not just eligible for these 10% or 15% or 25% of these permits, but they're actually eligible for 90% of the permits, all of them except for the set asides for non-residents. They just have some specifically set aside for them, but they can put their name in the hat for all of them. And then when you select the hunters for the 454s, it is problematic right now with the 004 and 005 B tags being unlimited. The number of interested applicants in those has skyrocketed. All you do is check a box to apply. It doesn't have any required like location or required tag or permit to be held. And our fear is that this is going to lead to an unproductive list of marginally interested hunters, non-residents, et cetera. We might suggest making these opportunities, you know, it would be those 3 public hunting opportunities, mostly those cow opportunities. We would recommend making those for residents only, or encouraging the department to not allow unlimited 004 and 005 B tags for non-residents. You know, our shared goal is to give FWP and importantly, the landowners a list of reliable hunters ready to manage some elk. So thank you for the opportunity to comment and a few extra minutes. Really appreciate the conversation today.
Thank you, Kevin. Eric?
Something that he just brought up here that I do think is right. I think that the landowner should either apply landowner preference or participate in the 454, not both. And as a landowner, I'm looking at this, and obviously from the outside looking in, because we don't any longer thankfully have a herd of elk on our place. But, you know, it isn't, I think it should be one or the other. They're either gonna be in the 454 or they're not, because you can have guys that would participate in 454, but if they get their landowner preference tag, then they're not going to.
Okay, noted. Paul, is this a question back to Kevin?
To Eric's comment, but they have to draw the general tag first, or you're limiting them twice.
So let's come back to that. We're still in public comment. If you have a question or comment to Kevin. And I noted it. Okay. So anybody else online? Jennifer?
It does not appear that we have anyone else online to comment.
Okay. Present? Public comment?
Just me again, so I'll be quick. So the gentleman on the end, his question, if you go in and do the surveys for all of this elk meeting stuff we're doing, they have the bull cow ratios for every hunting district there. And so you could make your comments there about those 454s and be specific. The one thing at region 4 that I discovered is the bull cow ratio, the higher that bull cow ratio. So if you have 30, 40, 50 bulls to cows, then the higher the herd is. And the only areas that were close to being objective were the ones that had like 15 bulls to that. So if you want to reduce a herd, you kill the bulls. And then the rest takes care of itself. 454s don't reduce elk numbers. Your numbers show that. So if you're going to do a 454, that guy's got to kill a bull and 2 cows. And then all of the people that hunt on his place have to shoot at least 2 cows, if not 3. And then if the area is over objective. I mean, if you want to kill elk, you got to make the guys go out and kill some stuff. And if they don't want the meat, they can donate it. That's what I do with my meat. Dana Ranch has 16 DNRC sections, if I remember correctly. The cost to do an 8-foot by 8-foot corner crossing access on all those 16 areas is less than $1,000 using the DNRC formula. Full-time employee, federal definition, 32 hours in a 7-day period. Not per month, not per year, not per week, 1 7-day period. So the other thing is you guys are talking about blood relatives and something else, you're leaving out adopted. So, because adopted is not blood and it's not by marriage. So
It's children.
It's in there.
And then on the elk symposium that was there, I think the best part of it was from 3 hours and 50 minutes to about 4 hours and 40 minutes. That gentleman that spoke in there, he had some great charts that I think did a good job. Private property, if you're going to use it to charge people to hunt public wildlife, then it needs to be taxed as recreational property, not as agricultural property. Because now you're doing recreation, you're not doing ag.
No.
And then on your hunter land something class you want to do, Randy Newberg should be used to make those videos, and people watch them like crazy. And
For my dead body.
then in the PR and DJ monies that come to Montana, you need to understand, as you guys have all said, we're a hunting crazy country, this Montana. And we are #1 in PR per capita in the United States. And I think we're #3 on the Dingle Johnson money. We bring in a ton of money. But the thing you need to remember is that if any gun laws are passed that restrict my ability to purchase whatever firearm I want to purchase, that PR money is going to go in the toilet. So my point is, don't build your budget on PR money, because it comes and it goes. It ebbs and it flows. And right now it's hot because of the political climate, but it can turn cold in a minute. And you don't want to get stuck in a budget where your funding source disappears. So that concludes my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Mr. Knowles? All right. Oh, we didn't lose Lee. All right. I'm trying to figure out the last couple of things we have to do today. And I think it is run these through. I need to finish this.
Talked to most of them already, yeah.
And then the input on the report. Is that right? I just want to make sure where we're at.
I think the only thing that, and we can just bring this up at a future meeting, is something that you all wanted to revisit that you said in May was the a la carte concept for block season and beyond. And we haven't touched on that today, but we can put that to a future meeting.
Okay. We're good on that. All right. So, the report to the legislature and the governor. I guess I could put it like this, if you, since we're at 4:45, Gail had sent some comments, suggestions. I have a few. I don't think it requires a quorum to actually give some edit comment. Would that be correct? If we want to have just a few people that would like to comment on this back to the department, we could do that if people need to hit the road, I think.
If I refer back to my former life, we would have a committee adopt the report with vote.
So when's the deadline?
We're supposed to turn it into the EQC on Friday.
Mhm. So let's go around like this then. All right. Not gonna start with Dale. You hear that? I'm not gonna start with you yet.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna start around, and let's start with Rod.
What am I doing? I was helping Lee.
Okay, so Jason had put this together because we understand we need to have it prepared a little earlier than in the past. So this is our report, again, to the legislature and to the governor, through the EQC. And it summarizes essentially what we've been working on and what our concerns are and recommendations are. It also outlines the programs that are underneath our perusal. So this will be the report we give to those bodies. Okay.
Well done.
So Rod, do you have any?
No, I'm just looking through it. It looks
Okay. So let me go this way. Anybody who happened to get this downloaded at home, did you have comments, changes, or input? No?
Look good. She's gonna add the new stuff, so you don't have that.
There'll be some changes to this through what we've talked about. Yeah,
It makes more than we accept.
hang on. Okay, so
Yeah.
I think Dale has some. I don't know, Dale, if you're at a point where you want to. I know you probably adjusted some since your earlier comments online to us.
Yeah. There are there's several things, and I guess there's some that are just simply editorial, and I'm not going to hit those. I mean, the department can fix those. The first recommendation was that the members would like to see other state and federal agencies increase their contributions to increase enforcement on public land.
That's on page 4.
And I don't really remember, I know what the flip chart said, but that's not really what I thought I heard him say. For one thing, it's certainly when it comes down to the federal government, BLM and Forest Service, it's kind of a hollow recommendation in that we have no authority to do that. And I really wonder if it's worth taking forward.
So it's the last sentence in the rationale there. I think what we could do is strike that sentence there, but what you said in May, and I'm looking at the Post-it note on the wall here, is encourage BLM and DNRC to put more boots on the ground for enforcement compliance on their lands. So this is not quite reflective of that. And, we could just make that a separate standalone recommendation, or a sentence that says that exactly at the end of that rationale paragraph.
And
You're
I
still
would,
comfortable saying that.
and I'm fine with that. Again, it still doesn't, mean, when it comes to DNRC, there may be some power with the legislature. There is some power to direct how they want to go, but in terms of putting this down on paper for BLM, it's certainly something the governor or Director Warsek could bring up with BLM or the Forest Service when they have interagency meetings. But simply by putting this on in these recommendations, it carries no weight in the eyes of BLM other than a recognition that, yeah, there's a concern out there.
And for my 2 cents on that, I think the other part though, Dale, was not just the boots on ground for enforcement, but you know, they were talking about memorandums of understanding to encourage the most cooperation between the federal agencies and the state agencies with habitat improvements. You know, it's just a statement. You're right. We saw some of that earlier, and I think that's why we had those reports. But it's still an issue within wildlife management and game populations throughout the state, whether it's BLM or Forest Service primarily.
And to answer that issue, and certainly I've been retired for a long time, but BLM, and I am guessing Forest Service is the same, do have memorandums of understanding with the states in terms of game management, surveys, that kind of stuff. You know, how up to date those are, I don't have any idea anymore, but those are in place. Again, putting it in there and taking it forward isn't going to hurt anything. I'm just not sure it's going to gain us anything.
Okay. Do we want to leave a comment in regards to the working relationships between the agencies, or just drop it? Okay, leave it in, thumbs up. That's
Do you want the sentence to say that instead?
encourage BLM,
first bullet,
DNRC to
under
put more boots on the ground for enforcement compliance on their lands.
I have a question. DNRC doesn't have any enforcement.
Yeah.
We enforce for them. Yeah.
Okay, it's the FWP's job, so
Yeah.
leaving the DNRC in there would be silly. You know, their deal is to magnify the money for the school trust.
Yeah.
I like
And
it how it is.
Jason says that's why he wrote increase their contributions.
And BLM and Forest Service are not going to patrol lands to ensure or to patrol for trespass. That's just not in their mission. I mean, they're going to enforce the rules that are specific to their own lands. But if there's a hope or an expectation that they're going to go out and patrol lands to see that hunters have not got off the BLM and onto the private, that's really out of their scope of authority.
This doesn't say that, does it? That they're
No,
gonna-
it does not say that.
Trespass, it says they're gonna increase enforcement on public land.
So
Exactly.
we're leaving it in, thumbs up, or we're
Take it out.
not. I think we're taking it out. We don't have a consensus on it. We good, Jason?
Sure, it's your report.
I know.
Hey, say what you want to say.
Dale? Do you want to continue?
Yeah, I can. Most of the rest of the ones that I sent notes in, we've discussed today, and I think there's been some clarification made. There is one comment, though, that's on page 8. And it's related to block management. And the second paragraph where it says block management provides for managed hunting access on over 7 million of private and isolated public land acres. I don't know if that's really a true statement, and I find it a little bit misleading because I think it's 7 million acres of private and adjacent. It could also be isolated public lands, but in a lot of cases, it's adjacent. And I don't know if it's a big deal, but again, I think it's somewhat misleading.
So if you said adjacent, that's acceptable. Question to you, Dale.
Ask that again.
So if we change isolated to adjacent, then it's more accurate.
Yeah, adjacent or adjacent and isolated, because there are lands that are isolated. There's no question, and a significant number of them as well.
Mr. Chairman, page 10 has the breakdown by public and private.
Thank you. Okay. So we got that. All right, is that it, Dale?
I think so. I'm gonna take one scroll through this.
While he's doing that, I think, Ron,
Question for you, Jason. On page 12, where it's the hunting access program funding sources. The outfitter preference point, I've got past, contribute a lot to that.
Yes, there should be an additional line there for, how much, I don't know.
Almost.
17,000 or something like that.
We
So,
spent
I think it's 700.
7,204, so it raised $720,400.
Divide that by 4.
Minus
You
15%.
take 10% off and it rounds out about 162,000
Per program.
for 4 programs.
Okay.
I think you can double check it, but I think that's what the number.
Yeah, this is just a previous year's list. Good catch, Ron.
okay. Anything else?
And I also included the drawing refunds for unsuccessful applicants. That's another one this year that would brought money into the program if you refunded or chose to refund your drawing.
How much did that come in?
No, this is for if you applied for a permit and didn't draw it,
Wasn't a refund, it was a donation.
you could donate your $4 back or $5 back.
The
whatever.
non-residents had the option to donate their whole check back to the state too, didn't they? How many guys punched the wrong box?
You know how much that money came in, Jason? I was kind of curious.
I don't. Okay, let's keep going. Recommendation 3, I think, is now moved on top of page 5. So we've talked about seeking legislation for payments from access programs to be tax exempt, income tax exempt in the state. If we're gonna go forward with the potential of a new 100-day payment and a new cap.
I like the tax added to the surplus, the state surplus was 2 billion now.
So are we gonna go forward with that? Is Denley still there?
Yes, he is. I'm sorry. He just stepped away from the, here you go.
Go ahead.
Representative. You get to see my face, hear his voice.
So Denley, this isn't your report, but this is our report. One of our recommendations in May was to seek legislation to make payments from FWP hunting and fishing access programs exempt from state income tax. Any comment? As an incentive.
In light of supposedly this income tax flush that we have of 900 million to 1.5 billion, it might fly this year.
But this would be like permanent, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, just if people are thinking positive and if they want to, relating this to access, and that's what everybody always talks about is access. And I think if they can see that, we could put some kind of a percentage on it or something and try it. I'd be willing to try it.
Okay. So we're still going forward with that recommendation? Thumbs up.
You might want to work out the details a little bit of what you're thinking, if it's a percentage or, the criteria, but I think it's worth a try.
What kind of percentage, Danley?
I'd have to think about that one.
That's kind of a matter of, is it a deduction versus is it a dollar for dollar credit? That's the
Right.
distinction. And a deduction is probably the more likely scenario than the dollar for dollar.
So then if that goes, then the department comes up with that equation.
Yeah,
Do we need to?
We're proposing a raise and no tax.
That's what I was talking about.
Liking that.
If you made
We don't have to worry
it
about making any
dollar for
money
dollar
anyway.
against your taxable income. So you wouldn't need a formula.
Okay. So we don't need more detail in this right now?
I don't think so.
They're gonna ask me when I read this. So I'll talk to you, Denley.
and where the money comes from too is important.
Okay. All right, so we're going forward to that. Okay,
Number two, we would update that to reflect your thumbs up today on a like tag and the like tag being chosen by the department.
right.
Selected hunter.
Yep.
And then Eric, yeah, he had a point about the exempting, not allowing landowner preference and 454 participation.
Oh. So that would be included in recommendation too, correct?
We could, or we could.
So do we
separate
want to
it
put
however
that
we
forward
want.
for potential? Is that legislation
That would
yeah.
be legislation. Yeah.
to make it either or?
Yeah.
On
think so.
landowner preference or 54? We haven't talked about it. I mean, is there a lot of detail in that get us in the weeds?
I don't think so.
So if you're successful with landowner preference, you would not be eligible.
So then does that fall in place in timing with a menu of options for the landowner? Uh-huh.
Would that take the elk hunting access agreement out of the deal then? They'd have to sign up for it. And if they drew a tag, is that what you're talking about? If it all happens to where you can make your mind up?
Timing. Is that doable?
Depends on when the commission approves. If it's first or second. So if they would approve. I think, I don't know, it'd be interesting to map it out.
Well, when's landowner preference from?
April 1st.
Yeah, and elk hunting access, I think, stay at that June,
Well, it's May 15th, but
right, but the June commission meeting.
So then,
No,
that's why they put it then.
that, yeah.
we'd be adding under our recommendation too on the 454s that we've already talked about, that we would add that they're only eligible for one or the other between a 454 tag permit or landowner preference. Paul?
Well, if we do that, then, and you can't get both, is that what you're saying?
That's what Eric's saying.
Would that? Well, I guess if they put in, they can put in and to draw the permit, right?
Yeah.
And then they got time to sign up for the other one?
Right, yeah.
I see where you're going.
We still good?
Yeah.
That's a rush. But we don't. I
Let it
say,
sit till October.
we say yes unless we discover a problem in that timing process.
How would that work if you had a multiple family ownership ranch? And you applied for a landowner's preference under the ranch name and then also applied for a 454? And there was more than one owner in the ranch. How would you do that? If they drew a tag, they wouldn't be eligible for 454.
Yeah, they would,
So you-
under land, if they applied landowner preference, they wouldn't be eligible for 454.
That individual or the whole ranch.
Yeah, but see, how is that gonna expand access if we do it that way? You've made it contingent upon whether they get their landowner preference or not, whether they're eligible for 454.
And my fear is just the opposite, that if they go the landowner preference route and are successful in drawing the landowner preference license, what incentive then do they have to participate? in
Why wouldn't they,
454?
if it was at most ranches are like that, yours is minor that way, there's more than one owner. Why would they withdraw from 454 if they had a landowner preference tag and there's more than one person.
Because they don't have to let anybody hunt.
No, but
I don't know.
I think we wouldn't have to make it a statute, you just leave it up to the landowner.
What about the landowner, like the Wilkses, they got two that they put in for two this year, so if they would draw one, they can't have two?
No, that should be fine.
How are you gonna
But-
distinguish between that?
Well, I don't think they should be able to apply with the landowner preference. And,
And sign up for 450.
right, and sign up for four
So
fifty-four.
they just won't sign up for
If
landowner
they apply
preference.
landowner preference and they draw their tag, what incentive do they then have to let the public in?
That's true.
So what's the major complication
But the thing is,
to proposing
the
both?
Wilkses this year, a lot of them, they drew the archery tag.
Just internal logistics.
So they, that's why they probably didn't sign up.
Yeah.
Can we know that before this?
That's what we're trying to prevent.
Yeah, we can have a conversation.
Okay, so here's my suggestion. I hate doing things hasty like this,
Yeah.
but we could put that forward as Eric suggested. Either or, not both. And by the time that this is presented, if there's a problem, we can rescind it or we can clarify it.
Well, what's the chances of getting a landowner preference tag? Is it going to drawings?
It varies,
Right
district
there.
to district.
It's on this.
Yeah, it varies district to district.
Can we,
Is it, oh, okay.
can we add, just because what we've got done now, we gave the governor on.
You can do more. Yeah, I
We can
would
add
say,
more, can't we just table this kinda until?
This,
yeah,
I-
if there's a chance you might pull it out later, I don't think I'd put it in now.
We'll just be more broad in our.
We can just talk about it until October, we got plenty of time.
Yeah.
No, the report.
the report's gonna be printed.
Yeah, I know. Leave it
So,
out of this report.
I think I like that from the presentation point is, let's go with this and let's try to have a decision on our recommendation for not being able to do both, because that can happen later. Is that correct?
Yeah, so just leave this alone, don't add it.
Yeah, but we
But
need
you
to
can
note that we
revisit
want
in
to
October.
try to address that if we can.
So the only way you're gonna do that is say, if you put in for landowner preference, you can't get the, later on, you can't get the 454 program.
If they're successful as a landowner preference draw, that's your benefit.
But see, we
You
want,
can't go back to this 454 program and then also seek a second license to hunt your own land with preference. I mean, landowner
Well-
preference isn't restricted to your own land, so that's where it's different. And the logistical complications come in is, yeah, multiple ownerships, family member, employee designations, trying to figure out, okay, you designated it to this family member, but now your other one, you're over here, is it the same? That's,
And in the case of multiple ownership, it could be you can participate in both.
I think most ranches are,
Mhm.
yeah, so it may be a moot point.
So with all that, what appears to me is that we go forward with this. And
Yeah,
then see
we
where
can
we're
get
at.
it up later.
Get some more info for
Okay,
October.
so they will provide us with that. Okay. Let's see.
That recommendation number 4, the second sentence. We've not discussed that.
Right, I have that underlined.
Yeah. We could simply strike it for now.
So that was the one, again, on page 5, recommendation number 4. Increase block management maximum annual payment and increase the daily rate per hunter day. So that's one we're gonna come with some information with, as to how that fleshes out economically. In the second sentence, provide one license per agreement with landowner having multiple agreements. So they don't. Yeah. So if we pull that,
Just strike that sentence.
the second sentence.
That was the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Number 6 says remove the PLPW requirement for review of all applications. Instead, we could say amend. Amend the PLPW requirement for review of all applications.
I don't think we need to do that. Because all we did is We're-
Shall to may.
we're shall to may, and we're still reviewing in the short version. So we need to change that language.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Any other comments? If you're good with it, I'd like to talk to Jason when we're all done, just about arrangement a little bit. Clip and paste. As far as our priorities, it doesn't really matter, but just how we present it. Okay. Any other input on the report? All none? All right, what didn't we get done here? So the only outside of the next meeting, we'll have some education input with Greg, with Everett, Kearney, Cindy, Donna, and myself. Okay. It is tentatively set for October 18th. And that will be Helena.
When was that you start? The 20th.
You having fun yet? Yeah. And then the next meeting is December 14th. After that. And that'd be Helena. So that'll be working through anything legislative, any specific recommendations going forward. Hopefully more information on block management and improvements.
Will there be some bill drafts in? Will they take action on this before then?
We think there'd be some
Well,
language.
sounded like Representative Logie was interested in doing some of the things.
I think that's a conversation the chair can have with Representative Logie about submission of bill draft requests
Yeah,
based on
makes sense.
timing and when.
Okay. All right. Last comments. Are we there?
Are we excused?
Let's go around. Paul, any last comments? Headed west. Right, great man.
I think we came to a consensus on most of it today. I think this was the best meeting we've had. Consistent.
Okay. I really appreciate everybody's deliberate effort and working together. There's a whole lot here today that was just like a fire hose. That's how I felt about it, but we can shake that down. And I do get concerned when we do things hastily that they backfire on us. So that's one thing to always be aware of. But I really do appreciate your efforts in this, and I think there's a lot coming and a lot gonna happen in the next few months. And I think we'll be actively talking about those things.
I do have one comment. We haven't practiced our fist to 5
No,
response.
isn't that a good thing?
I think we should do that at one of the
We'll
subsequent.
come up with something really difficult for you, Lee.
Let's adjourn.
This is a consensus.
That's what our reimbursement.
Yes, that's the last
That's
thing.
5.
Yeah, so.
Anything last from the director?
Yeah, real quick from,
Sorry, Dick.
you may want to say something, but I want to just say thank you all very much. I really appreciate all your efforts, and I thought this was a really good meeting, so thank you.
And I'd like to say thank you as well for letting me sit in here. And then the other thing is, when you go home, you know, after this meeting, but also after the next meeting, it's real important. Talk to your legislators and go to your CACs and get some of that information, some of that input, so you can come
Yep.
back, so you're not totally on your own with some of these ideas.
Dale, I'm sorry I missed you. You good? All right, thank you, everybody.
That's one of the things